more you see, the more you see you didn't see. In essence, infinite banking concept is ridiculously simple, but it's complicated by the fact of the mindset that the general public has. They think that this can't be true because it is so simple.
Well, Richard, I suppose we want to take a moment and open up this day of commemoration, this day of remembering the late R. Nelson Nash, a man who was just admired and appreciated by so many people. And this day is meant to keep his heart alive in all of us and to give people an opportunity to share their memories and to talk about their journey with him as he mentored them and blessed them. And I'm really looking forward to this incredible day.
Well, and I'm stoked about it for so many reasons. Obviously, just anything we can do to share the impact that Nelson had for us personally. But and it's one thing if we share our stories, but when you can hear a whole cadence of stories like that, it gives you a deeper glimpse into the type of a man, the individual that he was, and the impact that he still is having with us today. And so, as you're tuning in, as you're watching this, you may see some familiar faces, but there's going to be a lot of people that maybe you don't see because we've only got one day. We can only get so many people connected to be able to do this incredible project. But one of the reasons that we're putting this together is that the idea is that there's going to be more things that will show up in the future. More people will be thinking, maybe they'll be watching this, or they'll be rewatching Nelson's documentary film or reading his book, and they'll be sparked by a story that they had a chance to meet Nelson, see him at a seminar, or they got a picture taken with him, something like that. That's an opportunity for you to share that story so that others can benefit from the impact that Nelson had with you. And we're going to have a place where you'll be able to do that through this medium. And we're just excited and so grateful and thankful for everyone who participated and was able to make the participation happen for this particular journey that we're going to go on, discovery of Nelson.
Absolutely. And the onset of what we're dealing with in the world right now with this, viral pandemic, and not having the opportunity to be able to visit Nelson's final resting place and to pay respects as we committed to do every single year for the rest of our lives. But more importantly, for people who have been reading Nelson's book since he passed away and who are saying, gosh, I wish I would have had an opportunity to meet him, to get to know him. And so all of these projects that are emerging and coming together are to serve those people and to give them, as you said, a glimpse into the essence of just how incredible Nelson was and the impact that he had on so many people. And we will continue to honor the message first and foremost, as he provided very clear instruction to do. This is about the message, not the man. But on a day like
marching
today,
orders, I think is what he called them.
On a day like today, it's all about the man. It's all about Nelson and the impact that he had. And so we hope that everyone tuning in enjoys hearing the stories, enjoys hearing about people's journeys. And we are just, we are humbled and we are grateful and we are honored to be able to fulfill what we believe is our duty to continue to introduce Nelson to the world. And so thank you for tuning into this special day.
And of course, we'll be tossing in some moments from the man himself, digging into, I guess we could call it the archive, and trying to find some really wonderful messages that Nelson shared with us throughout the way. And there's just so many things that he would say that would give you a way of thinking that it's almost not possible to express unless you experience. So we're going to try and share some of those abilities for you to have that experience along the journey today. Continuing our celebration and memorial of the amazing R. Nelson Nash, we're joined by Larry Reed, who is former president of the Foundation for Economic Education, phi.org. If you're not familiar, please make sure to check them out on YouTube and check out phi.org. It's a treasure trove of unbelievable articles and just an amazing educational space. It was a place where Nelson was first introduced to the ideas of Austrian economics that resonated so near and dear to him. He supported phi. I know for myself and for so many people, my clients, and so many people that Jayson knows, our introduction to the world of Austrian economics really stemmed from Nelson Nash. And the very first time that I met Nelson, he introduced phi and he related the story of how that organization had such a profound impact on him, and through the people that he met, the writings, the teachings, how it connected with him at a deep personal level. And so we're so honored to have you here, Larry. You were able to spend some time with Nelson, and I'm sure some very interesting conversations around Austrian economics and things like personal liberty and character. So thank you for joining us and taking a few minutes out of your day to share some of your interactions with Nelson Nash.
Hey, thank you, Richard and Jayson and everybody associated with this Day of Nelson. I think this is not only richly deserved, but it's a wonderful gesture to help keep Nelson's legacy alive for many generations to come. And you're right, I did have many conversations with him, and they tended to focus on things like money, banking, Austrian economics, free markets in general. And I have so many memories of those times with him. Because this is a tribute to Nelson, and I want to be sure to get it right, I did prepare a text, which also means that I have to put my glasses on.
Okay.
So I hope you'll enjoy what I've prepared here. Again, thanks to all of you who are involved with this Day of Nelson. As you all know, Nelson was, of course, the developer of the infinite banking concept, but he was so much more as well. As a private sector forestry consultant in the 1950s. In fact, that's why I chose this shirt, by the way, to further honor Nelson. It's my sister calls it my Paul Bunyan logging shirt. But as a private sector forestry consultant in the 1950s, he was first acquainted then with ideas of liberty and free markets, and they fell on his very receptive ears because he was already skeptical of things like collectivism and big government. He was introduced to the Foundation for Economic Education, or phi, the organization I've been associated with now for many decades, and ended up being personally mentored in his study of free market economics, of the Austrian school in particular, by our founder, Leonard E. Reed. He was no relation, but a friend in his last 7 years of life. He passed away in 1983, but Nelson knew him well and admired him greatly. Nelson attended a phi seminar more than half a century ago. I think it must be now approaching 60 years ago, at our old headquarters in Irvington, New York. And that was the start of his very long and faithful support of phi, which continued for decades right up to the time of his passing 2 years ago. Though I knew of Nelson, I hadn't personally met him and his delightful wife, Mary, until soon after I became president of phi in 2008. Before moving everything from New York, where we had been since our founding in 1946, to Georgia, we opened a small office in Atlanta. Nelson emailed me out of the blue to say that he wanted to stop in and say hello. I think we met on 2 or 3 occasions in Atlanta after that, and then 3 or 4 times over his way in Alabama. And I was honored to speak at a number of his conferences. Every moment with Nelson was both informative and fun. I keep a collection of jokes I think maybe Nelson did too, at least in his head. Some of mine are in my head, but mostly are in my files for use on the lecture circuit. And I loved sharing some of those with Nelson, even though we seriously talk about money and banking. Sooner or later, we get around to swapping some good jokes. And I did it mainly because I so enjoyed his infectious laugh. And I recall one that had him almost rolling on the floor. And I want to share that with your viewers. It goes back quite some time to testimony before a congressional committee that was given by a developer in Louisiana. And this developer was planning a new construction project and learned that he had to secure the approval first of no fewer than 23 local and parish, as they call counties over there, and state agencies before he could begin. You can imagine what Nelson was thinking of, this poor guy having to go through all these government approvals. Well, just when this guy thought that everything was ready to go, he learned that he still had to apply for approval from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development in Washington. So he and his attorney filled out the required forms and sent them off to HUD, whereupon the agency sent back this reply. We received today your letter enclosing application for your client in support of abstract of title. We have observed, however, that you have not traced the title to the property previous to 1803. Before final approval can be granted, you must trace the title prior to that year. Well, needless to say, the developer was enraged at this instance of bureaucratic shenanigans, paperwork, and delay. He fired off to HUD the following reply, which should become, and I think has become to some degree, a bit of a classic. Dear gentlemen, your letter regarding title has been received. I noted that you wished title to be traced further back than I have done. Well, I was unaware that any educated man failed to know that Louisiana was purchased from France in 1803. But the letter doesn't stop there. He goes on to say, the title to that land was acquired by France by right of conquest from Spain. The land came into the possession of Spain by right of discovery in 1492 by an Italian sailor named Christopher Columbus. The good Queen Isabella had taken the precaution of securing the blessing of the Pope of Rome upon Columbus's voyage before she sold her jewels to help him. The Pope is the emissary of Jesus Christ, who is the Son of God. God made the world. I think it's safe to assume that God created that part of the world known as the United States and that part of the United States known as Louisiana, and I hope the hell you're satisfied. So that's tracing the title back about as far as it'll go.
That is good.
So everybody knows Nelson will appreciate why he so liked that joke. And when I first told it to him, after he pulled himself together, he said, you got to tell that at our next conference. And so I did. In 2018, in 2018, we at Phi were very proud to bestow upon Nelson an award that we've given over the years, but to only very special people. It's called the Blinking Lights Award. And it takes its name from an instance that I was personally involved with in communist Poland in 1986, when I was there to spend some time with people who were active in the underground resistance to the communist regime. I spent one evening with a couple who had actually run the underground radio for Solidarity during the first 6 months of martial law back in late 81, early 82, until the government traced them, arrested them, gave them prison sentences. And here they were when I was there in their apartment in November of 86, once again active, not in radio, but in other ways, resisting the communist government in Warsaw. And I asked them questions such as, what was it like to run an underground radio? And at one point I asked, how did you know when you were broadcasting an illegal message of freedom and free markets, how did you know if people were listening? And Sophia, the woman of the couple, answered this way. She said, we wondered that ourselves. We could only broadcast 8 or 10 minutes at a time. And then we had to go off the air to avoid detection. Of course, they ultimately were detected and arrested. But she said, one night while we were broadcasting, we said to people, if you're listening and you believe in this message of freedom and free markets, a message, of course, which was so near and dear to the heart of Nelson Nash, if you're listening, she said, please blink your lights and call your friends who may be of the same opinion and ask them to do the same, so we get some idea of, are we being listened to or not? And she said, we then went to the window, and for hours, all of Warsaw was blinking. So when you think back to those heady days of 1989, just 3 years after Sophia told me that, when the Eastern European Empire of the Soviet Union collapsed, you now know a big reason why. It was not only better known luminaries on the world stage like President Reagan and Margaret Thatcher and John Paul II, but it was also the brave Polish people who, like the couple I just spoke of, were doing their darndest to free their country, and they ultimately succeeded. Nelson, I know, liked that story very much. I think I told that for him at least one of his conferences as well. So Nelson was a blinking light, and that's why he was such a worthy recipient of an award that carried that name, a very worthy recipient. And he delivered in Atlanta at that conference where we gave him the award in June of 2017, I think it was, I believe. He delivered, or maybe it was 18. Yeah, it was 18.
It was 18.
Yeah, that's right, 2018. He delivered a terrific acceptance in front of hundreds and hundreds of people at that conference. Somebody once said, I don't know who it was, that there are only 3 kinds of people in all the world. There is first a small minority that makes things happen. And then there's a somewhat larger group that watches things happen. And then there's the great majority of people who never know what happened. And Nelson was obviously in that first category. He made things happen. And it was because of the sheer force of his personality, the power of his ideas, his relentless championship of all the right ideas and the many ways in which he communicated those. He and the many friends he made and the many students he had are all blinking lights around this country and probably abroad, I'm sure, as well. We really miss him, all of us at Phi, as I know everyone watching this does as well. But it is just great to know that his ideas and his legacy will live on for as far into the future as the eye can see. Thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you. That certainly helps to keep Nelson's heart alive in all of us. And yeah, that was very well put. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic, Larry. Thank you for putting that together, and really appreciate you doing that. And if I may share, I know, Jayson and I are attending our think tank events. You were invited, as you said, to speak at a number of conferences, and the first time I had the pleasure to hear you speak was at our annual think tank conference in Birmingham, Alabama. I believe it was in 2013.
Oh,
and
wow.
and you were the after dinner speaker for the event, and I thoroughly enjoyed your talk on so many levels, and in the core premise of the talk, and I believe it's one that you've given on a number of occurrences, was about character.
Yeah.
And you talked about so many people that you had interacted with and really traveled the world in interview, many people, often unsung heroes in some format, who just exemplified tremendous character. And there was one individual in particular that stuck out for me because it was the first time I'd heard. So much like Nelson was, certainly the first time I heard about the power of dividend paying whole life insurance, the first time I heard about Austrian economics, the first time I heard about fee and all these things. He's like he was a doorway opener to so many people about, sound banking and the champion of liberty. But in your talk, you discussed Sir Nicholas Winton, who was a humble hero. He saved over 669 children, I believed, in leading up to World War II. And they've made a TV movie about him. He was interviewed by 60 Minutes. You had pleasure to interview him. He was one of the oldest people, I think, to ever fly on a ultralight aircraft and so forth.
He set the record for that. And the oldest man personally that I have ever known. He lived to 106.
Wow.
Incredible. And so I was thinking about it in leading up to our conversation today and this great day celebrating Nelson Nash, how a gentleman like Sir Nicholas Winton had such a tremendous impact, vastly beyond, almost incomprehensible when you think about, almost 700 children saved. Well, now those children have children and likely many grandchildren of their own, and just the expanse of his act and his character extending far beyond him, even though he's no longer with us today. And so in reference point, I see how Nelson had a similar impact with people around their personal financial liberty. And we've yet to even see and discover what that impact will be. But I know I see it for myself and for Jason's children, my children, and the clients that we help through teaching of Nelson's message, how Nelson was so passionate about Austrian economics and the importance of people to be aware of it, just raising its awareness. And so it's really interesting how his book, Becoming Your Own Banker, sold over about 470,000 copies. Wow. Worldwide as a self-published title, which of its own is a tremendous feat. That's expanding the message, and it's introducing people to things like fee. He mentions fee in the book a number of times. So it's just amazing to see the power that one individual can have by just having a commitment level to an ideal and something that he values so tremendously.
I agree, Richard, and I think it stemmed from the fact that Nelson was a man of character. I've often been asked at conferences, no matter what the main theme might be, people ask, well, what do you think is the biggest issue in the country? And I almost always say, the few times I say something else, I'm not sure why, but this is what I really believe more strongly than anything else. I almost always say it's the same as it's always been. The number one issue in the country is the same that it's been not only in our country for all time, but in every country at all times, and that is character, because everything flows from it.
Right.
A nation of people who have good character can produce wonderful things and last a long time. A nation that loses its character will surely lose its liberties. I don't know of any exception to that. So when I think of character, Nelson Nash is certainly one who comes to mind, because he had it all. The main character traits that a free society require, he had by the bushels. Things like humility. I mean, he would never run around bragging about himself and saying, "Aren't I great?" He was a humble guy. Yeah. And that is endearing to most people. And he had so much to say that was so powerful and so right. You could hardly have blamed him if he had been a little arrogant, but he never was. He was always a humble guy. Also, he was responsible. He was courageous. He was honest. He was full of gratitude. He loved his creator. He loved this country. He loved freedom. He just had character. And that, I think, is the main reason why he was able to have such extensive influence that will continue for a long time.
Oh, and I would add to that, near perfect integrity.
Yeah.
Near perfect integrity. He was just, he was an incredible man. And there's a reason that his book sold over 470,000 plus copies, because the process works.
Yeah.
It works extremely well. And when you think of, all the times that you had spent with Nelson, what comes up for you as one of, I'm sure, many of your fondest memories. You mentioned in the documentary film that we had commissioned on Nelson, you mentioned, I just love this guy.
Yeah.
And so if you think of all those memories that come up for you on this day, what is one that's special that really stands out?
Well, I think, I could probably list several, but maybe the top one would be he was such a down home sort of guy. You could talk with him as if you had known him for generations. I mean, you could talk to him as if he were your uncle, best friend. He had no airs about him. You never for a moment had the impression that he was telling you something that wasn't deeply held, a conviction that he had to the very core of his soul. And the character, again, it just came through all the time. I just thought he was one of the most decent, friendly, honest, character-filled men that I've ever known. And my only regret is that I didn't get to know him decades earlier. But I sure appreciated the roughly decade I did know him from the day I first met him. Yeah, remarkable guy.
Sure was.
Amazing. Another question I have for you, Larry, is, was watching the documentary film recently, and there's some really amazing, B-roll of you and Nelson sitting down with some, tombs of books, I think at Phi headquarters and behind you, discussing, I'm sure, the many great historic works that, sit on the shelves in that great library. Mm-hmm. Nelson himself had a tremendous library. Every time Jayson and I had the pleasure to go to Nelson's house, of course, he had this round coffee table in his office that had this, very thick kind of wood, and almost every square inch of it was covered with three, like a stack of 3 or 4 books that had Post-it notes and bookmarks, and he was getting ready to give them away to people and to spread this knowledge out into the world. And so I every time I watch the documentary film and I see some of those clips, I wasn't able to attend that Blinking Light session. And I hear you guys chatting. I picture myself being in the room on the film crew, trying to pick up, well, what are you guys talking about? What books are you discussing? What great works come up in that conversation? What do you share? What stories is Nelson sharing about a memory of Leonard Reed that is you're maybe getting, the blessed opportunity to hear? And so I'm curious, is there anything that comes up for you when you think about, filming the period leading up to the delivery of that great award?
Yeah, well, I know that he had such tremendous affection for Leonard. They really hit it off, and he appreciated Leonard so much. At the moment, I'm at a loss to recount a particular story he may have cited about Leonard, but I remember the day of the filming that you're referring to in the library, that I was eager to show him, and he enjoyed this very much, the personal inscriptions that certain famous authors he either had met or certainly knew of had written in some of those books. Like I showed him, hey, here's the copy of Socialism written by von Mises and given to Henry Hazlitt with Mises' personal inscription in it, his signature and everything. And things like that. It was great to be able to show Nelson, because he, I don't know if he ever met Hazlitt, but he certainly met a number of those very famous people who we have books that either were written in by them or the authors wrote things to them in those books. And Nelson enjoyed that. It's not just a collection of books at our library. It's also a collection of autographs and famous lovers of liberty and things that they said to others to whom they gave books. It's a great experience, and he appreciated that very much, I think.
Well, and so after passing the torch in was it 2019?
Yes, almost 2 years now. Yes.
And so what's been keeping you busy since?
Well, I took on the President Emeritus role. My connection to Phi goes way back to the 1960s, believe it or not, when I started reading material from Phi as a teenager. And then I served later as a speaker and a writer and member of the board, chairman of the board, and so forth, before becoming president for 11 years. So I can hardly ever break that connection. But now, as President Emeritus, I don't have so much to do with either the fundraising side of things or the administrative, and I get to do more of what I most enjoy, which is speaking, although with COVID, I've had to do less of that for at least the time being. But that's given me even more time to do what I also enjoy, and that is writing. So I'm writing 1 to 3 new articles every week, and usually for fee. They're on fee.org. But anybody who wants to see them all in one place, I have a website. It's lawrencewreed.com. And there, under the blog or some other headings, you can read all the stuff I've been cranking out. I wish Nelson were around so he could read some of those things and tell me where I got it right and where I got it wrong.
Well, and he would contact you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the site earlier today to Larry, and I love it. It's great. There's a treasure trove of content there, and I love that you have a tab dedicated to heroes.
Oh, yes.
I thought that was really, really cool. So congratulations for putting all that together. I'm sure that'll be a tremendous resource for people for years to come.
Oh, I appreciate it. I don't know if Nelson was a jazz aficionado or not. I only lately have become one, but I just finished a piece today on Louis Armstrong.
Oh, wow.
And it was just unforgettable, just like Nelson.
Larry, we sincerely appreciate you being so generous with your time and, sharing such a wonderful tribute, a wonderful message. And we'd love to have you on our podcast as well. We'll certainly extend an invitation and hope that you'll join us. Our listeners would love that. But thank you again. Thank you sincerely for sharing your memories of Nelson.
My pleasure, Jayson and Richard. Love to do the podcast. You know how to reach me, and I look forward to that. Thanks again for having me today.
Pleasure is all ours. Thank you.
Have an awesome rest of your day, Larry. Thank you.
All right. It was so good to hear from Larry Reed. What a wonderful sentiment that he shared with us. Throughout the rest of the day, we're going to be having our great interviews, and we're also going to be sharing, as we had mentioned, a variety of clips of Nelson in the past, delivering his seminar at some previous events, and we're kind of pulling out from the archive a little bit. And many of these clips are going to be, the audio maybe isn't the best as it could be, etc. It wasn't ever designed to be, put in this format. But we've captured some of those moments and some of those great stories, those analogies, those little side comments that Nelson would do that would just leave a lasting impression on us. And so we really are excited to share them with you. So we hope that you take a ton away from it. Among the clips that we're going to see, we're going to hear a variety of them around Nelson financing airplanes for lawyers, how the Nash family finance cars and airplanes and stuff internally, how Nelson paid off all of his debt, the snakes and dragons, as he called them. And he's going to go into a little bit about that detail. And, really interesting to understand. I mean, Nelson really started this and discovered the core of this concept in the early 80s with the interest rate spike. And he was already in his early 50s at that stage of the game. So again, he would say you're never too old to get started doing this. We're going to have a great clip of Nelson having an amazing opportunity to fly in a flight simulator, which was just an incredible thing to do, even though he hadn't been flying for I think 5 or 6 years at that point, even prior to. And so that's a really wonderful clip. He's going to talk through a little bit about some of the death claims that he received throughout his lifespan and how he was able to utilize that, et cetera, on past business partners. And just a lot of little lessons from history and great anecdotes and stories that Nelson would tell that would leave you with some recognition, some meaning, something to chew on, something to think about. So we hope that we can channel as many of those moments throughout our day today for you, to give you things to ponder and think about in your own life as you consider this concept and consider just the impact that Nelson had. We also have a clip about the value of a college degree and a fleet of Lexi, which is one of my favorites. And up next, we're going to just dive right into some of these clips again. We're just going to apply them throughout the rest of the day. We won't really introduce them. We're just going to kind of jump right in. But the first one I will introduce, and it just ties directly into what we heard from Larry Reed about character and Nelson being a man of character. And this is really about how Nelson would invest in younger people. He would, when he recognized that there was someone who was hungry for knowledge, he just really wanted to feed that individual. So stay tuned. We hope you enjoy them all. Thanks again for participating in our day. If something grabs you today, something that really resonates with you in Nelson's message, or that you hear that is just a great memory or reflects on something, inspires you to learn deeper, make a comment. Go ahead and share that with everybody so we can go ahead and continue to keep Nelson's heart alive. Thank you so much.
Everything we do is done this way, so the bottom line is exactly what you said. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what it is, it all goes
Yeah.
through there.
You don't even have to do a whole lot of extensive bookkeeping, anything like that. It's just general parameters. That's what you want to do is, if you got to have something, by God, you go get it here. And if you get it here, doggone it, you pay it back. And you pay back more than the insurance company would charge. So you fill up the hole in a big hurry. Yeah, in that portfolio of policies here, see, this is all the policies that are currently in existence out there. These are the 4 policies I own right there. These are policies that Mary owns. These are policies on 4 ex-business partners. These are grandchildren, great-grandchildren here. These are the grandchildren. Now, all this stuff's been given away. Now, the only policy loan outstanding out there right now is on the, when we bought the little house, the 2,200 square foot one level, with a wife-size yard and whatnot, we borrowed $320,000 and paid for that. Well, that's a policy loan of $254 outstanding there, but look, there's Equitable Life has group insurance on me of $47,000. Guardian has $10,000, and the policy, the State Farm policy, I don't own that. Mary owns that. Now, if she just drew interest, they only pay 2%. So I tell her just to go ahead and take that. So that plus this other stuff here practically pays off that loan there. Coupled with the fact that she'll have way more income than she can use. We don't live extravagantly, except get something. So she'll pay that off in no time flat. Now, if I live another 5 years or so,
Amen.
that the problem gets worse. This is fun. And so when some things come along that's a real good thing to do, golly, you just take advantage of it right then. Particularly when you see some young person who comes along who's hungry. Here, about 18 months ago, got this email from this young fellow up in Massillon, Ohio. Read your book. That's very interesting to me. I'd like to learn more about it. Well, we started emailing, and in his email to me, he said, "I'm going to be a senior in high school this coming season. Don't think I'm going to college. It looks like a waste of time to me." Well, I wrote him back email, "Son, we need to talk. If you give me your phone number, I'll call you and we'll talk." He came back with his phone number. Now, you're going to have to wait till 4:30 Eastern time, and I think you're Central. I don't get off work until 4:30. So when I first talked to him, I said, "Son, do you realize you're in the upper 1/10 of 1% of your peers? You know the meaning of the word work." and most all your peers, that's a 4-letter word. They have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, I got a bunch of books in his hands, in the video Banking with Life and so forth. He's overwhelmed by all the attention he was getting and such. And I said, "Oh, yeah, by the way, in a few months, we'll have the Night of Clarity in Nashville, Tennessee. You have a scholarship, but you'll have to get your own way there, but it won't cost you anything." He showed up with his father. Now, I've been getting books and such in his hands big time. And he just can't understand this. Why are you doing this? I said, son, I learned a long time ago, when you find somebody who's hungry for knowledge, you feed them. Okay, in September, he started Grove City College, Pennsylvania. And his advisor is big-time Austrian in Mises Institute. And that's where Hans and Oates taught for years.
Wow.
Yeah. Mary and I have been throwing money at them for 30 years. Yeah. Yeah, and his father can't understand this either. He's overwhelmed. And his father's going to get in the life insurance business.
Oh, wow.
And this young man says, when I finish school, I'm going to be in the life insurance business.
That's amazing. So you decided to go to college after all?
Oh, yeah.
The right college?
Oh, by the way, FEE had a 1 week thing in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
He had a scholarship.
Wow.
Mises University last August, he had a scholarship. Mary and I went down just to see him.
Wow. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Now, when you see the scales come off of people's eyes, nothing like it. Nothing like it.
Especially the young people.
Oh, yes. Golly. Yeah, absolutely. Because, see, when they get involved at the young age there, it's unbelievable what they can do. It's infinite. See, you may have heard me say that I'm a very patient fellow. Now, when Mary's in the audience, she giggles. She doesn't think I'm patient. But I am. I'm very patient. I spent 3 years trying to teach this concept to a lawyer in Birmingham. And lawyers are different, aren't they? Anyway, 3 years of trying to teach somebody something, that's patience. Now, after a while, you wise up and quit. I quit talking to Bob about banking through life insurance, but I did finance his airplane. I lend him money to buy the airplane. He makes those payments to me. I take that chain of payments and go buy the same thing I was going to sell him. I made the same commission if I sold him. Now, whether Bob will ever catch on that or not, I don't know. I don't care. Because you can make more money that way than any other way.
We're in continuity of our incredible day of tribute and celebration for the wonderful Nelson Nash. And of course, we're joined by two very incredible, wonderful people who knew Nelson probably better than most individuals. We have David and Kim. And so blessed to have you both with us here today, and would love to maybe just kind of kick it off with maybe what's a fond memory or story when you think back to Nelson. And Kim, maybe perhaps you'd like to start us off with a share of when you think back even to maybe your younger days. What are some fond memories you have when you think about some of the joy and experiences you had with Nelson?
Oh boy. Okay. Well, as everybody knows, he loved to build stuff. And that was his big hobby. He'd be out with clients and, full day in working. Sometimes he'd have a client meeting, around dinner time or whatever, and come home and he'd still get out the old ladder and start hammering or sawing or something, always, And so on Saturdays, he would go to the local hardware store. That was before the days of Home Depot and those kinds of places. And so it was called Huffstutler's nearby our house. And so he would take me along, and I just loved to go to the hardware store. It was just really cool, And to this day, I still love just rambling around in hardware stores because I remember him, him taking me, and I'd be looking at, I don't know, the doorknobs and the paint and all that kind of stuff that was in there. So he just, he was really good about wanting to take us along and stuff, to do things like that. Loved to take us out to, he'd have a piece of property or something like that, and we'd go out and have a picnic. That was another big thing. He loved to just do those kinds of things. And then as I got older, we were traveling more, mostly by airplane. And he would let me sit in the right seat and be his navigator. So that was always a fun thing. And one year we went from Birmingham to Texas to Southern California, and then into San Francisco for a meeting for, I believe it was Equitable at the time. And flew out there and flew back. And it was probably about almost 2 weeks of being gone. And, we'd stop at these smaller airports and that kind of thing. And, typical dad, it was just like, no, like, reservations or anything like that. It's just you land, you get out, you get the plane gassed up, you find some vehicle that you can, rent or get in or whatever. It was never anything planned. It was always just like whatever happens, type thing. So one airport we landed in San Angelo, Texas, and it was just out in the middle of nowhere, and they had what they call an airport car. Mm-hmm. That's a car, if you're familiar with those, the smaller landing strips like that, they would usually have some kind of car vehicle, and they always had a key under the seat for all these people that, just would come in randomly. And it was an old, 50 type Chevrolet. And so we have a picture of us, Dad driving, and my sister and I standing out in front of the car, and it was just, it was really cool. So and we stayed in some flea bag hotel, out there because there wasn't anything else to stay in. So it was interesting. So things like that. We went into San Francisco International Airport, flew into there, and we ended up getting caught in
turbulence.
Turbulence behind a jet.
Behind a big jet.
Yeah.
Wake turbulence.
Turbulence.
Yep. And we were in a Rockwell Commander 4-seat plane, single engine, and the thing flips over. And Dad just kind of like
it inverted apparently, but Nelson swears it didn't, but she remembers it did.
It did. It flipped back over. And he remained pretty calm during the whole thing, So.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Well, I definitely haven't heard that story before, but that's amazing. It's so cool to hear about all these, just living a life of going to all these airports and things like that, and being able to pick up and go and travel. And I can see the unplanned aspect of that. And I can see how that could. I'm sure there's my mom would call that an adventure. So that's how she would describe those kinds of things.
Yes, that was definitely Dad's MO. It's just an adventure. It was never anything. It's just see what happens, I mean, how many times did y'all hear him say something about serendipity, that kind of thing? Just, you run into somebody, that you didn't know was going to be halfway across the United States, type thing. So he was always, that was just his thing, so.
Well, he was always quite comfortable just striking up a conversation with anybody.
Yep. He'd one story he told me, he and Mary were driving, I guess out in Utah, and they had no reservations for anything. They knew where they were going, what city they were going to. So they pulled into a restaurant, right? Mm-hmm. And they walked in the restaurant, and they sat down, and somebody came up to him and says, "You're Nelson Nash, aren't you?" And he looked at this person and says, "Yeah." He goes, "My name is so-and-so, and I was at a seminar 4 or 5 years ago, and it's great to see you again. Can I buy you dinner?" Okay, so now they're sitting around a table with their newfound best friends, and then next thing you know, they're being taken to a hotel, a great place to stay that didn't have any availability except for the people who knew how to get it. I mean, it's just serendipity for them. He just had that magical gift, So it was amazing. It really was.
Out of the 3 kids, I think I was probably the one that got to fly the most with him because of the baby, and they were off doing other things. So we flew quite a bit, probably from when I was 12 on up. So whether we were in Hawaii or wherever, so. He rented a plane. The first time we went to Hawaii, it was and again, it was an insurance meeting. We went with his partner, his old partner. And we had one of his clients and his wife with us too. And we all he rented a plane in Oahu, and we flew to the Big Island and flew to Kauai. So he wasn't afraid of doing that kind of stuff. It was just like, never been to Hawaii before, so let's get a plane and let's go fly.
Yeah, it's like, hey, has anybody seen you land for the last 2 hours? we might want to turn around.
Or check the fuel gauge.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't quite that bad, but it was pretty cool though, because you get to see parts of the island that you would not get to see.
One of the things that Nelson really loved was cable TV. That's because when they invented the Weather Channel, now we didn't have to check the weather report. He just turned the TV set on. I'm not kidding. It's like, okay, I'm going to Texas today. Look at the Weather Channel. He's like, oh, that looks good. Let's go. Get in.
Wow.
I was like, I'm not kidding. This is the way you used to do business. It's like, okay.
Well, and it, for yourself, David, I mean, having that relationship on a personal level and on a professional level with Nelson, I mean, that's really, gosh, because our experience with Nelson was mostly in the realm of becoming your own banker. And I mean, he impacted our lives in personal ways that we just owe him a debt of gratitude that we can simply never repay. But with your day-to-day interactions with him, what is something that you want the world to know about Nelson?
He loved black coffee. I'll tell you that. I mean, towards his last couple of years of his life, if I really wanted to make Nelson's day, I'd call him up and say, hey, Nelson, I got some coffee. You want to come over and help me drink it? He goes, I'm on the way. I mean, he loved fellowship. Okay. And he was, and, he liked to talk to people all the time. And he was, when he I'm going to use the R word, retired. I know he didn't believe that. It was not in his vocabulary. But when he quit doing his seminars, he quit traveling because of a medical situation, he was lonely, okay, because he was sitting in his office and he wanted to continue to fellowship with the human race. And so, he had, the Justin Kraft and those guys locally that he used to spend a lot of time with them. And us, he come over here every day. We spent time with him. And so that was his real outlet. Okay, it was a hangout with Kim and I, the last couple of years when we quit traveling. And so that was, and he was, folks who didn't know him well, he developed his personality, his professional personality through trial and error. And then once he figured out how to do it, it was rehearsal. You've heard him talk about Nightingale and all those people, and he memorized a lot of that stuff. Okay, because when we talked about becoming your own banker, he'd say you got to memorize it. You got to go over and over and over, or you're going to miss the important aspects of it. He was like that with everything. Okay. And so he'd come over here and he'd drill me with a Q&A. And I'd get a phone call from either a insurance professional or just a consumer, and they'd ask questions and whatnot. And I put him on speakerphone and I would talk to these individuals, and he'd sit there and listen. Mm-hmm. He'd close his eyes. And I could tell he'd be doing this or doing that. And it was over and over and over again, because that's how he thought. If something was really important to you, you needed to memorize it. Okay? You needed to drill it into your head. And that's why, we'd interview people who wanted to become practitioners. And the first question he asked them is, did you read my book? And then it went on from there about, tell me about what impact it had on you. Tell me what resonated with you, what chapters you liked and disliked or whatever. He was just feeling them out to see if they really made the effort or not, if they just give him lip service. Right. That's the way it was. And I mentioned this to you guys before, but I don't know if I mentioned it to anybody else, is that one thing that it took me about 5 years to figure this out, but if something was really important to him, and then he would approach it very subtly. Okay, if something was not important, he'd be verbose about it and, kind of over the top. That wasn't important to him. It was like he dropped these little hints, like little crumb trails.
Mm-hmm.
And those trails, that was important for him, and that he wanted you to pick up that trail, and that was the self-learning that he was trying to lead you down that path. Okay, that was one of my real takeaways from him. And of course, I didn't figure it out until way too late, I think. So. But anyway, that was some of the
probably still some breadcrumbs laying around to find. Then that means
they are. Yeah, you're right. They are. Yeah.
No such thing as having arrived in knowledge.
Right. Yeah. And so that was my takeaway with him. He was always, like Kim said, he loved to travel. Man, that was his passion, was traveling. And when you guys invited him to go to Canada, man, boom, tell me when, I'll be there.
Yeah.
He loved it, and poor Mary, he dragged her along.
Well, and she was in every presentation. She was at every function. She was just absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know one of the last times I got to have dinner with Nelson was down by the Sheraton Hotel, and it was a big table, of course, a big table, big gathering, and I actually felt exceptionally blessed because Nelson was kind of just over here. He was a little bit nearby out of earshot. There was another individual beside me, but I got to have Mary all to myself and got to pepper her with some fun questions about just marriage, and I learned a ton about their relationship and just how committed they were to one another. And it was a really, really amazing experience for me. I loved it.
Yeah.
So.
Anytime you had an opportunity to spend quality time with the both of them was a real treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Real treasure.
Now,
I'm
curious.
Oh, go ahead, Rich.
I'm curious because Nelson was like to tell the story about a number of different stories about the house that you guys now live in, which used to be Nelson's house, and how you knocked it down. And so there's a couple different components that come up there, and I'm curious, like after you guys moved in, the house is kind of finished, and he came over frequently. How often did you hear about a story about the way things used to be in the house? I was just curious. Did that come up ever? Or do you just kind of let bygones be bygones? And it's like, it's your house now and we've moved on?
Well, once he got over the shock that his house, Kim said he was a builder. He loved building. And, he was in the Air Force. He was a photo interpreter in the Air Force because he was a forester. And so they had a group, and they had a geologist, a forester, and an architect in a little cell, so they could look at photo images and this doesn't sound very friendly, but to see what type of munitions can be used to destroy something on the ground. So penetrating trees, rock formations, building structures, whatever. So he established friendships with architects, and he loved Frank Lloyd Wright's stuff big time. And so anyway, he'd come. That's what he did at his house. He bought a really nice house and doubled the size of it himself. One man with a shovel and a hammer. And so that was what was taken down. Basically, is all the stuff that he did was taken down because it just didn't work for us. But I mean, we gave him fair warning. We hired an architect and showed him the plans and showed him the different elevations. So it was not just a total surprise. But to answer your question, Richard, I knew we were good because I'd be sitting in my office and we have two dogs, and a dog would start barking. So I glanced out the window, and there would be Nelson driving through the driveway with a complete stranger next to him, and they pull up and kind of stop, and you can see Nelson was pointing to stuff, and he had a big smile on his face. He's talking about the house, I guess.
He did that. He did that with me the first time that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So he was showing off the house. So there you go. He liked the modifications that we did.
Yeah.
I think we moved in the month of May, and we were still getting things. Dirt was everywhere or whatever. And so the first Thanksgiving that we had with my brother and his family, and I think my sister was here too. Anyway, the kids were out in the garage, like playing ping pong, and everybody was just having a grand old time in the house and all that. And he was just over the moon, absolutely over the moon that, everybody could stay, and the house was loaded up. He just loved it. And when our 4 kids came home with the grandchildren and the house was full, he was just, whatever he needed to do. If he needed to make a run to the store, he was going to do it because, everybody was there and he wanted everybody to have a great time.
Yeah.
He was just thrilled. So,
yeah.
I think he got it after we tore the house down. An initial shock when everything was gone.
Just to give you a point of reference, when we had Thanksgiving here, when he and Mary lived here, you had like card tables in different rooms. So 4 people sat here, 6 people sat there, 2 people sat back there. And so when we designed the house around family gatherings, so everybody could sit in the same room and eat. So that was a new concept, I think. But yeah.
He loved it. He was like, if we knew all the kids were coming home, he'd go, okay, go to Costco and buy the steaks. I'm paying for it. That kind of thing. He was just always gun ho. So, it was a good thing. But,
wow. Just such great memories.
Mm-hmm.
Such great memories. And, David, did Nelson leave behind any particular marching orders as it relates to your continuing to lead, the movement forward and to help guide all of us and how we continue to share the message? Is there anything that was presented to you, whether it was breadcrumbs in nature or whether it was just direct, here are your marching orders?
No, I mean, he did not give us any marching orders because he was watching what I was doing with Carlos and Bob, okay, and how we're trying to build a practitioner program. And it was built on integrity, and it was built on knowledge. It wasn't built on a marketing system or a sales system, and he loved that.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he watched us do it. He participated. We had a 2-hour meeting every week over Zoom from 2013 until 2019, and he was on every call. And so he was participating in everything we did. And so he basically just provided, general philosophy and guidance and fatherly advice over the course of, that 6-year period. So there was nothing that was specifically given, towards the end, because I think he was very pleased with what we were doing and how we were doing it. And he was pleased with, guys like you, how you were like, you're just like, so enamored with, becoming your own banker. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Or change the narrative, because you see what he put together was all you really need. And he was pretty pleased with all that too. But he's I think more concerned about taking care of Mary and making sure that the family was taken care of. So
he did ask all of us, the 3 kids and the spouses, to have a meeting here at the house. And it probably was about 6 months before he died. 8 months, something like that.
Yeah, about 6 months.
And he just went through, point by point, and had everything listed out and knowing what to do. And of course, he was always talking about, don't steal the peas.
Yeah, don't give any money to the kids because they'll blow it.
Yeah, but make sure you're continuing on as the grandkids came along. So that kind of thing. So
did he tell you guys finally where that silver was buried when he sold that cell phone tower lease, or?
Well, let's put it this way: we were over in the house a couple of weeks ago, and in Kim's niece's husband, we're moving furniture. And I says, "Okay, is that silver still underneath that couch?" I looked under the couch. Of course, it wasn't there. It was somewhere else by then. But I was like baiting him a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah.
One thing that Nelson had shared, he shared it at the last think tank. I know for sure, and I, in a couple one-on-one conversations I know having, I'm sure Jayson, you heard this a number of times. He said, and I thought it was really interesting that the last 20 years, he says, were some of the happiest years of his whole life. and he you could feel like he said it with feeling. You just got that it meant something to him.
No, yeah. I gave a eulogy at his funeral, and that's one of the points that I made. That he was just full of joy, every day, and he was ready when it was time to go. He was ready. Kim and I were with him the night before he passed in his hospital room. He has a big smile on his face, and he's lecturing Kim about something. Yeah, and just a big smile on his face, and he was ready. There was no fear in that man anywhere at all. Okay, no question about where he was going to be. Yep. And how he was going to do his thing. All I can think about is the conversation he was going to have with his older brother. Okay. Yep. You don't know where that's coming from. So, yeah. So anyway.
He had some conversation while we were with him that night. And to this day, I don't know who he was talking to, but it was one of you guys. It wasn't, it was one of the, IBCers. And they called in. And he just had a wonderful conversation with him. And I really wish I knew who that person was. I still can't figure it out.
Everybody's claiming it was we got like 40 people. That was me. No. I kind of processed. It was somebody that I didn't know really well, but it was definitely, and so I have no idea who that person was. But anyway, it was, but he was definitely prepared, and he wanted to take care of Mom. I think it was Carlos.
So he just, but he had, after his heart bypass, all that was just such a hard time, those period of years where, it was great to see him the last 20 years have such a great, life and happiness and not so much stress, so to see him go through all of that, and then just do what he did later on, and of course his faith was so strong,
Oh boy. Yeah.
He believed in the Lord as his Savior, and helped us all with that as well. So I think that's probably one of the biggest legacies he really wanted to leave, in addition to IBC. But that was really where his heart was in a big way.
Yeah.
So,
no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's where it was first and foremost above really anything.
Yep.
And he always led from that place, and he was very steadfast in that. And that accounts for the largest part of the personal impact that he's had on so many people, so many people. And we can't thank you both enough for participating and being vulnerable and, sharing some of those memories, because it helps keep Nelson's heart alive in all of us. And there are so many people in the months ahead, the years ahead, the decades ahead, who are going to see this commemoration of Nelson and say, wow, because otherwise, how would they ever know? How would they ever really get a glimpse into a deeper essence of who he was? And so thank you both sincerely from the bottom of our hearts. We just, and when we get the all clear on being able to travel into the United States, we will fulfill the commitment that we honor Nelson, and that we go and pay our respects every single year for as long as we're still here. And we will be there every year.
That's great.
Well, yesterday would have been his 90th birthday. So we appreciate you guys doing this very much. So.
And when we do come down, if there's a home cooked meal, we know how to get to your house. So.
Yeah, the studio / house. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
So plenty of room. We'll be looking forward to seeing you guys again.
It'd be nice to get down there when it's actually weather for the pool, because
Cannonball, right, Rich?
Well, it's probably a good time to move our annual meeting now that we've had to skip it, because of the COVID thing. Maybe we can move it to warmer weather now. So hope so. Or maybe do it further south than Birmingham. So, but anyway, I appreciate what you guys are doing. and farsighted, thoughtful process that you always come up with, and it's meaningful, and we need to keep, the movie that this is Nelson Nash is a runaway blockbuster, man. If people don't watch that movie, then I don't want to talk to them about IBC. Okay, that's because I want you to know who the man is, not just the philosophy, but just the man himself, so you can fully understand where he was coming from when he wrote that book, that little black book. So
I think we're at about almost 120,000 views probably on YouTube on that thing right now. So that's good, and where things are cruising, and there's more every day. So people are getting the message, and that's what we're here to do, and support Nelson. So
all the way.
Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much, and can't wait for this amazing day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, I started to telling you in my own situation that following my own teachings here that all the debts are gone out there today. And if I died on the way home, whatever, from the way life insurance folks are compensated, we're talking about renewal commissions, we're talking about estimated very conservatively, royalties, $25,000 a year. I did put the socialist in there, $30,000 a year, but the only reason I put it in there is because that's exactly what I have to pay taxes now. That's my way of getting back at it. So Mary should have an income without touching anything from life insurance of about $125,000 a year. There are no debts. She has a car that'll last her the rest of her life. 16 months old, it's got, it'll be 10,000 miles on it by the time I get back, 16 months. There's no reason why that car won't last that long. Now, up until this car, Mary and I hadn't bought a car in over 30 years. We leased from Lorelei Leasing. Now, Lorelei Leasing is a contraction, Lauren and Lee. Now, that's not really Lauren and Lee, it's Dave and Kim. But it was a name they came up with as a separate checking account. Now, when the last car Mary was using was a Lexus ES 350. She'd been driving a Mercedes for 4 years, and that was a lemon. She tried out a bunch of cars and said, okay, this is what I want. This is equipment. Dave, go get it. Well, Dave paid cash. Policy loan. Now, that's a business expense for me because I have Mary's in part of my business. She's an essential part of my business. I work through sponsors, so forth, and at least half the sponsors won't let me come without her, so she's essential. Now, she answers telephone and stuff like that when I'm not here, I'm not at home, whatever. So she needs a car too, right? That's a business expense. Now, Dave sucked it to me big time, $500 a month. Now, that's income to Dave, right? Yeah, but he has interest deduction for tax purposes. He has depreciation. Now, those two numbers aren't quite as big as the 500. That excess is taxable to them, but big deal. Now, we've been doing things that way for over 30 years. They bought me 3 airplanes down through the years, same way. There's all kind of things you can do internally within a family, whatever, if you think things through. But see, there's all kind of things that you can do that way. See, we lived in the same house for 47 years. I built 60% of that house myself. Now, back in 93, I guess it was, maybe a little bit earlier than that, 90, 92. We sold that house to Dr. Barry Nash. He was the slumlord. It's 4,700 square feet, 3 stories. I had a contract with Barry for that bottom floor, plus the garages, plus the parking area. That was the world headquarters of the infinite banking concept. He charged the daylights out of me. Meanest kid in town. One time he came down from Knoxville and was looking around, walked in the garage and saw all these stacks of boxes of books. Hey, Dad, what's this? That's my inventory of my books, son. Dad, that's not part of the contract. Went up on the rent $200 a month. Now, 4.5 years ago, we got evicted. Barry threw us out. Sold the house to him and Dave. The money I was paying Barry for that first floor, plus the garages, plus parking place, so forth. Again, he socked it to me big time, whatever. But the other 2 stories, he had a lease with his mother. He was very kind to her for some reason or another. Kind of fun, isn't it?
All right, so joining us, we have Mike Everett and Chris Bay, and exciting just to be with you guys, spend this time in honor of Nelson. And, so we've been having these wonderful interviews, talking to lots of folks just like yourself who are sharing memories, periods of time where they have either a great moment of learning that they got from Nelson, or maybe just they fell off on the ground and laughing because of something that he said. So things like that. So, maybe I'll start with you, Mike, because I'm sure you're going to overtalk Chris anyway. Why don't you kick us off maybe with a memory or a story that you've got of Nelson that you'd love everyone to hear in this tribute?
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know which one
What's
to
the
start
time
with.
limit on this, Richard, just before we get started with Mike?
Don't worry, I'll make time for you, dude. I promise.
Well, I have to go back early. I mean, we're talking in the first 2 years of my IBC career. I'm going to have to go back to 06, 07, which is a ways back now. And I remember the first time I met Nelson, and I literally thought, this guy can't be for real. With this slow Southern drawl, and it was just like, dude, let's go. And then all of a sudden it was just like, I had read his book a number of times. And then I'm just telling you, 3 weeks of me reading his book, I got to meet Nelson at an event. And it was like, I had read his book at that point in time 3 times. And I thought all of the concepts in the book made my brain hurt, because it was like somebody was adding credence to what I had been reading. And then all of a sudden I'm meeting the guy. But in the midst of all of that, I remember when I first was going, we were in Dallas one time hearing him. We were in Chicago one time hearing him, St. Louis hearing him. And then he came to Lawrence, Kansas. And it was just like, look at me. I am an infinite banking coach, and I've got Nelson Nash in Lawrence, Kansas. And I thought I had arrived. Now, keep in mind, I was teaching people all of Nelson's principles. Think long-term, don't be afraid to capitalize, don't steal the peas. And of course, in the later years, we added a couple more. And then it dawned on me that I was not adhering to Nelson's principles myself. But yet I was teaching all of these people out here all about this. And I remember then we were doing an event, and if you'll pardon me, I'm going to try to hold it together at this particular moment. I realized that we were doing an event at a separate location. There was about 15 of us who were participating in IBC at the time. And one of the things that we were supposed to do was take Nelson and Mary out to either breakfast, lunch, and dinner while we were at this event. And I had this feeling of dread come over me because now I'm going to have to actually go sit personally across the table from Nelson Nash, the godfather of IBC, and tell him that I am not adhering to his principles, but yet I'm out here telling everybody about it. So lo and behold, it was a 3-day event. I signed up for the last breakfast on the day we're flying out. I remember sitting there talking to Nelson, and I was looking through him, not looking at him. I was trying to think about what I was going to say, and I was conjuring up all of these things that I was going to say about me not really doing the top 3 principles. And I remember on the way back, I looked at Nelson and I said, Nelson, I said, I have to confess to you that I have not thought long-term. I have not capitalized my system correctly, and I have stolen every can of peas off the shelf. And he said, so you're not doing any of this stuff? And I said, well, I'm kind of thinking long-term. And
like next week.
Yeah. And so
like, where are we going on vacation?
Well, then he kind of asked me some questions about it, and I'm going to get to the punchline here in a second. I said, Nelson, I've borrowed the money to pay the premiums from the bank. I've taken policy loans, and I haven't paid down my debt. And then on top of that, I haven't made one policy loan repayment. Nelson looked at me like he did, and he said, Mike, start making policy loan repayments today. And then he shuffled down the sidewalk. And I looked at him and I go, Nelson, it can't be that easy. He goes, try it. I am telling you what, Richard, I made my first policy loan repayment the next month. And you remember the hot water? 210 is just hot water, but 212 it's steam, it's power. My pan of water inside went to 212 degrees. And everything has come off of that since then, because now all of a sudden I realized there is true power to what we do in IBC. Gosh, that's the first time I've ever been able to tell that story without crying. It's really amazing when you actually adhere to the principles. And, you know, you say this all the time, we do. Nelson's principles are in play 100% of the time, period. And it's amazing when we, as coaches, as educators of the IBC concept, when we actually adhere to the principles, guess what? They work.
Did myself an amortization yesterday, as a matter of fact. So that was awesome. Thanks, Mike. Chris, you know, I know you've got a chance to spend some quality time with Nelson, and you know, what's the story that comes up for you, a memory that you think of fondly when you think of Nelson?
A couple things. I guess my first experience in meeting Nelson face-to-face was, I think it was back in 2012. I was still a school principal and was just getting started with our own IBC plan. Mike was our coach, and Mike invited me to attend a think tank. And so I wasn't licensed. I wasn't doing anything with IBC necessarily, but Mike invited me to come down and got to spend time, got to meet Nelson. And I think it just excited me about the concept. And I think the word that continues to stick for me with Nelson is integrity. To me, I mean, like when you apply integrity to like a metal or a piece of wood or something, it means it's consistent, it's whole throughout. there are no blemishes, there are no gaps. And I'm not saying Nelson was perfect by any means. What I'm saying is he was consistent. You could count on what he said because he had thought through it, he had researched it, he believed it to the core. And I think that's one of the things. Whether a person agreed with Nelson or not is not the issue. It is that he was integral, he was solid, he was whole, he knew what he thought and what he believed, and you could count on that. So that was really cool. The other memory that comes to mind is one of the events that Nelson came to Lawrence that we held. And Lawrence is not Birmingham, Alabama. And so I was a little nervous about how Nelson would come across to some of our Lawrence people. And I'll be honest, they loved him. They may not have agreed with everything Nelson said, but they loved Nelson and they loved his message. And what's funny, this actually just stuck in my head. My parents, who are not IBC, they don't utilize IBC. And I wouldn't want to be their coach, by the way, but they've never come to one of the boot camps that Mike and I have held, but they came to listen to Nelson Nash, which cracks me up. Well, one of the things that sticks out to me during that event was actually when we did a team dinner, and it was our team and our family members, and my two daughters were there. And we were at Jay Wilson's, I believe, Mike. We went for dinner, and we were sitting in this area, and they've got these curtains that kind of come around to make it private. And the really cool thing that stuck out to me was that Nelson took time away from this whole group that was really there to engage with him. He took time away and was over on the side talking with my Lily and my Addie, and not about him. You know, it was about, he wanted to know what they were interested in. He wanted to know what their plans were for the future, you know, those kinds of things. And to this day, my 19-year-old Addie, my youngest, she still will say, I can't believe I got to meet Nelson Nash live. So I think to them, they've heard Nelson's name so much, and obviously what I do in helping people in the work that I do, he's kind of a hero, I think, in their eyes. So those were a couple of memories that I have of Nelson, and just super grateful that I got to participate in IBC during a period of time where Nelson was with us. One of the coolest memories is when we were actually down in Birmingham for the think tank, and our entire team was there. We got to sit in one of the back rows when This Is Nelson Nash, the movie, the documentary, was shared, and just getting to watch. And I love the quote about being a mosquito. And if the listeners haven't seen the documentary, I'm not going to tell the story because no one can capture it like Nelson can. They need to go watch that. Go watch that and see what he says. It's near the beginning, but it just cracks me up every time I listen to it. So those are a couple of the memories and stories I have of Nelson.
Love it. Thanks, Chris. And Mike, if you think, you obviously, going back to 2006, you've been at this for a little bit, and you don't look a day over 40. So no.
No.
What if you think to maybe reflecting on some of the last periods you were able to spend time, or some of the phone calls you had with Nelson, is there anything that comes up for you when you think about just capturing some of those moments towards his later years that were impactful for you?
Nelson and I talked probably at least once a month. I would always text him and ask him, hey, have you got a minute? And he wouldn't text me back. He'd call me.
He would call back.
He would absolutely pick the phone up and call me. And, there was times when I had thoughts about policy design, or I had thoughts about, direct recognition, non-direct recognition. And, he would sidestep almost all of these questions.
Very direct questions.
Yeah. He'd go, I don't know why you're spending time thinking about this stuff. and then all of a sudden, he would launch in to one of his stories. And this will be very difficult for not just you, Richard, but for Chris to believe this. I would shut my mouth and just listen. And I'll just tell you, I miss the heck out of those times.
Yeah.
Whew. What a special dude that poured into all of us. And now sorry.
It's all right, man.
The responsibility that I feel to do what we do is big. Didn't anticipate this.
Well, we got a lot of people to help, brother.
It's amazing. And then, Chris and I, we just had our team meeting yesterday, and he asked me one of the things that gave me energy. And this is it. This message to be able to share with not just clients, but with other young agents. And you would be a young agent. Chris would be a young agent. To be able to share this story about IBC and to be able to get some base learning, because most of us are all type A personalities and we want to go from A to Z as fast as we can, but we miss what's going on in the early part of the learning. And, I don't know if you remember a year and a half ago when I did my talk, it was all about Nelson's book. And I asked everybody, there was like 80, 90 people in the room, how many people had read Nelson's book? And of course, everybody's hand shot up. I said, well, how many people have read Nelson's book 5 or more times? 50% of the room had to put their hands down. I said, how about 20 times? We're down to less than 20% of the people in the room. And that's when I said, shame on you. Because that's the way Nelson spoke to me. It was direct. It was black and white. And, it gets back to exactly what Chris said. It was about integrity. It was about the message being completely whole. And if we're not spending time in Nelson's book, there is no way that we're going to be able to share the message the way he shared it with us. So the responsibility, once again, is at a pretty high premium for me to beat the streets and share the message with everybody I come in contact with. Even the guy at the gas station, he gets it too.
That's great. That's great. You mentioned asking Nelson some of those direct questions. Obviously, he would go into story mode and turn everything into a lesson. We were at a think tank one year. I don't remember. It might have been the year that I was emceeing. I don't recall, but I was in the back of the room near the sound booth, the camera guy, and I was having a little side conversation quietly so as not to disturb the room with Jayson Lowe. And Nelson shuffles over, as he did, and he was kind of keeping an eye on things, watching what was going on. And he shuffles over, and he comes over, and he tugged. I think he tugged it at my arm a little bit, like on the shoulder, like on the jacket. And he says to Jayson, because there was somebody up on stage and they were talking. It might have been a life carrier at the time. I'm not really sure, but they were talking about policy design and all the riders and all these kinds of things. And he says, You build much of a skyscraper on a weak foundation? And we said, no, Nelson. He's like, well, that's all building the skyscraper over there. Got to get that foundation set right, And so that was his response to all the conversation about, the policy design and all those things. Because it was about the principles. If you get that rock solid, even if the policy is not the way is, if it could have been better, so what? Use what you got.
That's it.
Awesome. Well, guys, any final thoughts before I send you back on your day today?
I appreciate you allowing and providing the opportunity for us to kind of circle back. Mike and I were just commenting and celebrating Nelson's, what would have been, I believe, his 90th birthday yesterday. And it's fun to come back around and revisit and talk about Nelson and honor him and all that. So kudos to you, Richard, for organizing this opportunity for all of us to reconnect and connect with each other and reconnect with Nelson.
Same here. Thanks, Richard, for not just this, but for your excitement, your wherewithal, your knowledge about what we do and how we get to go about it. I mean, what a blessing. What a real blessing. And for us to have been in a place to meet a man like Nelson Nash and have him affect so many people is just, it's mind-boggling. It's difficult to comprehend, but now all of a sudden, we get to go share a message. It's pretty incredible.
Well, out in Lawrence, I'm pretty sure you guys grow a lot of corn out there, don't you? A lot of corn farms?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. A lot of wheat.
What happens when you plant corn? What else do you get?
Get a big old stalk with a bunch of them.
Sometimes you get weeds.
Oh yeah. I don't think about the weeds.
If you get rid of them weeds, man, that corn just grows, rises. That's nice
right.
And tall. That was one of those Nelsonisms that we'd hear.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think we're all just here in this tribute day, having our conversations and our stories in memory of Nelson, and we're just fertile seeds planted in quality soil. And Nelson, though he's not here with us, he's still trying to water and help us see the weeds.
That's it.
Absolutely. Good
All
stuff,
right,
Richard.
Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Have an awesome rest of your day.
You
All right,
too.
brother.
Take
Thanks,
care, man.
This tree is my age now. Y'all know how old it is? You count rings. In the spring of the year, you get light-colored wood. In the summer, you get dark-colored wood. In the other two seasons, there's no growth. Now, the rate at which it grew here was pretty spectacular, right? Compared with that in here and so forth. During this period here, there wasn't all that much space between them, right? Yes, but you get out here to this area where the bark is. The bark has a cambium layer there. On one side it produces wood, the other side it produces bark. Now, you got to take that growth rate here and multiply it by 3.1416. Pi. Yeah, back in Alabama they say no pi, not square, pi or round. Cornbread or square.
Oh my God. Pi isn't squared.
The volume here was humongous in comparison to the volume here. This is not about rates. This is about volume. And you see, all the growth of a life insurance policy is exactly that way. The growth is on top of what it was before. And you can't show me a tree that grows backward. You can't show me a life insurance policy that grows backward, except for variable life, universal life, so forth. By the way, here come all these Harvard MBA products and whatnot. Who invented universal life? Do y'all know?
Hutton.
E.F. Hutton. Y'all remember them?
Yeah. Oh my
when
God.
E.F. Hutton speaks, everybody listens, right? Remember Mark? Have you heard him say anything lately?
Many, many years ago.
Yeah.
Don't exist today.
He ain't there anymore. Well, in essence, what E.F. Hutton, this brokerage firm, was saying, you guys in life insurance y'all know what you're doing. You should buy term insurance and have a side fund of an interest-bearing account. Now, back in those days, interest rates was high, and so it looked good on paper. But they fell on their face, out of business. Well, they always bought out by somebody. Executive Life in California bought them out. Well, they fell on their face, and they don't exist anymore. Does the name Michael Milken mean anything to you?
Oh boy, junk bond king.
Well, where was Michael Milken selling all those junk bonds, please?
Probably executive life.
Not probably, definitely. They spent prison time. Well, do you want your financial future in the hands of folks like that? But you see, that's the stuff that appeals to people out there, and that's what we have all this financial noise. Well, if you cut out the noise, the facts are just spectacular and their own. Well, this is real agricultural country y'all have around here, and the area that we drove through from northern Washington all the way here. It's a fantastic agricultural area. And we saw cornfields and stuff like that. Now, you plant corn as a farmer, what else do you get besides corn? Weeds. Well, if you got lots of weeds to the point where you can't hardly see the corn, that's what we got in the financial world. Now, if you get rid of the weeds, the corn stands out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? I rest my case. All you really got to do is cut out the noise. So teach your clients how to build their own financial noise canceling headset. Tell them beware of the horseshoe, you get burned. This stuff's simple. Don't complicate it. Banking through life insurance is a process, not a product. This is what the guy on the street in the U.S. has been doing for years. This is my 29-year-old making $28,500 a year. He's paid $50 a month for life insurance and complains about it. But every cotton picking one of them will, okay, by the way, anytime you get a big pool of money together, you got to have some means of protecting it, hence the Great Wall of China, to protect that money. Keep the riffraff out of there, Will. Now, there's certain organizations out there that have privileged access to that pool. And in the U.S., one of them used to be GMAC. Y'all ever heard of them? Yep. All right. That's, all right. They don't exist anymore. It's Ally Bank now. I guess people started catching on to what they were like and changed the name. And so the guy that's paying $50 a month, he'll pay GMAC $260 a month on the Chevrolet Malibu. GMAC will strip out 30 and pass the money back to the insurance company because that's where they got the money. I have never seen a monthly report from GMAC and from Equitable, New York, rather. I've never seen a money market report from Equitable, New York that did not have GMAC and Associates Finance as where they lent money. These organizations buy blocks of money from insurance companies. They fragment it and they sell it to the riffraff outside the wall. That's all. Now, I told you there's only one pool of money, right, Bob? Yeah. There's only one pool of money. Bob, isn't he paying $310 a month to the insurance company now? $250? Yeah, he's going through a gatekeeper and toll taker who's living well off of it. I'll bet you this guy at GMAC is living better than he is. I've seen both parties. Now, he ever get that through his head and say, what I'm going to do is tell old Richard Canfield that I read this book by this clown from the Nash Institute called Becoming Your Own Banker. And so I'm going to go see Richard and say, look, Richard, my need to finance is huge. Automobiles is just one of them. Richard, let me go ahead and give you $310 a month. Now I'm inside the Great Wall of China. I don't have to go through a gatekeeper and toll taker. And so after a few years, I've got some money because I put in $310 a month for 4 years. So, Richard, I've traded my old Malibu that I've been driving for 4 years. I need $10,550 extra, but trading in my old car plus this money to get the new Malibu. And Richard gets the money from me, and he says, well, Equitable wants what's 5 interest rate?
7 right now.
7? What? Equitable charges 7% interest. Richard says, we're not going to play that game. We're going to call GMAC, and if they want $260 a month, that's what you're going to pay. Now, y'all know that client can tell Richard, stick it in the ear. I'm not about to do that. I'm going to pay 1.9 like Jim Skinnerford says on the television in Birmingham. Well, how about this 0% interest? Mark, you believe that? There's no way.
Of course I do.
Yeah. But back there years ago when I was with Equitable New York, I had doctor clients bragging that they had 0% interest on their Cadillac. Well, Mark, you're wasting your time talking to them any further because that mind is locked and nothing is going to penetrate that barrier. Go find somebody else that can think. Well, it's true. Now, Richard says, okay. Richard says, no, I'm going to cut you an amortization table for $260 a month. But if you halfway smart, you're going to pay $275 a month. Now, if that amortization calls for $260 a month, and if he pays $275, he's going to pay off the loan with Equitable before he finishes his schedule.
Correct.
Y'all got that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What if he doesn't finish his schedule, Will? Is he obeying what I'm teaching?
No.
Stealing the peas.
He's stealing peas. How do you rectify that? Go see Richard about another policy. All right, do you see why it's necessary to have lots of policies? Coupled with the fact that, like I say, this is the greatest way in the world to be able to give medium exchange to the next generations and to proliferate their systems. Now, once you get this through your head, okay, people like the Kennedys and families like that, rule number one is never lose principle. Never touch principle. Okay? What's the Buffett's rule number one? Don't lose money. What's rule number two?
Never break rule number one.
Remember rule number one. Yeah. So you see, that's exactly describing a life insurance policy. It's always growing, and there is no such thing as paying too much. It's impossible. Like I say, if you think this thing through, once your premiums and income match, all you got to do is go find lawyers and finance their airplanes. Nothing to it. All right, now I told y'all all the easy part of this. There's not a thing in the world complicated about this. It's just different from the way everybody else thinks.
Coming up next, we're going to hear from Tim Yurek, who knew Nelson for quite a long time. In fact, Tim knew Nelson before his book was ever published. We're going to hear a great story about his first time hosting Nelson in a seminar and the realization that Nelson had after that event in the late 90s and really right before Nelson's book ever came to being as we know it today and before his message really started getting out there into the marketplace. So some great stories from Tim and the huge impact that Nelson had on his life. And we're even going to hear about one of the last conversations that Tim had with Nelson and what kind of a mark that left on him. Stay tuned.
It's hard to believe that it's coming up on 2 years now. You know, and I it's almost like I could never imagine a life without a world without Nelson in it. And, you know, I'll share something that was very heartwarming for me. Back in January of 2019, I got a phone call from Nelson, and he and I would usually speak, you know, I would have him come up to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a couple times a year, usually like in the spring and the fall. And then, of course, we all know that he stopped doing the live seminars. And, you know, when he first stopped doing that, he and I would speak maybe every 4 or 5 months. One of us would call the other. And then as time went on, as it happens, those calls got less frequent. And I honestly had not heard from Nelson in probably, it wasn't quite a year, but it was pretty darn close. It could have been 10 months. And you, truth be told, I would usually be the one that would reach out to him and call. So it was around the first or second week of January of 2019, and I got a phone call from Nelson. I happened to be on the other line, called back. This was on like a Monday or a Tuesday. We finally connected on a Friday, and after the usual pleasantries, as Nelson would say, he said, "Look what we started." And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I didn't say this to him because I would never say this to him, but what's this we shit? I did nothing. I wouldn't have said that to him.
But he always said it takes two to tango.
Yeah, it does. He did. And so I did say to him, I said, "Well, Nelson, I'm flattered that you include me in this." I said, "But I had nothing to do with it." I said, "You referring to we in this sense reminds me of the night that Michael Jordan and Luke Longley combined for 65 points. Michael Jordan had 63 and Luke Longley had 2. And I said, in this scenario, I'm Luke Longley. And he said, "Well, no, that's where you're wrong, my friend." And he said, "I was trained as a forester." I said, "Yep." And he said, "A tree can't grow unless it has fertile soil." That was it with his accent. And he said, "You were fertile soil." And he said, I remember clearly when Mary and I were driving back in the car from Wilkes-Barre going back home. And I said, "Mary, I think I found out how we're going to get this message to the world." So what happened was a good friend of mine had told me about infinite banking.
When was that, Tim?
This is sometime in the May, June of 1997. And a friend of mine tells me about it. And I started researching it, and there was not a lot out there. And I was very frustrated because there was not anything out on the internet. And quite frankly, I don't even remember if the internet was really popular back in 97. It probably was, but
I'm thinking you were frustrated with the dial-up connection you had.
Yes, absolutely. There's no doubt about that, Richard.
Yeah.
And so I just picked up the phone and called Nelson. And, much to my surprise, he answered the phone, and because it was his house phone. And long story short, we had a chat. And I said, "Geez, how could I get more?" He goes, "Well, you need to come to a seminar." I said, "Well, I'm not driving down to Birmingham or flying down to Birmingham for something I don't know much about. But what I would do is hire you to come up to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and put on a show, a seminar for me and my clients." So we agreed to do that. It was $1,500. I don't know if that's still the deal. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It was $1,000. And I forget what it ended up being. Jayson, you had live events.
It was triple that.
It was triple that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so long story short, he comes up, he does his 10-hour seminar over a 2-day period. And I really got a better understanding. Now understand that this is before the book. So what he had were really nice, I want to call them brochures, but they were leaflets. And each leaflet was the precursor to a chapter in the book. So I don't believe he had all of the chapters, but he had a lot of the meat and potatoes. He definitely had equipment financing. He definitely had the twin sisters. He definitely had the human, what do we call them? The
human factors.
The human factors,
conditions.
Right. Yeah. So he definitely had all that stuff. And anyway, he's getting back to our phone conversation. He said, "I distinctly remember telling Mary on the way home, I now know how we're going to get this message to the world. We are going to market it through other agents, and I am going to travel as much as I can for as long as I can until we get the word out. And sure enough, I know there was one year where he did 80 some events.
Oh.
And now understand, when I met Nelson, it was within 2 years, I believe, of his bypass surgery. So, that was a struggle. I want to guess he was in his late 50s. So he's around my age now. And, God blessed him with another nearly almost 30 years.
Yeah.
And I thank God for every one of those days, because he was a great resource and became a great friend. And most importantly, was an incredible mentor, to me and my business, and through me has made the difference in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people's lives. And again, I owe it, and they owe it all to him. So that was so Nelson, he said, look what we started. And, I was humbled that he would even include me in that, but, and that was his perspective. So I defer to that,
That's an amazing, amazing, amazing memory to share. Amazing. And the time, Tim, the time went by so quick in our journey, our time with Nelson. It seems now like it went by too fast.
Yeah. So when I met Nelson, my youngest son was 1.5 years, and he just turned 25. So, in a blink of an eye, it just happens. And it did. It just as the kids grow up so quickly, our time with each other, our time on this earth goes by so quickly.
Now, I'm guessing with that period of time, Nelson was blessed to also have the opportunity to get to know your family and watch them grow. And he probably there was a few occurrences, I'm sure, where I'm guessing your kids got the chance to spend time with Nelson. Is there anything that comes up when you think of that?
Nothing really, other than the fact that he did have an impact on them, because when I would have him up, he would come over to the house for dinner. And, they would share, we obviously the kids would be with us, and they would partake. And Nelson was an incredibly engaging person.
Yeah.
And anyone who's been to one of his seminars obviously knows that, because he commanded a room and you didn't even know it. Right.
Yeah.
And how did he do it? He included everybody.
Yeah.
And he was, I don't know, I think he had a photographic memory, because he knew everybody's name by the end of the night, and he never screwed up on a name. I've never seen him mess up on a name. So, so he would command a room, he would include everybody, and at least once, and usually twice or 3 times, he would address somebody in the room. So getting back to my kids, we would have the kids go to his seminar. And, that was an invaluable experience. And, now the kids have their own policies, and, we certainly set them up for them. But, now that generation of my family is going to be positioned with, really good IBC policies. I mean, my first policy my dad bought for me, I was 15 years old. It was a $5,000 straight whole life deal. And, and this is one of the things, a lot of times people, and we all get this, right? We all hear people say, geez, I wish I'd started 15 years ago. I wish I started 20 years ago. I wish I'd met you, blah, 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 right?
Right.
Well, keep in mind that Nelson was 51 or 52 when he discovered this concept.
Good point.
And when he discovered this, there still were no paid up ads writers. but he had the long-term thinking that he would, think long-term, right? One of his core principles. He had the understanding to be able to put himself in a position where he would buy straight whole life policies that had zero cash for at least 2 years and sometimes 3. And he had the future vision to understand that if he could get his premiums to equal his mortgage payments, he'd be in a position someday, just like the State Farm policies his brother had sold him.
Yep.
He'd be in a position someday to have cash value growing 4 times what the annual premium was.
Yeah.
And that was what, like when he started buying policies, he was buying straight whole life policies. So we definitely have an advantage with the paid up ads riders and the ability to blend in some equity early on. And, nothing's perfect in this world and in the financial world. What we get on the front end, we lose on the back end. Right? So the bigger the base, the bigger the efficiency in the later years. So the base policy is not efficient in the first 4, maybe 5 years. But as time goes by, that base policy becomes pretty darn efficient. And you're getting, just like he did on his State Farm policy, where I think it's in one of the books, he shows his premium is slightly less than $400 a year.
$398.20
increase is like $2,000 or $1,600. So he's getting a 4-for-1 or a 5-for-1, but that was just with a straight whole life policy.
Yeah.
When we start blending in the paid up ads riders, that gives us equity early, but it dilutes the policy in the future. So there's like I think a healthy balance at some point you have to sort of look at. But anyway.
I remember asking Nelson, or overhearing him say it a number of times to a few people, asking like, "Hey, what's the best kind of policy?" He'd say, "The one that you started." Yeah. the one that you got started. Hey, Nelson, when did you know it was time to go get another policy? He'd say, "Richard, as soon as my feeble brain could envision doing so."
Yeah, you could just close your eyes and you could see him saying that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was, we miss him a lot. Tim, we appreciate you.
Those of us who were around him and long enough, it got to the point at his seminars where I knew every word of his seminar. And I knew when he would say something and then it seemed like it was for effect. He would take a sip of his coffee, right? But I could predict every word because I'd heard it so many darn times that you knew what he was going to say and how he was going to say it. And, of course, the Auburn story, the college course on logic. And, it was just, he was just a great man.
It sure was. Tim, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us and for helping keep Nelson's heart alive in all of us. And we appreciate you very much. Thanks for being here.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Good luck with this. This is a great project. I can't wait to see the finished product, and we'll see what happens.
Looking forward to it, my friend. Good
to see you guys.
I know where my brother ended up that sold me this policy. He was a very strong Christian. Do y'all know I'm going to meet that boy again in the not distant future? And when we do, I'm going to pass the pleasantries with him. And then going to get him all by myself. We're going to have a serious talk about this. Why didn't you tell me? It's always been there. Yeah. People were looking at the wrong thing. And so that's my contribution to the financial world, okay? All right. Now, watch this that's coming up. This is the check, remember? This is what happened since the Federal Reserve took place. Jekyll Island, Georgia, 1911, but the effectiveness of it didn't start until December between Christmas and New Year's Day. The Federal Reserve became law. Now, you notice the shaded areas here are reversals. There's the Great Depression. That's when you truly appeared on the scene. Okay? Now, you notice that the dollar was worth $1 here in 1913, but here in about 1920, it was less than half the value. Well, along comes the recession type stuff, and it started building back up, and when the Great Depression came, look what happened. We're back up there at 80 cents. Now look what's happened since that time. The dollar that was the dollar here is now worth 3.5 cents. Okay. Now, I bought that policy in 1959, right? So here was its value at that time, about 35 cents or so. Well, here at 3.5 cents, really the fact that it should be 5, it should be 10. But what I'm going to try to point out is that the death checks, everything about that state farm policy offset inflation just perfectly. Does Dave Ramsey know this?
Apparently not.
That any of the financial geniuses out there know this. It's always been there. Now, let's suppose an opportunity came along, Steve, that I needed $91,000 to take advantage of it. You know, all I got to do is call State Farm and say, send me $91,000. Now, that's real complicated, isn't it? No Mickey Mouse paperwork, no stupid questions, anything like that at all. Now, who set the repayment schedule?
You do.
Me. Yeah. Well, suppose I die in the meantime. What happens to that debt against the policy?
Insurance company pays it off with the death claim and sends the net death benefit to the beneficiary.
Do people think this thing through?
Apparently not.
Absolutely not. Not apparently. Absolutely they don't. Now, one of the reasons I see is that the insurance companies haven't done a real good job of explaining that product to the general public. To the contrary, I saw during my career as an agent how life insurance companies started boosting tax-sheltered plans and mutual funds and Equitable Life of New York invented variable life, and they invented group insurance and stuff like that. Should never have come into existence. If they told people what a glorious product this is, and how that through multiple generations that you could produce perpetual motion, this was never brought up. And I don't understand. Now, the reason I saw this, again, was because of my Austrian background there. That back there, when I got out of the Air Force in '54, went to work in Eastern North Carolina as in forestry. By the way, I never worked for the government. Smokey Bear, and I don't see eye to eye on anything. I worked privately for landowners on a contract basis. And what I saw in Eastern North Carolina is the mental paralysis caused by socialism. Eastern North Carolina, Johnson County, North Carolina, is the second largest tobacco county in the world. When I said tobacco, we're talking about government programs. Everything is built around a government program. Now that thought process extended over to the general public, and they all think around government programs. And I could not understand that. Why would anybody behave that way? Now I'm glad that I offered a social gathering at home with this radiologist about what I ran into. And he says, sounds like you need this book. Went back to his library, got Henry Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson. Read this. Well, less than 10 days, I had it back in his hands. I said, I have two questions. well, you guys been hiding this stuff. And why'd y'all hide it from me? He said, if you like what you read, you know, this mailing list in this journal called the Freeman. Now, all you got to do is ask for it. They will not send you a bill. Now, they're supported entirely by donations, and if you haven't thrown some money at them in a year, they will just simply take you off the mailing list, that's all. Well, the more I read, the better it got, and that became an obsession. And what I saw, that the best Austrian economics book in the world is the Bible, but most folks in religious circles don't see this correlation. And unfortunately, lots of my folks in the economic world don't see that the opposite is true either. But it's true. All the other stuff out there that goes on, the different schools of thought that we talked about earlier, like Keynesianism, and about Milton Friedman and so forth, that's top-down thinking. And again, there's my friend. Okay, I know Ron Paul. I've been knowing him for years. His solution is to get rid of the Federal Reserve, but he wants to do it from top down. We want to get a political movement to change that. And that's about like changing a snowball in hell. Yeah. Well, you can secede from this immediately. Just simply don't play that game. Buy lots of life insurance. Learn how to finance everything this way. See, we haven't, it took me 13 years to get rid of the banks. Now, most average bears take about 20 years to get rid of them. But once you get rid of them, you take that money you were paying in interest and pay off policy loans, plus what you'd be paying for premiums anyway, and you'll be astounded how fast you pay off policy loans. There are no poor policy loans outstanding out there today. If you looked at our hand, you'd swear that I'm not practicing what I'm preaching. But yes, we are. But there are no policy loans at this particular point. They've all been paid off. And it's a peaceful, stress-free way of life. And all that, I get to have fun talking to guys like you. Now, do y'all have any folks that are still hung up on interest rates?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Brace yourself, Curtis.
Especially the wealthy ones.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Curtis, you take this year's cash value of the state farm policy. Now you take last year's cash value. Now you divide the little number and the big number, and you get 1 point something. The point something is the growth, the interest, the rate. Okay. Y'all got that? Mm-hmm. You always take the little number and divide it into the big number. All right. All right, that measures the growth. I learned that in forestry school, see. All right. Now, part of that growth is because I paid $388, right? We got to subtract that out of the growth. Now take that the little number and divide it into the cash pay this year, and you'll see what State Farm did on its own, right? Are you ready? 4.13 with no taxes. How's your CDs doing?
Not worth a dang.
Yeah. This policy here did 4.13 and no taxation. Now, I don't know of any company out there that's all that much different from what you're seeing. The fact is that you see people haven't looked at a policy over a long enough period of time. They always look at a policy just the first 10 years or something like that, and they draw those weird conclusions about what it's like. Well, that's our opportunity to rectify their thinking, and we rejoice for that opportunity. Okay. Now, did you see how the State Farm policy fit during this downward valuation of money and so forth? It kept up with things just perfectly. But yet, there's financial geniuses out there that say, don't ever buy life insurance because inflation's going to eat you alive. Well, that's the way things go. Now, what did I do my clicker?
Nelson always had one joke about Amarillo's, the only one he knew. But when he was in the military, he stopped in Amarillo one time and said, Yeah, he said that wind was blowing like crazy. I pulled into, the Air Force Base there, and he said, the guy at the gate came up and he said, "Hey, does this wind always blow this way?" He said, "Oh no, sir. Sometimes it blows just as hard the other way." That's why you see our trees are like this around here. So.
All right. Well, take us away,
perfect.
Rich.
We're going to use that. So we're joined with our friend Grant Thompson, who had the pleasure to know Nelson Nash. Of course, we're here having great conversations and discussions with people who were blessed to get to know Nelson, be in his presence through many times of experiencing his seminar or phone conversations and think tanks. And so, Grant, walk us through, maybe if you can, some of your, maybe how about you talk us through the first time that you remember meeting Nelson?
2002, I was introduced. I was told that there's this guy that's going to show us this concept, and I got a phone call, and there was a 5-week presentation. In the mail showed up this green book. It looked like it's fresh off a cheap coffee machine, and I'm going to listen to this guy for 5 weeks for 2 hours, and that's how I was introduced to Nelson. And after I was listening and all that, I was like, is this real? I'd already been in the business for a little over 10 years, almost 11 years at that point, in the insurance business. So, but anyway, that's where I met Nelson. And then after I read that book, I started calling him and wearing him out. So he was super kind to sit there and put up with me for all that time. But he said, if he can teach this redneck in Amarillo how to do this, anybody can do it. So.
Very nice. Well,
it sounds like Nelson.
It's interesting because, Nelson would talk a lot about how when he first started doing his seminar, because that was shortly after the book came out. That would have been the first edition of the book, because it was, I think, first printed in 2001 or 2000, I should say. You attended the 10-hour seminar, but over the gaps of time in the 5-week period. And then eventually later on, he shifted it to kind of a Friday evening, Saturday event, sort of a scenario. So it'd be interesting just to kind of hear what it was like having those sessions and then having a gap in between to think on the pieces that Nelson shared in the seminar. I'm curious what that was like for you.
For me, it was great. All of our clients that showed up, is the key to that was getting them to stick around, because it's such a long, 2-hour one night, and then all day the next day. My own cousin came down. And he's a guy that he knows everything. But anyway, he came in and he was after an hour. He said, "Are we going to get to the point?" And I was like, "You're going to stay all day and shut up and listen." So he's the guy that said, "Don't ever talk to me about whole life." I wrote him a plan for $6,000 a year to start with. After Nelson, after our day and a half, he said, "All right, I'm going to start sticking $50,000 a year in." So like.
That was
all talk to me about whole life. No.
That was also known as the Nelson effect.
Yeah.
He would.
No, it was good. It was a great thing. We did it the first time one way, second time we did a little different, and it went good. So you just got to get the timing right.
That's amazing.
Now you must have hosted him a number of times throughout the years, and thinking about your clients who had a chance to meet Nelson and attend some of those sessions. Is there conversations that ever come up when they think back about meeting Nelson? And if you think about some of the stories of just maybe after he was gone, and after the session, you're meeting with clients to, kind of talk through what they'd learned. What was it like to have those experiences and conversations with your clients after they'd had a chance to connect and meet with him?
Well, we're so excited, and then they're excited. And when I just remembered one agent I had, as the first time she had met him, and we just hired her, and she goes, "He's like the Dos Equis man." You remember the commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it go? I don't remember it. He's the most amazing man in the world, or whatever the commercial was. She says, "He's like the Dos Equis man." But anyway, we always kind of describe Nelson, and our clients are like, you just want to sit there, and he just draws you in, and you just want to kind of just sit there at his feet. And, I always said, I wish I could just plug something in my head from his head and just download it, kind of the old Avatar movie, plug it in, and now we're on the same path here. But, we were always so excited to get him here. And of course, getting to know him over the phone. And then the first time we met, he looks at me, and he goes, "Grant, you're one of us." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, he's talking about height. He said, "I thought you were like 6'4". Talking to me on the phone, I guess. And I had to remind him, I said, "Nelson, God only lets you grow till you're perfect." So, no one ever argues with that one. So, but it was always my pleasure, with Nelson, to be around him. I called him on his birthdays. He called me all the time. And, Nelson was the guy that always, you're his best friend. I'm sure you're his best friend. You're his best friend. I was his best friend. But he just picked up the phone sometimes. And it was funny how God did that. He'd call you just at the right times, and it is amazing, but miss him all the time. So I hope I don't get too emotional today, but it's, when you don't get to talk to that guy as much as I got to talk to him, because we really became good friends. And, when he came down here, I'll go ahead and tell you the story in case you want to ask me something different, but.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
I'll tell you whatever you want to know, but if you got questions, throw them out. But, Nelson came first time. Of course, he fell in love with my wife, Kathy. He says, "I love your wife." I said, "Me too." I said, "But dude, you got one." So, but anyway, well, the next time he came down, because he's, we're big hunters and all this other stuff. And he said, "Grant, I'm coming down again." I said, "I know." I said, "We got you booked." He said, "I want to go pig hunting." And I got a picture, by the way. If you want those pictures, I'll send them to you. But
we'd love it. That'd be great for the site.
But anyway, so me and we had our workshop, and he wants to go the next morning. I said, "Well, we're going to go early. I mean, it's early." And then Kathy's over there going, my wife, she's like, "Nelson," she says, "Are you sure you want to go pig hunting with Grant?" And he goes, "Well, why?" He said, "Because he turns into a different person out there." He said, "Yeah, I'm going hunting." So we pick him up early. My two boys are with me. They're younger. We get all the way out to this big lease we had, and it's kind of connects into Palo Duro Canyon. If you're ever out here, you want to go into the canyon, but this is a big ranch we hunted on. And anyway, so we went, and anyway, I have this side by side and put him in it. And he said, "Should I wear my seatbelt?" And I said, "Yep." So we took off, and we're going down all these canyons. If you ever had a Polaris Ranger, I mean, we're hauling butt. I haul butt wherever I go. And we're jumping some stuff, and we're hanging sideways. And anyway, that's what we did. And then later, when he went home, it was about 2 weeks later, he calls me, said, "Thompson," he said, "I've been sore for a week." I said, "Quit your whining, Nelson." I said, "It's not that big a deal." But no, we had a great time doing that kind of thing. And that's where, one of the things I wanted y'all may have never heard him say this, but, we're always quoting things he says in his book. But it was interesting because when I was out there, of course, it's me and Nelson, and two boys are in the back. And you're out there in the middle of stinking nowhere. There's not even cell service out there. But anyway, I'm sitting there and we're looking over this canyon, and he's like, "Well, how's things going, Grant?" We're just talking. And so I start going off about a radio personality that you all know that loves whole life, right? So I'm kind of going off about him. And this is a quote. He says, and I'm just kind of going, "Can you believe what this guy says?" And he just reaches over, grabs me on the leg and squeezes it. And he says, "Grant, don't throw your pearls at pigs. Those are financial entertainers, and they will lead you down the primrose to failure. Turn it off."
Wow.
So yeah, I've not heard that one. That's good.
Never heard that one before.
I can literally see. I can see him doing it too. I can picture him doing it.
Yeah. So
wow.
Anyway, I never forgot that. And so every time I start hearing that guy on the radio, I'm like, "Don't do it." Don't let him get under your skin, So as y'all probably saw his article, little radio thing not too long ago, but
oh yeah,
anyway, off of that subject, but that was something I wanted to make sure everybody heard. If you want to put that in there, so.
Now, did you guys land anything? Did you come home with some bacon?
No, we sneak in. Then then he had to get out. We kind of have to hike up a little bit of spot. I had some feeders out there, but we never got on anything. But at the end, I got a picture of him holding my rifle, and I said, "You want to shoot it?" No, I don't want to shoot this thing. It was 30-06. I said, "I'll put your earplugs in." But it was fun because, Nelson, anytime he gets around, especially these young ones too, like my son Blaine and Blair, they went. Blair's probably about 10 then, and Blaine's about 15. And he always told Blaine, he said, "Be careful what you listen to." He said, and he told Blaine too, he said, "Blaine, you read much?" He said, "Not a lot." He said, "You need to read more. A man who won't read's doomed to ignorance." I can't even say the word, ignorance. So that's what he said. And then he said, "Be careful where you go to college. Don't buy the college grant. Buy the professor where you want to go learn it." And he told Blaine, "Be careful what you listen to." And so it was good. Blaine remembers that stuff. He's 24 now. He was young then. So, but Nelson was just good at that. Like I say, he always made you feel like you were his best friend, and we were, right? And so it was hard, when he's in the hospital. He emailed me while I was in there, and we were conversing, and I'm sure he's emailing all y'all too. And it's just, that was hard. So I miss him. I miss him too much because I miss the phone calls. And one more thing too, when I first learned about this concept, the concept of it, and I had been with a captive company. I don't know if y'all ever have done that, but I was with them for a long time. And when I figured this out, after I got the 2x4 to the forehead, as Nelson likes to say, because I was being very hard-headed, analysis paralysis, I was with this company. I tried to bring him to the table at this company. They weren't having it. They weren't going to listen. So I called him one day and I said, "Nelson, I need some fatherly / business advice." And he said, "What is it?" And I said, "I can't get them to listen. I'm trying to get a product line. They don't have this line. They're just pushing the UL stuff." And I said, "I ain't doing it anymore." I said, "I can't get them to buy in." He said, "Grant, I've tried for years to teach academia, and some people you just can't, are unteachable. Dig a hole and bury them." And so I left the company after 14 years and lost all my renewals and all that stuff. But Nelson didn't tell me what to do, but that's when I went full-time bore with this back in 2002. And so it was, and I say 2002, I was limping along with it there for a little bit. And then I went, after I figured it out, make sure it was a real deal. But, it's funny how Nelson, it's not funny, it's pathetic really, but, how we took the word whole life, we wrapped this whole thing around a concept. And Nelson, how God brought him to this spot and how he used that to do what's happened now. Look what's happened. The industry's changed because of Nelson bringing that out, and how God's used him to do this, through a product that we call Whole Life that changes your whole life. How many times have we heard and said that?
Yeah.
And he's taken that and he took his mission and he took it and witnessed it. He is always talking about his faith and witnessing to people, whether they wanted to hear it or not, didn't matter. This is what he did. And so I think it's pathetic. I always told him, I said, you're doing exactly what God wants you to do. And look at the impact you're making. Not everybody's going to, get it, but a lot are. And that's, I guess the most important thing of the whole thing is he served his purpose, I think,
He sure did. And I agree with everything you've shared, in particular that he would always connect with you, it seemed, at just the right time.
Yeah.
He just had this uncanny way of reaching out at exactly the right time. And he was such an incredible teacher, and he always taught us to think, and he would never give you the answer directly, but he would certainly help point you in the right direction toward it.
And what would he say about think? What would he say? What did he say about people? Remember?
Well, he would say most people would rather die than think.
I said that one again the other day, and they just blew up laughing about it. But he said, "That's true. That's true." I said, "It's truer than we think." I said, "But, and that's the thing about Nelson. I mean, he he just, he had things in his head and the way he believed and what he was reading, but he's always a student. And, he never stopped learning, ever, as y'all know. I mean, all the books he read and everything. And so it's just, to me, it's a way to live. It's a great lifestyle. And he, I don't know, I miss him. He really was a super friend to me. And not long before he died, I was just having one of those days, where you want to say, if I could get the people out of this thing, it'd work great. As we've all said, but and all of a sudden it's just Nelson out of the blue, and he said, Thompson? I said, yes, sir. He said, what's going on? I said, name it. It's going on. He said, well, I just want to call and tell you I loved you and that you are very special. He said, I don't have much time, but I just wanted to tell you that. I'll talk to you later. Bye. And I just started crying. But that's, that was a good timing for me. And, but anyway, so I'm getting emotional now, but.
Well, we appreciate you being with us, Grant, and you're helping keep Nelson's heart alive and in all of us. And that's why we wanted to put this day together to commemorate him and to give people, because, Rich and I were talking about this since the idea, was born, and we just said, there were so many people that didn't have an opportunity to be, at Nelson's funeral to pay their respects. And so we thought, why not bring people together, in a space where they can share and their memories will live on. And for so many people who view this, who never had occasion to meet Nelson, that it really gives them a deeper glimpse into the essence of just really, truly how incredible he was.
And how many people he touched and impacted just through the virtue of being who he was. And, I know I'm excited to see a picture of him standing there with that rifle. And I think those are going to be great because, he was an enigma. There's so many ways to describe him, but also no way to really fully describe him at all. And I really appreciate the stories you're sharing with us, Grant, because first of all, I had no idea he'd ever gone pig hunting. And I thought that was fantastic. I can literally picture him bouncing around in the side by side. But a couple of things that you said about, what he mentioned to your kids and your boys at those times, he really vested into younger people. He really did. And your son, one of your sons at least has joined you in the business now, if I remember correctly.
He did, but he's not in the business now. This kid we're in the cattle business and he loves the cattle world. So he's taken over the world in cattle right now. So we'll see.
At least he knows from Nelson that you got to be growing your own cow chow.
Yeah,
that's right.
And he's putting a ton of money in policies and the youngest one is the youngest one's up in Oregon now. He's a professional reining horse trainer, but I make him save 50%. And I told Nelson this last time, and he's still mad at me about saving 50%. I said, well, how much money were you making before? He said, nothing. So 50% is 100%.
There
what
you
problem
go.
of the math are you understanding here? So you got another 100% really to spend. 50% is going into your policies. You're
Love
good.
it.
So
that's great.
No, I got great kids, and it's extreme blessing to me to get that Nelson brought all of us together, Canada and everybody around the country, whether we agree on everything or not, he's did that. And I, like I said, I miss him all the time. I think about him at least twice a week. Just what's Nelson doing? And there's no way in heck he'd come back. He's like, why would I come back and listen to you guys? I'm up here having fun.
That's right.
But I just want to thank you guys for doing what you're doing. I was at the funeral. There was no way in Hades I was missing that funeral.
I was there too.
I was there and you were there and I had to be there. It just had to be there.
Yeah.
What you are doing, I think is phenomenal. And you know what? You want me to participate on something, you call me. I'm happy to. So, because
thank you.
You guys are sharp, and I appreciate your love for Nelson and his family, and great family. Last thing, I'll let you go, and you probably heard this too, because Nelson's used to say it, but we were up in Rochester one time, and his wife, they were sitting outside, and I went over there and said, "Hey, what are y'all doing?" He starts talking. He said, "Grant, I'm going to give you my estate plan." So he hands it to me. He was waiting for me to come over. I don't know if y'all got it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get it? Okay, good. I figured he gave it to everybody.
Single page document.
Grant, I'm giving this to you. And I'm like, "Oh, just me?" But anyway, his wife was sitting there, and she's the sweetest thing ever. But he said, "I'm teaching her how to be a widow." And she was like, looked at him. I said, "Nelson, I don't think she likes that." She goes, "I don't, Nelson. I really don't." So I don't know if she said something to him before about it, but he's telling everybody, and she didn't like hearing it. But that's Nelson. He's just going to be straightforward. And like I said, I've got to spend a lot of time with him here and there, and flew out there one time and did an interview with him. And like I say, every time you get with Nelson, you're his best friend. And I was a better friend than y'all were, just so you know. No, I'm joking. But
Grant, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for sharing.
I'm glad you mentioned, the estate plan document and that sort of thing, because I had an interview with Nelson where I talked to him about that very specific thing. And what comes up for me when you shared it just there, Grant, is he was always looking for the opportunity to teach, or he didn't let any experience. Yeah. He recognized that every experience had a lesson, and there was something you could grab into it that you could relate to other people to give them some kind of an impact. And it always came from within. It was his own experiences or his life experiences that he would work with. And the one that was coming was a perfect opportunity. He just saw it as an opportunity to teach, and he used it.
He had the wisdom. He had that wisdom.
Yeah.
And he was very observant. And he'd see all of us young punks, coming through the door, and say, "Okay, I'm gonna get that punk over there. I'm gonna get that Canadian over there. I'm gonna go get that redneck boy over there." He did, and he just, that guy could carry both sides of the conversation, as you know. But you just sit there. I always kind of described him. Chris Thurman's my business partner. I don't think y'all have ever met Chris, but
I don't think so. No.
He said, "Chris, I just want to sit at his feet. Just sit there and just listen." I said, "I know." I said, "Every time he does that." And I've heard some of the same stories over and over again, but I need to keep hearing them over and over again.
That's right.
His 10-hour seminar was like a fireside chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I had one new client. He went over and bought the video off the website. He's like, "Dang, Grant, that's good." I said, "Yeah, you should have been there." I said, "It's even better when you were there with him, because then you get all the side conversations." But I said, it's what we made a change. I left that company. I walked away from all those renewals. I lost all of it. I gave up everything to go do this, because they didn't have that. And so it was the kick, and I never looked back. It's no regrets at all. I got the foot in the back from God, says, "Get out, and you're doing this." And but Nelson helped me with that, and I just never had a bad feeling about it. And and it's not about, as Nelson said to me in one of those, it's the last email he sent me. He said, "Grant," he said, "you know this concept better than anybody." And I'm sure he said that to y'all too. Yeah. But he's he knew what to say, but he meant it. And he said, "You keep doing what you're doing." He said, "This was never just about selling policies. This is about changing lives." And that's what we're getting to do. And that's the way I view it. So when the Ramseys start, running their mouth, or whoever else out here, it's noise. It's noise.
That's all that it is.
It's just pigs barking, and, so anyway, I'll quit rambling, but I appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you, Grant. We appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good weekend. Love you guys.
Love you too, man.
Cheers.
Back in 1980, I owed $500,000 at 23% interest. A few years later, I had to pay the debt of a real estate partner. I felt real good at having partners in real estate because I felt more secure. I felt very secure that there was a big name lawyer in Birmingham, one of the biggest firms in the state. A big name lawyer owned 35% of this partnership. I felt very safe with him. I mean, a lawyer. I said, he bankrupted on us. We had to eat his portion. My share was $300,000. All right, now those debts are all paid off. 13 years it took me to get rid of all that debt. Now I did it by cranking up policies. When cash payers got significant, I borrowed from them, paid off debts. Now I kept getting bigger debts as time goes by to my policies. Now when I got through the paying off the loans to the bank, then I started taking the 34.5. It was going to other places, plus what I was paying in insurance in the first place, and paid off the policy loans. And so for 22 years now, Mary and I don't have any policy loans. Paying off the policy loans went very fast when you direct that stuff that you was paying somewhere else. 34.5, say less, plus maybe 10% that was going to life insurance. When you start doing that, those debts disappear fast. All right. So, you'll see the state farm policy. We'll be talking about that after a while. There are no debts there. I've only made 3 policy loans that in my life. This is not about just making policy loans everywhere and pay it back. This is about long-range thinking and such, making this a way of life.
We are so honored to be joined today by Winnie Lau, an authorized infinite banking practitioner headquartered in Sherwood Park, Alberta, serving Canadians nationwide. Winnie, welcome.
Thank you.
We affectionately like to refer to Winnie as Winnie the winner.
Yes.
Because she wins in life.
Win. She likes to win.
And take it away, Jayson, for a Winnie the Winner song.
Winnie the winner, she likes to win. If you don't like winning, then don't talk to Winnie. She will want to talk about winning all day. We really hope that for you, it's okay, because if you can win, then you can hang out with Winnie. If you don't want to win, then don't do that. Just be a winner with Winnie. Winnie, the winner. There. I make these things up on the spot. There's like 7,200 versions, and most of them are Billboard hits.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Right.
Now and again, they get, I think, of the odd voicemail gets left on Winnie's phone with a little jingle of such nature.
Absolutely.
And interesting to bring that up, because I think about, honoring Nelson and getting the odd phone message from Nelson or a voicemail because he thought about something he wanted to share with you. And then you would always try to reach back out to Nelson. And so, Winnie, I know you've got a number of phone calls and voice messages now and again from Nelson. Maybe share with the people tuning in today, what were some of those phone conversations like that you would have with our honoree today?
So when it comes to Nelson, the one that really sticks out in my mind, and the whole reason why we're on call today is, he's not here with us any longer, but still really with us, like in spirit, in all that we do, whatever we share every single day, he's with us. And the last call was actually the most memorable call for me, and just to start it off, because it speaks so much to him and his legacy. He called me twice about a week before he passed, and it was just shortly after his birthday. And I thought he was calling to give me crap because I didn't wish him a happy birthday, but we all know Nelson's not like that, right? But still, like when he called me twice, so I hurriedly called him back, and he's just saying, So, it was just my birthday, right? And I can't mimic, his accent or anything. It's like, yes, I'm so sorry. It's like, oh, don't you worry about it. I just wanted to tell you something. I just wanted to tell you about, what I wanted to give myself for Christmas, for my birthday this year. I wanted to give myself something very expensive. And I'm like, oh yeah, well, what did you want to get for yourself? What did you get for yourself? He's like, well, I got me a weekend stay at the hospital. That's expensive. That's really expensive. And, I just burst out laughing so much because, I even had to stop myself. I'm like, why are we laughing? Why are you even in the hospital? Like, because we know that's the truth, right? And of course, that was just, his way of being able to, like, there's just not many people who can make people laugh in such a serious situation at that. And, but I think he had a sense that he may or may not was going to, survive a surgery. And that's what he sort of wanted to share, is that, because of what had happened, everyone was sort of vying for him to take a surgery, and he wasn't quite sure that he was going to make it out, but he wanted to call and make sure that, just to share that he loved and cared about me. And who really has an opportunity to really do that? Quite often, you don't get a chance to say goodbye.
Yeah.
And, but he had the time and the space to do that. I mean, I'm not his closest family member. I'm not, you just wouldn't expect it. But that's the power and the beauty of, I think, what he was sharing. It's not just about the fact that you could become your own banker, but the fact that you can free yourself, free your mind so that you can have much more creativity in your world, to have more presence in the with the world and the people that you're with, right? If we are constantly in that state of survival, it's very difficult for any of us to really have that focus, because we're constantly just trying to make ends meet, right? And so that just speaks so much to how Nelson was. It's just, he was able to just be present and be able to share with people that he loved them and cared for them. And yeah, even right down to calling you up and saying, hey, I'm not sure if I'm going to outlive this surgery, but I just wanted to make sure I told you I love you, amazing.
Yeah, he certainly had that way, and that consideration for others. And it was with him, I'm sure, probably most of his life, and that was just part of his character. But yeah, very, very special to share that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that takes me back to, in that similar time frame, we Winnie and I, we had the pleasure to we spent an extra day in Birmingham, and we attended our annual think tank conference with all of our incredible colleagues, and we were able to go and spend a couple hours with Nelson and his home in Mary, which is, man, such a wonderful person. And so I remember being in Nelson's den, and we had some pictures of some cool things that awards and great things that he had on the wall, and just being able to sit with Nelson in his office, and he had his big screen Mac computer, and Nelson watched more YouTube than most people I know even today do, because he says just a amazing information that you can get on this for free. And he had so many books on his desk, and he talked a lot about history and some of the things that he was reading, because he was voraciously still reading up to that point. And when you think about that day we were able to spend with Nelson and Mary at their home, what kind of comes up for you when you think about that experience we were able to have with him there?
Well, first it was, I don't know what, it just seems so simple, but, no matter how many books he's read, and then of course being in the physical presence of his space and looking at all the books that he's like, just a portion, probably just a fraction of the books that he's read. And then, you just get curious, when you're sitting down and there's books right in front of you, you just have to like open up a few books. It's like, I opened up a few books. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like, I think I'm going to need a dictionary just to get through this first page to see if I can get like, even understand this paragraph. But, quite like same thing. It's like anytime I picked him up from the airport, when he would come up to Canada, same thing. He had a book in hand. And yet he truly, in that den with him, everything about him is he lived by his word. When he shares with us, like, you got to meet people where they're at. I mean, I'm sure you could talk with any scholar and use all the appropriate words that scholars understand. And then for someone like myself, I'm not, super well read, and I don't use a ton of like, huge words like superlative or anything like that. But, when I did, oh my dear, when I did sit and have a conversation with him, he just knew how to connect with me. He just knew. And he's
definitely a gift of his. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so, but being able to be with you, Rich, and be in his home and spend that extra time with him again, all of it is really about just staying curious. And of course, he always exemplified like just enthusiasm towards, this specific topic. Oh, you got to read like Cecile Rhodes. And, this is where it really, really started. Like, this character was just, he really was like the shifting point. Like, so you got to read this and you got to read that. So like, he was constantly like passing off resources. He was doing his best to like help us understand, where potentially the problem began, but where it all shifted, and to help us uncover the untruths, or how he would say it, like just the lies in the marketplace, but really get to know it as deeply as he did, and wanted to pass that on. And I could think of a million of other mentors had in many other different areas. And I honestly, I think we all are just so blessed to have had Nelson in our lives. Like, he was such a great, amazing person, just an amazing person overall. And which leads me to this. It's really about who you are that people follow, right? I mean, it was just so natural to be led by him. It really was.
Yes. You also shared, one of your fond memories of one of Nelson's trips to Edmonton, and you had spent some time with him. And would you mind sharing with our viewers that memory of that walk and what that meant to you?
Yeah. I can't even remember. So yeah, I picked him up from the airport, and I knew that I actually was going to be blessed with at least 2.5 hours with him. So I took him to the Moutart, which is now actually closed anyways. But I knew that they had a fantastic restaurant there, and I really wanted him to, even though it was semi-cold outside, and I knew him being from a very warm climate, I knew it would be very warm and humid inside these, these glass triangles. I don't know what to call them. And having lunch with him one-on-one is, it was just story after story. And I think that for Nelson, he just has this ability to tell stories. And some of them I can't even remember all what they were, because if you let Nelson talk, he'll just talk.
Yeah.
For hours on end. He could outpace any one of us. Seriously, for the even for the 12-hour boot camp, like, I think we probably sat down for like a good hour, and I can't help but just let him talk, because the stories were just that engaging. And it could have been just like anything from, I think he was telling me a bit of a background story on his brother and how he got into the business, and then, how he ended up getting into the business, and, stories like that, or just the one actually where I really actually recall the most, because sitting and eating food, and there's a lot of background noise, so it was actually really hard to pay attention to him. But it was actually when we were inside the Mutart Gardens, and we just sat on a bench, and it was just like seriously just chilling. Like, he needed a break from being in the airplane, and I don't know, it was just, we were in just like this beautiful sunshine. And he just talked about the importance of, just making sure that the people that you're leaving behind are taken care of.
Yeah.
And, he had some, he was talking about like Mary, and just wanting to make sure that, she was taken care of, and his constant encouragement of getting her to, to get used to the idea of, things that she needed to do. And like, no matter how difficult it would be for the other person sort of listening and hearing all of these comments, it's like, it's still something that we need to do, no matter how difficult it is. And, oh man, and I'm kind of drawing a blank. I mean, I just remember the feeling. It was just nice. It was nice to have someone want to share of themselves with you.
Yeah.
Well, and for the folks that don't know the facility that when he's talking about, it's basically giant glass pyramid greenhouses in Edmonton, Alberta, that with tons of plants and that sort of thing. And with Nelson being a forester and his forestry background, I just think that that's such an incredible thing that you did, Winnie, to to get him connected to something that he can, especially because it was probably cold in Edmonton when he arrived at that point, to get him connected to something that he did care about. He was, he's so knowledgeable about plants and he would take a type of plant, and then he would use it as a way to relate how classification is so important. We took a full semester on classification, every year in our forestry school, and I learned how to classify things. He would kind of share, and then he would use that to relate to how things are misclassified in the world all the time. And he would take this simple thing, which is a plant that everyone knows about, and then he would relate it to some other abstract topic about the financial world that we live in, and give people a way to connect those two dots together. He was a master at taking unrelated things but things that you were aware of, and then simplifying it so that there was a connection made amongst them. And I was always fascinated by Nelson's ability to do that.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad that you brought that up again, because I do have a bit of memories that are coming up now around, just walking through all of those different, because there's like 3 of them, and we walk through each one of them. And I mean, like I said, the memory is starting to fade now. Is like, moment for moment what he exactly said as we were walking by each plant, but he definitely did thoroughly enjoy it. And then I do remember him getting into the whole misclassifying, and then how there's lots of lies in the marketplace, and being very wary about, just not being a part of that problem, misclassifying things, and just getting to the heart of the truth of what things really, really are.
Classify things by their major characteristics, he would say.
That's right. Yeah. I can hear him. I can hear his voice. You can hear him getting into positioning the story, and then there was always a really key teaching moment, and it just made you think. That's one thing that Nelson was so brilliant at, is that he would help you literally rethink your thinking.
Mm-hmm.
He was so brilliant at that.
Now, Winnie started us off with, a phone call that she'd received from Nelson. Now, Jayson, you had going back a couple of years prior to that, you had a similar call from Nelson about a recent experience he'd had, something about an immovable object.
Yeah. Yes. He called, and I'll never forget it. I was sitting at my desk in my office, and always keep my cell phone close by, and I could see that it was Nelson, and So I picked up the phone and he asked, he said, "Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting anything." And I said, "No." And he said, "All these rumors about my early demise have been grossly over exaggerated." And I said, "What?" And he goes, "Well, do you mind if I tell you the story?" And I said, "Sure." And he said, "Have you ever heard of the immovable object theory?" And I said, "No, I haven't." And he said, "Well, I was in my bathroom and I was going to shave and I fell and hit my shoulder on the bathtub." And he said, "Would you believe it? That bathtub didn't move 1 inch." And so, I said, "Okay, are you okay? Like, are you going to be all right?" And he said, "Well, I think I'm going to be okay." But he always referenced, how he had just a bunch of parts, bunch of parts that were just no good anymore. And that was a good phone call. And then he, true to form, he went on to, talk about other reasons why he was calling and sharing and teaching. And he would always, I found in every conversation, he always found an opportunity to go back to his book. Do you remember in my book when I talked about X? Yes, I do. Well, and then he would just kind of, expand on it. And it was good. That was good. Thanks for jogging that memory, Rich.
Yeah. And I mean, the wonderful thing about having all of this time that we had with Nelson and then plus his book is that honestly, it's even though he may not be here with us anymore, he just will continue to keep on giving. There's still things that I'm unpacking of things that he's said or done. And there, as more and more people go through this, and then as more and more individuals ask us questions that, maybe have never been asked before, it's like, oh yeah, like, all of a sudden I'll understand some other angle.
I just wanted viewers to see that this book will change your life.
Yeah. And it feels so good to know that the man behind what we're sharing was equally as stellar as, the process that he shared with us, if not more. And in that, I feel so honored, very, very honored.
Thank you.
Now,
thank you, Winnie.
A question I would have, Winnie, maybe just to think on and share is, you also had the pleasure of having many of your clients have the opportunity to see Nelson live in person or see him conduct his, either his 1 day or his 10-hour, a day and a half, kind of seminar, as did yourself get a chance to go through it a number of times. When you think about some of your clients who were able to see Nelson and, maybe having conversations with them, years later, what would you say comes up for them? Like, what are those conversations like when Nelson comes up and they think back to, being able to have seen him deliver his seminar?
Just glad that they had an opportunity to shake his hand. Just glad that they got an opportunity to know where, this life-changing process they're about to implement their whole life for is coming from someone like Nelson, someone that is down to earth, relatable, can share their own personal stories about how he implemented in, their lives. And you know what, with the, and with the, the great project that, that you helped to initiate there, Jayson, both you and Rich too, on the This Is Nelson Nash, is like, without that movie, it like, okay, maybe the people that, ever since he passed off couldn't meet him, but that's almost like the next closest thing that you could possibly get, right? Of truly understanding who was Nelson.
That was the whole
Right.
vision. That was the whole vision behind that project, was to commemorate him.
Yeah. And, you know, like there's tons of things that, you know, most people don't even think twice about, where they follow along in a process and then they'll still follow the process, but are completely disgusted by the person that that actually created the process in the first place. Right. And it's not like in this particular case, like there's not any of that, not one bit. So, you know, to answer your question, fortunate, just extremely fortunate. And he was so funny, and, you know, like, when is he going to come back? Or, you know, yeah, it was great.
One of my favorite things was always, when we, because a lot of times we would either host Nelson or we would go down to Birmingham for our annual conference to see him, and being in a room of our peers, of colleagues, and some speaker or presenter up on stage, there would always be something that happens, and Nelson would be in the back or he'd be off to the side, and because he would get up and move around a fair amount, but someone would make a comment and you would hear him with this little chuckle, like, huh, you would hear him chuckle or start giggling or laughing in the background. And it was just like the most endearing thing. And you, like, anybody in the room, you would see people's heads turns, because, like, wow, like, Nelson thought that was, like, why did Nelson think that was so funny? Like, you were instantly curious why that one thing got him. And I remember a couple of times, because I'm known for a boisterous laugh now and again. Sometimes to the point where I have to leave the room without disturbing people because it's so funny. And I found often that I would be like in the opposite end of the room, and like I would start laughing and Nelson's laughing, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to get up and leave because I'm gonna disturb the whole environment here. But he just had this, it was infectious when he found something funny. You might not have even known what the joke was. You might not have caught it, but the fact that Nelson thought it was funny, you're just like instantly curious. You had to, like, you want to get up and ask him, like, what was it that really got you there? What was the part that was so interesting? And he was an enigma, even just in how he received comedy into his life and then delivered it. He had the ability to kind of do that dance between both of them, and it was through the stories that he would engage people, get them laughing, but he utilized humor in a powerful way that was beyond just keeping people engaged. He also did it to like a build up to a lesson. There was always a purpose behind it, and it had something. There was something deeper in the meaning to the joke that he was delivering, which was consistent. It was built into the presentation. But it provided some other value. He connected it back to some lesson at all times. I mean, it was masterful, really masterful.
And it's so disarming, just like in those couple of situations where, like, you're about to share something serious that happened about yourself, but then make it something giggly at the same time, like, like the immovable theory object, or, hey, I really wanted to take myself somewhere expensive for my birthday, and then completely make a joke out of it. Like, yeah. I mean, do you guys have any idea how he learned that, or learned how to do it?
I think it was
I have no idea.
It was inherent in his personality. Like he really tried, because he didn't want to worry people. He didn't want people to, like, he really didn't like that if somebody was, concerning themselves too much about him. So he would try and just, bring it down and downplay it, right? So that, you could get a good laugh. But he would even laugh, like when he told the immovable object theory story, he seriously injured himself, and he was laughing. Like, he just thought it was the funniest thing that the bathtub didn't move 1 inch. He's thinking to himself, hey, this immovable object theory, there's really something to it.
Yeah. He was rewriting out that joke, I'm sure, into his 10-hour seminar at some point that he was going to deliver. Another thing that kind of comes up for me is he had, in all the stories he told and all the consistent ones through the seminar, it was always interesting to speak to him on the sidelines or get him kind of on one-off conversations. And, you know, I've shared it on some of the other sessions we've had, but I remember being at one of our think tank conferences, there was always a social event, and, usually you could go and get, whatever, a beverage, a glass of wine or what have you. After dinner, Nelson would like a glass of Merlot. And I remember, we kind of got to the lineup at the same point in time and got a beverage and was able to get off the side with him and kind of had Nelson one-to-one on my own, which is really nice in this large group of people. And he started sharing with me one of the ways that his mentor Leonard Reed would share information with him. And he says he put the glass of wine down on the table, and he says, "Now, Richard, if you look at the ring at the bottom of this glass, if that represents everything in the world that I know, all the knowledge that I personally have, that's the extent of my knowledge." And he put it down on a table, and it was, a kind of a typical conference, rectangular sized table. And he puts it kind of right near the edge. It was about an inch off the corner of the edge of the table. And he says, "Now this whole table," and he kind of expanded his hand out across so to give you that grand view of like this entire table. It represents all of the knowledge in the known world and the universe. Every piece of information that you could possibly know is the table. Well, this is what I know as the bottom of this glass, and I just know this tiny fraction of what's available in all the knowledge of the world. He says, but take a really close look at the outer rim of the glass, the circumference of the glass. That's the point where my knowledge, the fringe of my knowledge, touches that which I do not know. That's where I'm exposed to the parts of the knowledge of the world that I don't know." And he said, and then he grabbed, he asked me to, I think he asked me to go grab, there was a water, like a pitcher of water and ice, nearby. And he says, "Could you go grab that?" And so I bring it over and put it down the table. Now, if I expand my own knowledge, if I increase my knowledge, I read more, I take in more information, and now my knowledge is the size of this larger pitcher of glass, I've dramatically increased that which I know. But take a look at the circumference around the edge. Notice how it's much, much wider. It's exponentially wider than the original, wine glass. So I've also dramatically increased my exposure to the outer fringes of that which I do not know. So the more that you know, the more you realize that you didn't know. And
I never heard it explained like that before. That's cool.
It was, and then he would tie it
so
to
powerful.
He would tie it to the process too. He would say, the more you see this process, the more you'll see you didn't see.
And then he would give a little
the greater
further.
you expand your knowledge of it, the more you realize there is to learn.
Right.
It's incredible.
Which is another tying in, again, just repeating the fact that, he really, like everything that he shared so much of himself in this book, like everything that was important for us to really be great and successful for what he suggests in this process, like including, not succumbing to having the arrival syndrome, right? Which is how he lived, how he showed up, book after book after book, reading after reading, after reading, it's just like, and constantly, like he just totally broke all of the rules around like how old people can get. He was just definitely not one of those guys. It's like rigid in his ways. No, was he rigid in his ways? Maybe not in the ways that we know. Maybe like the fact that he liked to have a coffee every time he was on stage. But I mean, like that's so minimal. But I don't know. There's just so much to say. It's just so much to say, so much to feel. Nothing but love for the man.
The good thing is that, and we were sharing this with Larry Reed earlier, is that on the website, dayofnelson.com, which is just a standalone third-party website where all of these great stories and everything will be archived. As these memories come up for you, you'll be able to go to the page and share them. And
like add more.
Yeah. And so and that'll be for the whole world. That'll be for anybody in the world to go there and share their fond memories of Nelson, because of course there's going to be so many people who, aren't for whatever reason going to take in that particular day. And so they'll be able to go back to that place, and not everybody can travel to Birmingham to pay their final respects to Nelson. And and to be there. So this is going to be just a great, permanent archive of memories and stories and all those things.
That's great. Yeah, I'm glad to know that, there's a potential if I, all of a sudden just like have like a memory flash and I can share that. Cause, just as I, got here today, it's like, okay, it's easy enough to share. But then as soon as you start talking about Nelson, it's like, oh yeah.
Thank you, Winnie. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing your memory.
Appreciate you very much.
Love you guys.
Yeah, we love you too.
There's a radio station that I listen to a good bit down in Birmingham. And in the news, one of the ladies says, now let's talk about what your money is doing today. And I want to call them up right quick and say, you ain't talking about my money. I don't have any money there. But that's what they keep.
They wouldn't know that because it's a private contract anyway.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's another thing. Y'all do know I've had 2 death claims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, when those death claims came, they didn't send me a check. Do you realize that? They sent me a checking account at a bank in New York.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
They sent me a checking account for a bank in New York. Now, if they sent me a check and I deposited it in Birmingham, those folks can know about that, can't they? If I have an account in New York, they put that money in that I can draw from there right quickly and move around. Local folks don't know about it, do they? Is that worth something?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a partner, remember, in the real estate business. I was in partnership with him 4 years. We bought a piece of property together. 4 years later, we sold it in partnership. Well, I insured him, but I didn't insure him for death benefit. I did it as an extra place. I had to put money that I could borrow to pay off his Snakes and Dragons and obey the principles of Richard Cantillon 300 years before. EBA, the same principle. Mm-hmm. Now, next 10 years, I had nothing to do with Randy at all. We didn't do anything socially. I might see him on the street once a year, something like that, that's it. Now, during that 14 years, I had paid into the policy $47,000 of premium. But it had grown, hadn't it? I had borrowed out $48,000 to pay off Snakes and Dragons. Now, I still had some residual cash value in there. Now, when he died, what happened to that $48,000 debt? Paid off. Didn't the $207,000 come to me tax-free? And didn't that cancel out a lot of mistakes I've made in the past? The same cash flow. There's just a little delay in starting up a business. Does Dave Ramsey know this? Does Susie Irmen know this?
We don't listen to them.
Well, yeah, I know, but you know, USA types do. They listen to folks that haven't got a clue. And that run down a lot of life insurance as an idea. But that's the world. But if you go back and look through history, everything that came along, what H.L. Mencken showed you a while ago, and you say this thing is absolutely true. It's always been that way. It always will be. So get used to it. I've shown how that they can use this sort of thing in a business situation now. That every business ought to be thinking this way. Because there's huge cash flow out there in businesses. When I do the State Farm graph and so forth, and I explain that my brother should have sold me much more than what he sold me, but he didn't know because of the way that he was taught. But what really is emphatic is that I was running Caterpillar tractors clearing land for tree growing purposes back in those days. And I had 3 D7 Caterpillars. The payments on each one was $1,500 a month. Now it's $4,500 a month on 3 tractors, whatever. Where did the finance company get the money to finance my yellow tractors? From insurance companies. So you see, the potential there was huge, but brother never understood that. They were concentrating on the death benefit. So we're right back to it's all about how you think. Once you start understanding that the banking equation should be at you and me level, it becomes infinite. So from there, I go to the grandparents, so forth, that you can think intergenerationally. And when you do that, that you can create perpetual motion. But you create a resource there that a lot of people in their mindset, they've arrived. A lot of people going through the seminar that are not in the insurance business tell me the most important section of my book is the human factors and overcoming Parkinson's law. Yeah. Then recognizing that the arrival syndrome is the worst thing that can happen to you. So yeah, you build up some wealth and you think it's you arrived. And of course, a lot of you, I'm sure, know the story of the Vanderbilt family. All right, that's a perfect example of that to use. That that mindset has been there since time began with people. It doesn't have to be that way, but they got to change thinking.
Up next, we have a great chat with Tom O'Connell out of New Jersey, who's an authorized infinite banking practitioner. He shares a couple of quick stories about some of his fond memories meeting Nelson for the first time. And of course, one of his last memories with Nelson, enjoying a steak dinner. Stay tuned.
So the first time I met Nelson was actually at an event that one of our members had out in Pennsylvania. So it was about a 3-hour drive for me on a Friday night. And it was one of those 2-day workshops that he did. So that was the first time I met him personally. You know, I had read the book and read articles and things of that nature. And I've been in the insurance or advisory practice for over 30 years now. So I always knew there was something better about life insurance, something that I just couldn't put my finger on. And then when I read Nelson's book, it all really just clicked for me really well. It really made a lot of sense, the things he wrote. And so when I first went out to Pennsylvania to meet him and do the program, it was just an amazing 2 days. I spent, hours, the 6, 7, 8 hours, however long it is in those meetings. And then I probably spent another hour with him asking him questions and things like that. And even as I joined the program and I got to know Nelson much better as time went on, one of the biggest things that always stands out to me is that Nelson never gave you an answer. You asked him a question, he never gave you the answer. He always made you think about it, right? He always asked you a question or 2 questions in return to make you figure it out. And I think really that was his way of helping you internalize the things that you learn and really expanding your mind, which were 2 of the, biggest foundational pieces, I think, of what he always tried to teach us as advisors and as people that were trying, that followed his program.
Yeah, I love that for sure. He was, it was like a Jedi mind trick, basically, that he would work on people.
For sure.
These are not the answers you're looking for. And then he would ask you a question about it. So love that. So that's great. And so roughly whenabouts would that have been? If you think back, how long ago would that have been, Tom?
It's got to be about 12 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Because I think I've been to 10 or 11 think tanks already now. So it has to be, I'm thinking about 12 years ago because my parents were still living in Pennsylvania at the time, because that's where I stayed overnight. So somewhere around there.
Wow, amazing. And, thinking about attending all those think tanks, getting a chance to see, obviously, Nelson a number of times after that, was there anything that comes up or any stories that you can think of maybe some of those side conversations that you would have at a social event at the think tank, or perhaps when you were attending one of his seminars that really resonates with you to this day?
Well, it really doesn't have so much to do with becoming your own banker or anything like that, but it was really on more of a personal note. So it was, I think 3 to 4 years ago, before Nelson passed, he came to New Jersey with Bob and Carlos and David and did a program for me up here in New Jersey. And the night before we did the program, we all went out to a big steak dinner. And so I picked those guys up at the hotel. I had my daughter with me, and at the time she was 11. And so we picked them up at the hotel. We went over to the restaurant. We had dinner. We had a nice conversation and all that kind of stuff. And then we brought them back to the hotel, and we walked them into the hotel. And as we were leaving, Nelson came up and he hugged my daughter, and he just said, "I love you." And my daughter was so, like, I'll say flabbergasted by it, because she just never expected a complete stranger to say that to her, but that was Nelson just being natural and being himself and just being the caring, loving person that he was. And 3-4 years later, to this day, my daughter still talks about that moment. And it was just something so simple and but yet so deep and effective, especially on such a young person.
Right. It's amazing how those little things make such a difference. And that's just a perfect example, perfect story, Tom, of Nelson leaving an impact, leaving his mark on people that you never know what experience that you're going to provide to someone and how it's going to show up for them years and years later. And so that's wonderful that you and your daughter have that story and that memory to share of Nelson. Fantastic.
It was awesome. The second year that I came to a think tank, David actually invited me to be one of the presenters, and it was on the Sunday, one of the last days, and so I did my presentation, and Nelson had been sitting behind me when we were sitting, so I got up, I did my presentation, and then I came back and I just sat down in my seat, and I just felt his hand come across and touch me on the shoulder, and he just said, "I think we're going to keep you around for a while." And so I guess that was his way of saying, "Hey, you did a good job." So it was nice.
Yeah. He is subtle, but leaving his mark everywhere he went. That's exactly wonderful. Yeah, what a great, very special memory for sure. And so it sounds like when you hosted Bob and Carlos and David and Nelson, I would imagine you guys had some good laughter and shared some interesting conversation at that steak dinner.
Oh, for sure. I don't think those guys expected New Jersey to have such good steaks, but we went to a great steakhouse. Alan Blecker was with us, another one of the advisors. He and I did the program together, and we just had a really good time. So it wasn't about business, it wasn't about anything. It was about just being friends, about asking questions, getting to know each other more and more. On a more deeper personal level, and away from the office kind of thing. So it was just a really great 2.5 days that we all spent together.
That's fantastic. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your day to just give everyone a little bit more flavor on the impact that Nelson had for your family personally and your own experience. It's these little things, these subtle things that we share that help keep them near and dear to our hearts and help show others who will come across this day, have a chance to maybe watch this live stream event and really recognize that that the little things do make a difference, and one person can affect and make change. And the way that they do that is by inspiring the many people that they touch and they impact as they go throughout life.
It's like the pebble in the water ripple effect. The pebble goes into the water and it may seem so small and innocuous, but the waves that it creates it touches the whole pond or the whole lake or the whole ocean, right? And I feel kind of that's what Nelson was like. He might have just been one of many pebbles, but the wake that he created is going to live on for as long as any of us are still in the business, and what we teach to our clients and we teach to our kids and the next generations. And I think that's how effective he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I love how you put that. That's fantastic. Well, thanks again, Tom, for joining us today. Appreciate it. And all the best of luck to you as you continue sharing Nelson's message out there in the marketplace. Cheers.
All right. Take care, Richard.
You bet.
Bye.
Okay, they got to understand that you don't want the corporation to own the bank.
Yeah.
You want to be the banker, and you want to have a cash cow, your business. You got to face something. A lot of folks think that they want the business to do things. Mm-hmm. They don't have an exit strategy. How do you get the dang money out? So the best thing that you do, there's two businesses there. There's whatever you do for a living, the business, and there's the banking business. And so I know some dentists who have just exploited this to the nth degree. Bought lots of policies and so forth, and everything through the business is done from doing business with their banking system. He owns the banking system, or family members own the banking system. The captive customers is the dental practice. All the equipment and all the things that go on is done through here. Mm-hmm. And the dental practice is a cash cow for the bank. They charge 23% interest. Credit cards do it, and so if credit cards do it, by golly, I can too.
So he personally lends money to the business at 23%.
Yeah, you got a captive customer. Just like see Kim and Dave had a captive customer. Me.
So how are they getting the cash out of the business to pay for the bank? It'll be after tax dollars, right?
Yeah, but so what? You go to college, that's after tax dollars, isn't it? Mm-hmm. If you go out and capitalize, start a business, isn't that after tax dollars? Mm-hmm. Well, what's the problem? Just do what common sense tells you to do. See, if you think around a tax code, you become one of them. Yeah. It's how you think. But you see, so many business people in the U.S., they think around a tax code. And particularly if you're talking to an accountant of some kind. And so you see what a problem it is working with the mindset of so many accountants and so many businessmen. Back when I was in the life insurance business, time and time again, we get to the point of actually doing some business with a prospect, and invariably he said, I'd like to run this by my accountant first. And my response quite often was, run it by your garbage man. He knows more about it.
I'm writing that down, Nelson.
Okay. But like I say, there's all kind of nightmare stories out there about people who put things into a corporation, and then when the time comes to exit, whatever, getting it out is a monster. It's a problem. They never thought about that.
Can't you transfer ownership, though, of the policy? Yeah, from a business to a person?
Yeah, you could do that, yeah.
Potential tax consequences, but it would still be an exit strategy.
Yeah. You just pay the tax all along.
But go back to the title of my book, Becoming Your Own Banker. So, who's the banker is the key question there in all the examples. And the best overall strategy over a period of time is, I want to be the banker. And I want to teach other people to be the banker.
Well, we are carrying forward as we've been doing all day, having great conversations with people that were blessed to spend time with Nelson. We are joined by the incredible Bob Murphy. who everyone watching this probably should know. And if you don't, you should check Bob Murphy out because he's pretty incredible. And he's got a pretty awesome podcast himself, a couple of them actually. So Bob, you had a chance to get to know Nelson quite a bit over the last number of years. Maybe would you be so kind as to take us back to perhaps the first time, if maybe you remember meeting Nelson and what that was like?
Okay, so I think I met him. I had gone down to Birmingham with Carlos Lara, who was the one who, like, I met Carlos first in Nashville, and then he introduced me to Nelson's book and got me interested in IBC. And then I believe I was invited to be like the after dinner speaker at a think tank. And I think it was 2009. I'm almost sure it was 2009. And so I went down, and then Nelson had been given his seminar like the day before the think tank started. And so we got into town early, and I went in and caught whatever, like, a 2-hour session or something of his seminar that, that he was just given to the general public. And so I think that was my first encounter with him. And I remember I was like impressed with him because whenever I go and see another public speaker, I like to just watch, what techniques do they use? Are they effective? And Nelson certainly had command of the room. And so I was just kind of like paying attention to that. And how was he, using an array of little techniques that, other people might not have noticed, but I was just paying attention. Just like he'd be speaking on something, but then he would occasionally stop and get somebody from the audience to respond, like, now, Mary, love, what would you say about that? And so if you think about it, like, so one thing it shows, and he would use their name. So it showed, that he was paying attention to their name. So he had like a connection with the audience, but also that forces everyone to pay attention because this guy might call on me, and, and he kind of had the presence, and, like, in other words, you wouldn't want Nelson to think less of you or to think lowly of you in that setting. You know what I mean? Like, he was just, the way he came off was, this is a really neat guy and he's real smart and wise. And so you would want him to like you in his book. You know what I mean? And so you certainly wouldn't want to doze off or have him call on you and you were looking out the window and sorry, what was that? Can you repeat that? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying little things like that I was noticing. And then he went through I know you guys have heard this a lot, but he went through the thing about, now the other, one time we were going down the street and my wife said, "Oh my, how things have gotten so expensive." And I said, "Love, what are you thinking of?" And he went into his 5-factor thing about prices all going up by fact. And I remember at the time, I didn't understand what he was saying. Like, in other words, I was thinking, well, everything is more expensive. What are you talking about? What your wife was fine with her. Now I know what he meant. He was, referring to it's not that stuff got scarcer. It's that there's more dollars and, so you should blame the Fed, that kind of stuff. But I do remember at the time, I didn't know exactly what his point was, but I was terrified of him. Like, if he called him, I would have said, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't going to contradict him. I was afraid of the guy because he was so intimidating. And then, that was I believe that was the first time, I had been in the room with him. And then my memory's a little hazy. It must have been like afterward, we met formally. And then of course, in person, he's a real sweetheart. So, but I think that was my first encounter was I came in while he was giving a seminar, and I was really impressed by it. And, because again, there's few people like that just have control of the room. And now when you tell people, oh yeah, I think he would do 2 hours one day and then 8 hours the next day, I believe. And the idea that people would sit there for an 8-hour session or it's broken up, but on life insurance, that sounds impossible. But when you saw him do it, you say, oh yeah, this is how he keeps everyone's attention, because he's, a mix of telling stories, coming back to the main point, polling people from the audience. So all those things, I just was really paying attention, like, wow, this guy is unique.
Even afterward, after a session, he would never tire in talking to people and making sure that anybody who wanted a moment with him, a picture with him, have him, sign copies of his book, and he would engage whomever that person was. He just wouldn't do it and say, "Here you go, thanks for being here." He would ask, "Hey, what did you take away from our time together today?" And he would get into a discussion, and it was really special to watch how he did that. He was absolutely incredible at it, and he never wore out. Like, even after, Rich, several sessions, Bob, several sessions that you're aware of, and
he could go, gosh, people would have to shoo him out of the room. Like, Nelson, we need you to rest, you got a busy day tomorrow. And no, he just keep talking. And he was so energized and passionate about the message. And yeah, that brings back a lot of good memories, Bob.
Right. And it's, I think I've said this elsewhere about him, but it's not a joke or just it's not a throwaway line or something, but I really do think, if he went, he would be willing to give his seminar to one person, like he really, you're right. That's how much he cared about it. And that's how much enthusiasm he brought. Like, you never got the sense from like, oh, there's only 10 people that showed up. All right. And he was kind of winging it. You never got that sense from him. Or like you said too, it's afterward, if people wanted to hang around and ask him questions, you never kind of got the sense from him like, hey, can somebody get me out of here? I don't want to talk to all these people. I'm tired. Like, that never happened.
Never, like, not even an inclination of it. And he used to say often, the more that you see, the more you'll see you didn't see. And I find that anyone that in our community of colleagues and practitioners, the journey just continues to, we're always learning. We're always learning. Every time we go back to the book, every time we have a conversation with a colleague, we're picking up and learning something new. And have you found that as well, Bob, like with your journey in the process and all the time that you spent with Nelson over the years?
Oh, yes, certainly. And I mean, specifically, it's true. Like, every time I go back and reread the book, I'm amazed to realize, oh, wait a minute, this was sitting here the whole time, and I never noticed that before.
Yeah.
And really what's happened is the book has been the same. It's just my knowledge of IBC has evolved. And so then or like, how does a whole life policy work kind of thing has gotten better. And so then when I go back and he said something that upon my earlier readings, I didn't understand the subtleties and the thing he was referring to. And so it kind of was over my head. But now that I knew more about the topic, I realized, oh, he's actually referring to that. Maybe related, maybe this is a good time to bring this point up, because I do want to make sure people know that, Nelson, especially when he's talking to the general public, he would have catchphrases, things, don't steal the peas, things like that. Oh, this isn't about interest rates. And that might lead some cynics or even fans, but like to think, oh, Nelson was really good. He knew the big picture, but when it comes to the nitty gritty and the details, you'd want to go get a CPA or so. And Nelson was really good with the numbers too. It's just, he realized, if I'm talking to the general public, I can't get hung up on, what's happening in year 78 with the cash value of this policy, because then everyone's going to look at that one number and think that, if the number had been a little bit different, then IBC doesn't work.
Right.
So that's, he was wise, but he also was real sharp tactically. And so, for example, when I think I was writing an article for the Lara Murphy report on something, and it was really critical that I understood. It was, one of the illustrations in Becoming Your Own Banker, and something that I didn't expect was happening later in the policy, like with a death benefit or something. Like, it went down when I thought it was supposed to go up. And I called him, and we were talking about it for, a good 20 minutes. And he was aware of the issue, and he was explaining to me, where that came from was I went and did this and and I asked him, I don't remember the details right now, but I was asking him, oh, why did you design the policy this way? Why didn't you do it this way? And he, explained, well, because if I had done it that way, then the reader might have thought such and such, and I didn't want to do that. So that's what, what I mean? So I'm just saying, he put a lot of thought into things where, whereas before I talked to him, I thought, maybe he just didn't understand it. And I realized that, no, there was a lot going on behind the scenes, and he had to pick and choose, what am I going to talk about, like about this illustration, and he picked them for very particular reasons about things he wanted to emphasize or not. And so, like in one of the equipment financing, I think he just uses surrenders or something like that. I might be getting the details, but it's something that seemed like, well, gee, why'd you do it that way, Nelson? Because I thought IBC should be blah, blah, blah. And he was explaining, well, because rhetorically what I'm doing right there in the book is I'm showing such and such. And so I'm just saying, it was interesting when I talked to him about, why did you do things this way? And how come this cell in this table goes up in year 78 when I thought it was going to go down? And he was aware of a lot of those moving parts. So it's not just that, oh, he was a wise old man with nice slogans or something. Like, he really was sharp. And again, that he kind of had to decide, when I summarize this for the general public, I need to come up with like principles that it's easy to remember and communicate. And then for people who really want to dive into the numbers, they can do that if they want.
The emphasis was always on meeting people where they're at. And he ran through that very same thing, Rich, where he said, the emphasis was on addressing that mindset that's predominant out there, that loans are bad. And so he wanted to illustrate things in such a way where we weren't even addressing that. But had he been explaining it to somebody to actually implement the process, then he would have, of course, gone about it a different way. But he wanted to meet people where they were at. And that was just one of many sharp examples of how brilliant he was.
He said that, additionally with especially equipment finance, a lot of the examples were life pay to 65. He's like, well, I wouldn't necessarily always recommend that, but people have this idea of 65, which shouldn't have even ever existed in the first place in their brain. Again, just trying to meet people where that. And he says, I remember he said a number of times at events, he says, look, I'm trying to teach people in stages. You got to teach them in stages, he would say. Yeah. And so the whole book is designed around bringing you along a journey to acclimatize your understanding to finally meet Nelson at a point where you can get into some more deeper context, such as the equipment financing example.
That's so good.
And you guys are right, Jayson. I think that the particular thing I was asking him, that he explained, because the reader, a lot of people I found, just you start taking on debt and the loans building up and they freak out. And so that's why I didn't do it here. But I think you're right. That was the explanation for the particular question I had.
And every once in a while you would call him on something and you would say, hey, I noticed this and this when I was looking at this chart. And he'd be like, oh, you saw that, did you?
and then he would always follow it up with, all right. And then you knew he was going to sit you down and teach you. And I miss those times a lot.
Now you got a chance to obviously spend a lot of conversations. You guys would meet weekly, I think, Bob, with the Institute. And I know you were obviously participating in joint interviews with people looking to join the practitioner program and that sort of thing. And of course you had a number of times to have a lot of great interviews with Nelson, be on stage with Nelson. When you think about maybe doing one of the events that you guys would do together and, you would hand off the baton of the microphone to switch out on stage. Is there any fond memories that come when you think about sharing stage time with Nelson and that sort of thing?
Well, probably the most fun for me was, when he would really get into the rhythm of it, and then he would have the audience, they would just be hanging on his every word. And then when he would start telling like one of his familiar jokes that, I'd heard several times of that, but like it really was just every time, like since it was a new crowd, I got to enjoy it all over again. It's like when you like watch your favorite movie with people who haven't seen it before, and like a good scene's coming up, and you're looking to see like, oh wait, they're gonna see this great scene. It was that kind of a thing. Like I'm waiting for the punchline and waiting, and then he hits it and everyone laughs. And so it was, to me, that was kind of the most fun, was just knowing when he had certain parts of his standard talks that when he would go into that, and I knew, okay, he's getting ready up, the punchline's coming, and just to be able to experience that with the crowd again. I think that was the most special. I was trying to think too, like of other sort of funny things. One that I remembered was we had done an event in Chicago, I'm pretty sure, and then I had arranged afterward, reserved like a little like a karaoke booth. So there was a nearby restaurant that had like the private rooms for karaoke, and Nelson was a singer, and so he came out to that, and I think Mary went with him too. And so it was like past 10 o'clock or something, and he's out with us. And so that, might have surprised people. They might have thought he would turn in, but no, he was up, like we say, he had a lot of energy. And so then, we do our thing, and then we're walking out of this, and it was like in a bar, and there was this guy sitting at the bar. Maybe he was standing actually. And he was a tough looking guy. I think he had like a leather jacket on, and his head was shaved. You know what I mean? So he's this big guy, and he's sitting there at the bar, and we're leaving, like walking behind him, and Nelson kind of shuffles up and gets right up to the guy and touches his arm, and the guy looks over, and Nelson goes, "Nice haircut," and then keeps walking. And the guy just goes, and laughs. So anyway, I mean, that just popped into my head, but he was just a funny guy. And there were other examples like that where, we would be out in public and, interacting with the waitress or something. He would just have like these funny one-liners, and you could tell like he was like, other people just instantly got like, oh, this is a fun guy. And he's really just trying to have everyone have a pleasant time. And you know what I mean? Like, in other words, it wasn't merely people who had read his book and thought he was a genius and came to his events that laughed at his jokes. I'm just saying, out in public, just this random guy. Like, in other words, if I had said that to the guy, he might have wondered, like, is this guy trying to pick a fight with me? You know what I mean? But since it was Nelson, he just knew, like, oh, this is a funny old guy. This is hilarious. So.
Oh, that's so good. I've never heard that story before. Nice haircut. You could just picture him.
Right.
Picture him saying.
And I've had that familiar tug, like where he would like tug, he would grab like pinch the clothing like on your arm and shoulder and give you like a little tug, and you're like, oh, what is that? Oh, Nelson's right there, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. And you mentioned that we had done interviews. So yes, like we would meet. We got into a rhythm. I think we would meet weekly, and like over Zoom calls and whatnot. And then if we had new candidates, so yeah, he was always. And what he did though is, like, especially as time passed, he kind of pulled back, and I think because he knew, like, it had to be that he, like, other people kind of had to carry the torch. You know what I mean? And you guys saw that too. Like, even the last few think tanks and stuff, he sort of like phased himself out a little bit. So he was still there, but then he didn't formally present. I think the last one he went to is because, sort of like George Washington is here in the United States. Sorry, guys, I'm making a U.S. reference. That's all we know. He could have been king if he wanted to, but he famously just served 2 terms and then just said no, because the American people need to know they don't have a king. It can't be up to any one man. So Nelson was doing the same kind of thing, like just sort of pulling back, realizing that it can't just be that whatever I say goes, because I'm not going to be here eventually, and these people need to carry on IBC. So he would do that. He was funny that, like, there were a few things, like he would be kind of quiet and we would be discussing some issue, and then he would just say, "May I speak?" Like asking permission to talk during the group. Like, yes, Nelson, of course you can speak. So he was real humble and stuff like that. But then occasionally it would be true. Like if he really wanted to put his foot down on something, he would just say something like, "May I remind you, we would not be having this conversation if I had not written this book." And he would hold, that's right. That's kind of like a Trump guy, like, okay, Nelson, that's true. So.
That's funny. And you had I really loved your interview that you did on the Bob Murphy Show podcast with him. And we got to hear some really interesting stories about Nelson from days in his past, like his first time flying and growing up around airplanes and things and crashing his first airplane.
Yeah.
I really found those stories to be quite fantastic. And, I've gone back and I've listened to that one a number of times because it helps build the connection around the man and his amazing life experience. I mean, how many people live to 88 years and are able to speak and teach amongst all of them and share you context? So as a younger person looking in at Nelson and him teaching, it's like you're getting a breadth of experience over this time frame that you just haven't lived, and so you're able to see things through a lens of time that otherwise you wouldn't have the context of.
Right. And also too, what was neat for me is I knew him long enough to notice certain, so you guys know how, like, there would be certain things that he would refer to people like, slogans, or he would say, "Oh, and so makes this point in this book," and, referring to it. And it was like, he sort of had like this toolbox of things that he would go to depending on what the issue was. And I did know him long enough to see, like, the certain things he added into that repertoire, that toolbox, if you get what I mean. And so it did show. It wasn't like he had his mind made up when he was 35 and then he just said the same thing for, what I mean? He was always reading new stuff. And then if the way somebody put something like, "Oh, this is the way I'm going to respond to this issue now," like, then he would work that into the rotation. So it really was interesting, because you might have this idea that, oh, somebody who's in his 70s or 80s is set in his ways and he's not going to adapt or update his views. And no, Nelson was always still reading. I mean, he really, like, we talked about those weekly meetings we would have. He would frequently, when we were kind of just shooting the breeze in the beginning, hold up some book and say, "Oh, I've been reading this. Have you read this, Bob?" And typically I hadn't. He goes, "Well, you should read it because it says in the, da, da, da." So he was always just, absorbing stuff. It's not like he was sitting around watching The Price is Right all day.
Well, and he would often follow it up if he, if it was a recommendation where he said, listen, I really want you to read this. Well, then just a short time later, it would arrive in the mail and there'd be a little note, call me once you've read chapter 3. Mm-hmm. And then right away you're getting to work. It's like you've been assigned this homework.
You got homework, yeah.
And he will follow it up with you. And so, he was always so considerate that way. Always. Go ahead, Rich.
When you, near the last period of time, obviously, we were all trying to spend as much time with Nelson as we could. And, I'm curious, was there any particular conversations that maybe you had, towards the last, 1 to 2 years, Bob, as Nelson was transitioning out and he was in preparation of graduation that he shared with you?
That's a great question. I certainly noticed that, he, like I said, I did notice his behavior changing over time, like in particular, like him sort of pulling back a little bit and like, so I did notice that. I'm trying to think. Well, for one thing is you guys had alluded to the fact that I interviewed him for my podcast, and that was fortunate that happened because, once I started my podcast, I knew, oh yeah, at some point I got to interview Nelson, but it was almost like that was so obvious. Like I never did it. It was kind of like I went to grad school at New York University and I never went to see the Statue of Liberty, even though I had thought, oh, I'm going to do that at some point, but just because that was such an obvious thing to do that I actually never did it. And it's the same thing with Nelson, and it was Jeff Deist actually of the Mises Institute who prompted me, and he shot me a text one day and said, hey, you should interview Nelson at some point. I'd love to hear that. And I was like, oh yeah, I should. And I did that, and then it was only a few months later that Nelson was gone. So it's it's a good thing had it not been for that prodding, I might not have done it in time. So I'm glad that happened. So it's probably, to answer your question, Richard, it would be more the stories that he told in that discussion that I think he was. I can't give you a specific anecdote or whatever, but I did get the sense that he knew that he was not going to be with us much longer, and he was trying to make sure he got some things down for the record, kind of thing. I do think he would reflect back on like Leonard Reed, and let me put it to you this way: I noticed as time passed and it got closer to the end that the sorts of things that he was interested in and the stuff he was reading and what he wanted to talk to us about had much broader significance, if you get what I mean. So like earlier, he'd be more with us in terms of like day-to-day decisions, like, oh gee, what do? We got to interview this person, and what do we think? And and there's this issue, and oh, did you see they might change the tax treatment of cash value, and did it, or what I mean, like minutia, the day-to-day things. But as time passed on, he was more talking about like big picture things. Yeah. And so I think that's because he realized like, this is more about now thinking, really long term and not about the day-to-day stuff, because to him, he realized this is, transitory.
Yeah. Oh, so many great memories. Thank you, Bob. Thank you sincerely for being with us and participating in this commemoration. As we've shared with so many that we've talked to, it's going to be a great place for people to just visit and reminisce, and if they have a story of their own, they can write it, post it, share photographs, and just to keep Nelson's heart alive in all of us.
I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm glad you guys are doing this. If one quick last thing, that in terms of like the single biggest influence he had on me in terms of, how I conduct myself, is just the ease with which and the comfort with which he would just speak about his faith. Because, I was Christian, or I am Christian too. And just like, my favorite example of this was when he would be talking about how his older brother sold him a life insurance policy. And then he would say how, now my brother's a Christian and whatever. And so, after I graduate and we pass the pleasantries, then I'm going to say, why didn't you tell me how these things worked, or whatever, you know what I mean? And so it's really a brilliant way that he's just like almost matter-of-factly telling the audience, oh, if you're a Christian, then that's how you go to heaven. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like, it's funny if he had just focused on the theologicals, I'm sure people would have pulled back, and like even Christians were like, this is kind of making me feel awkward. What if there's people in the crowd that don't agree with him? Well, you know what I mean? But since he was doing it, like it was just so like nobody would take offense at it is what I'm getting at. Like whether you were Christian, you know, no one's they're going to realize, you know, this is just this guy and his views, and he's just speaking his mind. So I'm just saying the way he would do that, you know, I realized, okay, yes, there's a way you can be comfortable and not be embarrassed of your faith, but also not come off like you're trying to, you know, proselytize from the podium when, well, gee, I'm here to talk about financial matters. I shouldn't be talking about religion. Like, I'm just saying the way he handled that, I thought was very classy and natural. It didn't seem artificial. So it's that probably was the biggest thing in terms of me watching him and just realizing like, oh, wow, that's something I want to try to emulate.
Amen.
Love it. Love it. Well, Bob, thanks again. We really appreciate this, and we're excited to carry on with our incredible Day of Nelson, and we're hoping everyone's getting a deeper glimpse into the magic of the man.
Again, thanks guys for letting me participate.
You bet. Thank you, Bob.
I know where my brother ended up that sold me this box. He's a very strong Christian. Do y'all know I'm gonna meet that boy again in the not distant future? And when we do, I'm gonna pass the pleasantries with him. And they're gonna get him all by myself. We're gonna have a serious talk about this. Why didn't you tell me? It's always been there. Yeah. People were looking at the wrong thing. And so that's my contribution to the financial world, okay? All right, now, watch this that's coming up. This is the check, remember? This is what happened since the Federal Reserve took place. Jekyll Island, Georgia, 1911, but the effectiveness of it didn't start until December between Christmas and New Year's Day. The Federal Reserve became law. Now, you notice the shaded areas here are reversals. There's the Great Depression. That's when yours truly appeared on the scene. Okay? Now, you notice that the dollar was worth $1 here in 1913, but here in about 1920, it was less than half the value. Well, along comes the recession type stuff, and it started building back up. And when the Great Depression came, look what happened. We're back up at 80 cents. Now look what's happened since that time. The dollar that was $1 here is now for 3.5 cents. Okay. Now, I bought that policy in 1959, right? So here was its value at that time, about 35 cents or so. Well, here at 3.5 cents, really the fact that it should be 5, it should be 10. But what I'm trying to point out is that the death checks, everything about that state farm policy offset inflation just perfectly. Does Dave Ramsey know this?
Apparently not.
That any of the financial geniuses out there know this. It's always been there. Now, let's suppose an opportunity came along, Stephen, that I needed $91,000 to take advantage of it. You know, all I got to do is call State Farm and say, send me $91,000. Now, that's real complicated, isn't it? No Mickey Mouse paperwork, no stupid questions, anything like that at all. Now, who set the repayment schedule?
You do.
Me. Yeah. Well, suppose I die in the meantime. What happens to that debt against the policy?
Insurance company pays it off with the death claim and sends the net death benefit to the beneficiary.
Do people think this thing through?
Apparently not.
Absolutely not. Not apparently. Absolutely they don't. Now, one of the reasons I see is that the insurance companies haven't done a real good job of explaining that product to the general public. To the contrary, I saw during my career as an agent how life insurance companies started boosting tax sheltered plans and mutual funds and Equitable Life of New York invented variable life, and they invented group insurance and stuff like that. Should never have come into existence. If they told people what a glorious product this is, and how that through multiple generations that you can produce perpetual motion, this is never brought up. And I don't understand. Now, the reason I saw this, again, was because of my Austrian background there. That back there, when I got out of the Air Force in '54, went to work in Eastern North Carolina in forestry. By the way, I never worked for the government. Smokey Bear, and I don't see eye to eye on anything. I worked privately for landowners on a contract basis. And what I saw in Eastern North Carolina is the mental paralysis caused by socialism. Eastern North Carolina, Johnson County, North Carolina, is the second largest tobacco county in the world. When I said tobacco, we're talking about government programs. Everything is built around a government program. Now that thought process extended over to the general public, and they all think around government programs. And I could not understand that. Why would anybody behave that way? Now I'm mounted off at a social gathering at home with this radiologist about what I ran into. And he says, sounds like you need this book. Went back to his library, got Henry Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson. Read this. Well, less than 10 days, I had it back in his hands. I said, I have two questions. Well, you guys been hiding this stuff. And why'd y'all hide it from me? He said, if you like what you read, this mailing list of this journal called The Freeman. Now, all you got to do is ask for it. They will not send you a bill. Now, they're supported entirely by donations. And if you haven't thrown some money at them in a year, they will just simply take you off the mailing list, that's all. Well, the more I read, the better it got, and that became an obsession. And what I saw, that the best Austrian economics book in the world is the Bible, but most folks in religious circles don't see this correlation. And unfortunately, lots of my folks in the economic world don't see that the opposite is true either. But it's true. All the other stuff out there that goes on, the different schools of thought that we talked about earlier, like Keynesianism, and about Milton Friedman and so forth, that's top-down thinking. And again, there's my friend. Okay, I know Ron Paul. I've been knowing him for years. His solution is to get rid of the Federal Reserve, but he wants to do it from top down. We want to get a political movement to change that. And that's about like changing a snowball in hell. Yeah. Well, you can secede from this immediately. Just simply don't play that game. Buy lots of life insurance. Learn how to finance everything this way. See, we haven't, it took me 13 years to get rid of the banks. Now, most average bears take about 20 years to get rid of them. But once you get rid of them, you take that money you were paying in interest and pay off policy loans, plus what you'd be paying for premiums anyway, and you'll be astounded how fast you pay off the policy loan. There are no policy loans outstanding out there today. If you look at our hand, you swear that I'm not practicing what I'm preaching. But yes, we are. But there are no policy loans at this particular point. They've all been paid off. And it's a peaceful, stress-free way of life. And all that, I get to have fun talking to guys like you. Now, do y'all have any folks that are still hung up on interest rates?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Brace yourself, Curtis.
Especially the wealthy ones.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Curtis, you take this year's cash value of the state farm policy. Now you take last year's cash value. Now you divide the little number and the big number, and you get 1 point something. The point something is the growth, the interest, the rate. Okay. Y'all got that? Mm-hmm. You always take the little number and divide it into the big number. All right. All right, that measures the growth. I learned that in forestry school, see. All right. Now, part of that growth is because I paid $388, right? We got to subtract that out of the growth. Now take that the little number and divide it into the cash pay this year, and you'll see what State Farm did on its own, right? Are you ready? 4.13 with no taxes. How's your CDs doing?
Not worth a dang.
Yeah. This policy here did 4.13 and no taxation. Now, I don't know of any company out there that's all that much different from what you're seeing. The fact is that you see people haven't looked at a policy over a long enough period of time. They always look at a policy just the first 10 years or something like that, and they draw those weird conclusions about what it's like. Well, that's our opportunity to rectify their thinking, and we rejoice for that opportunity, okay? Now, did you see how the State Farm policy fit during this downward valuation of money and so forth? It kept up with things just perfectly. But yet, there's financial geniuses out there that say, don't ever buy life insurance because inflation is going to eat you alive. Well, that's the way things go. And what did I do my pleasure?
We are here in continuity of our wonderful celebration of the amazing life of R. Nelson Nash, and joined by many people who spent time with Nelson. We're able to have coffees and conversations and dinners and sessions and presentations with him over the many years. And so we have Marty Smith with us today. And Marty, thanks for doing this. So maybe, for the people that are tuning in and maybe have never had a chance to meet Nelson, share, if you would, what it was like, if you recall. What was the first time? Do you remember the first time maybe you met Nelson, had the chance to do that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The first time I ever met Nelson, I was at Cal College, Circle of Wealth, Cal College, back in the past decade there, in the 2000s decade. And sure enough, I happened to be the only person to get to Cal College from Security Mutual Life, because there was this big ice storm up in upstate New York where the home office was located. I'm in New York City. So, New York City, I just hopped on the plane, went down to Orlando, Florida. I get there, I walk in. This was the first time I was ever at Cal College. And there was like a football field of whole life producers. And I kept thinking to myself, oh my God, I've died and gone to heaven. This is incredible. So sure enough, there were some Security Mutual Life, general agents there. And, so I was making the rounds saying hello. And sure enough, one of them said to me, hey, Marty, I was talking with Nelson Nash, and he said he wanted to meet somebody from Security Mutual Life. And so I said, fantastic, let's go. So sure enough, we go to Nelson's room because he was doing a presentation, of course, on the most valuable book that's ever been written for businesses, Becoming Your Own Banker. So the meeting ends. We walk up to the front of the room, and I get introduced to Nelson Nash. And sure enough, Nelson's there, just always so charming and so congenial. And, we're talking, and I'm telling him a little bit about myself. And, obviously he has that wonderful Southern accent there. And I, of course, I say to him, oh, and Nelson, I'm the president of the Civil War Roundtable of New York City, right? And so he says to me, oh, you mean the Wall of Northern Aggression? And I said, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course. Of course. So we have a little chat about that. And, we're talking about the company and, doing some things, with Nelson. And so it was great. Of course, what he did was say, hey, listen, you've got to come next month in the beginning of February, because we're having the IBC think tank, and you've got to be there. You've got to be there. You've got to meet everybody. You're gonna love it there. So I said, that's fantastic. I plan on doing that. He says, and here's the book. So he said, well, let me autograph my book for you. So he puts BYOB, and I'm thinking, becoming your own banker. Great. Says a nice little inscription, Nelson Nash, hands it to me. And now, obviously, I'm a wholesaler, right? So I'm used to getting things for free. So Nelson hands me the book, says, well, that'll be $20. You can pay my son-in-law right over there. So I said, yeah, that's great. I said, sure, no
Nelson,
problem.
leading with implied consent, right?
Well, I mean, it's what you have to do, because you have to, build value to that book. If I just get it, I may not read it, but if I'm paying for it, I'm going to get it, right? I'm going to dig into it. So sure enough, I talked to David Stearns there. We're having a nice chat, whatever. I give him my $20. I get the book. So I start reading the book. So before I get home back to New York City, I must have read that book 3 times in a row. And literally, I come back to my New York City apartment. I walk through the door, and on my head, I'm just my wife says to me, well, how was it? What do you think? What was it? I said, well, Cal College was great. I said, but I met this man, Nelson Nash, and he gave me his book. And I've read it 3 times. And she said, and I said, I think I've finally found what I've always been looking for. Just as simple as that. I've found what I've been always looking for from a financial perspective. And not only that, how you think makes all the difference in the world. It's, I have my Nelson Nash isms there that, I use all the time. And, literally what happened at that point was that book changed my life. And soon as I, literally the president, CEO, and chairman of the board calls me up after I get back from Cal College, because, obviously he never went there. And he said, what do you think? I said, I met somebody else there. I think myself, Dan Foley, senior vice president, has to come. Jim Conlon, senior vice president, has to come. The 3 of us should go down to the IBC think tank. What's IBC? I said, well, the Infinite Banking Concept think tank. I said, we've got to go down there and just meet everybody and see who are the agents and the practitioners who are so interested in this concept. And sure enough, they fly in. Luckily, the weather's good. They fly in, to Birmingham, Alabama. Where is it? Birmingham. Like, what? Where? Like, oh, yeah. So I fly in from New York City. They fly in from Binghamton. We all meet there. The meeting starts, and it was like, wow. It's like when your eyes are completely wide open, and we've heard so many amazing things and met so many amazing people. And literally we went back and we say because of this idea of taking loans immediately. So, most insurance companies certainly, over a decade ago, would say, hey, you can't get any money out of your contract in the first year. Well, frankly, you don't even think about, putting money in to the contract, in order to get it out right away. But again, just from the sessions, those crazy, wonderful brainstorming sessions that, people were talking about and sharing what they were doing with actual clients and businesses. So sure enough, Dan Foley and I, we go back, and what happens next? We go meet the actuaries, right? Say, hey, listen, what would it be like, we put in money day 1 and you take out money day 2, for a policy loan. And the actuary sort of looks at us and say, like, man, that'd be great. Yeah, you could do that. Oh, as most actuaries would say, oh, we're not doing that now. Oh, yeah, well, you could. Yeah. Think about it like this. When the policy owner has a policy, well, that's all a liability to the company, right? But when the policy owner takes a loan, the loan becomes an asset to the company. So why wouldn't we want to do that, and charge interest? Because, hey, how do banks work? What is the life insurance company if not just one big, amazing bank in itself? That
big old pool of money.
It's
free
a big
people,
old pool of money there.
people
So
in free contract with one another.
then it became this whole idea of re-engineering how the policy design was, how the contract was, and then quickly over time, understanding how using the writers that we had at that time, how it could work. And then it's just been a continual process of improvement over the past, decade of trying to make sure that we could, produce the kind of contracts that IBC practitioners and advisors would say, wow, this is something that we can really work with. This is, there's tremendous flexibility in terms of how the policy can work and solve any financing problem starting day one, so.
The beautiful thing that I'm hearing, as you sharing this, Marty, is like an event you had to go to anyway, somebody there recognizing that they wanted to make an introduction for you to Nelson. So again, it's connection, it's community.
Oh, absolutely.
Leads to the meeting. You have the private kind of one-on-one training session, basically with Nelson. You learn a little bit, boom, you get the book. And he makes you get it, even though it's like, hey, I'll sign my book for you. But then you got to go buy the book. And
that's right.
Reading the book, and like, by the way, your explanation of reading the book a number of times and like having that like this is what I've always been looking for. My experience was very similar to yours as well. And I think it's just phenomenal how that's transpired to then, okay, boom, let's put it into action. Let's get more people from the insurance company. So change is developing even at an insurance company level, which is not an easy thing to do. That's very difficult, all stemming from really one meeting with Nelson. And that's
right.
What it says is like, it's the power of what one person can do.
Yes.
It was the power of Nelson, this intangible thing of how he had a way, an ability, and his vision of the concept, how it impacted people in so many ways. And so really, I guess ultimately you could say that anyone who people that work at the company, they're all impacted by Nelson in some way, whether they know who he is or not. I'm sure most of them.
That is correct.
But
that is correct. I have to tell you, literally, I was on the phone this morning. I'm having a problem with, one of the applications, using the company computer. So sure enough, as I'm working with this young guy young techie who works for the company, I said, hey, you know what? I said, Jay, what we should do is let me run an illustration on your life there. How old are you? Whatever, what's your income? Well, you certainly could have $1 million policy. Let me show you how we could set this up so that, you could become your own banker. So literally what happened was I used this here, he's helping me, but I'm in the same breath showing him an illustration of how this possibly could work for him, how to use dividend paying, cash value, whole life insurance, the best financial product that's ever been created, and again, I was saying, hey, listen, this is the product that we use, but this is all about the process of becoming your own banker there. I said, yeah, it's going to work with Security Mutual. It's going to work with any existing permanent whole life policy, because guess what? They function in the same way. It's just, you have to understand the idea. Once you understand the idea, you're going to know what to do with it there. So it's pretty amazing. But right, I do have one other story, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Fire away.
So, I come from New York City. I've lived in New York City now for, good 45 years. Grew up, outside in the suburbs there. But sure enough, most of the old time brokers, general agents, advisors, there's kind of like a New York type of broker, whatever. And, you're in this for yourself, that's what this is all about. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're going to help the client, make the policy more flexible. So what they can do, get money out of it to do what? Oh, to make the major capital purchases of life. So sure enough, that's only one part when the chairman gave me a call and said, hey, Marty, what do you think we should do? Oh, we should go. So I go back and I see my boss, who's kind of an old timer there. So I come back into his office in New York City, and we're chit chatting there. And he said, well, how was it down in Alabama. Like, what the heck are you going to Alabama for? I said, no. And I said, no, Greg, you got to understand this. This was amazing. You don't understand. There's this guy there, and he had this book, and all he was talking about was how you can use your life insurance policy, your dividend paying cash value whole life insurance policy, to become your own banker. And so my boss looks, he's looking at me a little quizzically, and I'm saying, like, what's going on? And he says, it's funny, but, I happen to be the top rookie salesperson for the Equitable Life Insurance Company, many years ago, 25, 30 years ago. And sure enough, they had me up on a panel, right? So they had me and these two other guys. And there was this one guy, obviously I was a kid at the time, I was in my 20s, whatever. And there's these older guys there. So one guy spoke, but then there was this other fella, and he kept talking about, I swear, he was talking about this idea of, like you becoming your own banker and you using your life insurance policy. And I said, hey, wait a second. Here's the book. I said, have you ever seen this guy before? And I flipped the book over. And of course, there's the picture of Nelson Nash. And he says, oh my God. He says, I swear to God, but I think he was on the panel when I was rookie of the year, and he was there telling everybody, of all the people who qualified for the big, sales conference. He was telling people about his idea. And it was like, the world is so small.
Yeah. Full circle, right?
It's kind of full circle. And so sure enough, he said, well, what do you want to do? I said, well, this is what I'm going to promote to everybody. I mean, because it's a perfect fit for our tried and true Warhorse product there. And, we have, all I'm going to do is push this idea, push this concept, whatever, because guess what? I never have to compete with other companies. All I'm talking about is the idea. And everybody who has this can go back to every client, every prospect, everybody they've ever spoken to or had a relationship with, and tell them about something so wonderful and so new that it's going to blow their minds. It's going to blow their minds. It's
so new and yet so old at the same time.
So yes, that's the perfect. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's the perfect foil. It's just incredible.
Taking solid financial habits mixed with, a solid financial mindset and a solid financial product, and just blending those things together to make your life better because you know how to use it. And yeah, wonderful. That's so cool. Cause I remember Nelson talking about being on panels before, and he would say, well, you get down there to the conference and they put you on a panel. And of course, once they pass with the pleasantries, well, you got 3 or 4 people. There's always a moderator. Well, he's got to have his 2 cents. And well, by the time they get to you, what do you got? 12 minutes? Pray tell, how do you get infinite banking concepts across in 12 minutes? How do you even explain the word concept?
Yeah. But guess what? I happened to meet a guy when he was the rookie of the year. I was sitting right next to Nelson Nash. Didn't know what he had in his pocket right then and there. But that was the time before the book too. So that book. I mean, there was something great that I saw Mike Everett text in the chat room for the last IBC think tank, and people were saying, "Oh well, it's great to get this training. It's going to be nice to see what materials are going to be developed." But then Mike must have written in there, "Hey, it was always the book. It still is the book. You go back to the book." And, it's, as soon as he said that, or as soon as I saw that, I said, well, that's absolutely true. That's what people do. I mean, you use the book. The book has been the thing that really, if somebody gives it a reading and understands it right away, wow, hey, that's it. Once they get turned on to that idea and have just an inkling of what the potential it could do, it's pretty phenomenal in terms of your ability to have, these very valuable and life-changing conversations with people about the concept there. Hey, I used to, that equipment financing chapter. I mean, I'd always end my infinite banking meetings going over the equipment financing chapter. And without a doubt, every time that ever happened, people would always come up to me afterwards, whether they were a business owner or not, or an agent. They would say, "Hey, listen, Marty, I've got like $67,000. Can I start with that?" And it would be like, well, yeah, sure. Let's here, I'm glad you were here. Here, why don't you buy the book?
Got it. You got to buy it.
You got to buy the book and read it. And then let's talk some more about it like that. But
well, before we adjourn for our call today, Marty, one more quick thing I'd ask you, maybe just, thinking about the last number of years and, Nelson and the think tank sessions. You're always at the think tank sessions. And is there anything that comes up for you thinking about, you were there to attend the film release of the documentary film. Just thinking about maybe some of the conversations you had near the end with Nelson. Is there anything that sticks, comes up in your mind, or any side conversations that maybe come up along the way?
I don't know if there's something specific about that. I just know that, Nelson was always so gracious and, just wonderful to be around. And, people, when you're in a crowd with him, it's tough to get together, but I did have this experience where Nelson, Carlos, Bob, and David came to New Jersey to do this meeting with, Alan Blecker and Tom O'Connell. And sure enough, my wife and I attended. And this was the first time that my wife had actually met no, that's not true. She had been down to Birmingham and things like that. But, she was there. We were on our home turf, right? This is New York, New Jersey. This is our place, So sure enough, of course, I say, oh, well, let me take everybody to dinner. So we go back into Morristown proper. We go and have dinner. Alan Blecker sitting at one end of the table. I'm sitting right next to him to his left. My wife, Raman, is sitting next to Alan on his right. And Nelson sits down right next to my wife. That's it. And so sure enough, Alan and I are talking, and then of course there's Tom and Bob and Carlos and, David, and everybody's, chit-chattering away. But who spends the next 2.5 hours totally speaking to the man himself? It's my wife. And I'm trying to tell her, I said, I can't believe it. I said, you've had him for 2.5 hours all to yourself. Oh, what'd you talk about? Oh, we talked about kids, grandkids, all sorts of stuff. I talked about how we use our life insurance policies. And it was just like, it's a wonderful, marvelous time, and I said, do you understand how envious people would be of you in this situation to have Nelson right there to ask him anything you wanted? It's just, I'm envious. It's.
I'm sure it comes up now and again in conversation with your wife. She probably still lords it over you now and again, right?
Well, obviously she does have a leg up on me there. I mean, that's, but it's, again, life-changing experience for me, from the day I met him, and still is. I mean, it's my passion. I've never had more passion for what I do, and the people I see and meet and talk to, and try to get them to buy that book and, go through it, talk about these ideas, the most important ideas, I believe, that we have right now, especially in our current crazy times that we're living in,
right
down here in the lower 48.
The lower 48. Well, Nelson is the gift that keeps on giving.
Absolutely. So
awesome. Well, thanks, Marty. I really appreciate you doing this and joining us today, and for sharing some stories and some memories of Nelson as we commemorate him, and we further memorialize his memory and give people a glimpse into what kind of a wonderful soul that he was to share and bless us all.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank you, Richard. Okay. Bye-bye.
Changing thinking, changing lives. That really, you should understand that there should be that warehouse concept like Walmart ads. They've done pretty good, haven't they? Well, everything goes through the warehouse. When you buy things in the warehouse, dang it, it costs. And so when you think that one through, see, the guy on the street out there thinks about investments. Well, they think Wall Street's investments. No, Wall Street's not investments. That's speculation. There's a whole lot of difference between the two. P.J. O'Rourke calls it the greater fool theory. That's not stock, that's used stock. Somebody else already owns it. That guy bought it, he hopes he'll find a bigger fool that'll pay more for it. And that guy that bought that, he hopes he'll find a bigger fool. And that guy hopes he'll find a bigger fool. And finally, he finds the biggest fool of all and he comes crashing down. A la Enron. But that's the world. Now, and these Dow Jones average and so forth, they keep taking losers out of the portfolio there. Well, what kind of con game is that? Again, remember in the seminars I tell people that water's got to flow, blood's got to flow, money's got to flow. Now, when the water flows, it goes through you and me. We have to have it. 80% of you and me is water. Now, ultimately, it gets back in the oceans. It's a circle. And I tell people that everybody needs a heart personally, right? It needs to be functioning. But you can't live without one that I did for 2.5 hours, 26 years and 9 months and 1 day ago. Here I am talking to you. What made that possible? A wonderful machine called a heart-lung machine, but it only did it marginally so. But I'm demonstrating now that because of the thinking of people, in the financial world, they're doing the equivalent of living off of a heart-lung machine 34.5% of the time. That's absurd. They should never be on it at all. But they've been wooed away from that. That when they go to buy something, it's got to come from a pool of some sort. Well, their pool is nothing anymore. If they think that they have something that's in a tax qualified plan of some kind where it's going to get stolen, well, what it amounts to, they don't have anything. That's right. They just don't realize it. They think they have it. You ask some guy, how much you got in your 401k? $400,000. No, that's the account value. Uncle Sam's going to take about half of that by the time that you parcel that out. Yeah. You ain't got 400,000 in there.
So, in continuation of our wonderful discussions, sharing stories about our mentor Nelson Nash, we were joined together today by George Roth, who had the pleasure to meet Nelson on a number of occasions and train with Nelson. So, George, thanks for joining us. Maybe kick us off by talking through a little bit about the first time that you remember meeting Nelson Nash.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, guys. I think this is a great idea, great initiative, and I'm very happy and pleased to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you.
Well, my first meeting of Nelson, I would be at a think tank. So and I can't even remember the year, if it was 2012 or 2013. It was the first think tank that I attended, and that was when I first met Nelson. And at that time, Nelson did his seminar in conjunction with the think tank. So we had the honor and privilege of listening to him speak for, I don't know, a day or more. Like it was a full day event.
Yeah.
And that was kind of my first exposure to him personally, right? So I'd read his book and known lots about him, and first time I got to meet him in person down in Alabama. So it was just I just found it amazing to listen to him speak. So he was so knowledgeable and made everything understandable and easy, simplified things so that people could understand, personalized it, used lots of good stories, jokes, very funny guy, but it was always subtle humor. And so that was kind of my first meeting. And, right from the first minute was just impressed with the man as a person and how knowledgeable he was.
Did you get a chance to chat with him, George, at all over the years about being a plane driver?
For sure. Yeah. Lots of times. Yeah. It was always a pleasure to speak to Nelson, and anytime you got one-on-one time with him was a privilege, and was very, what's the word I'm looking for? It was valuable, so valuable. Every minute you got to spend with him, and any one-on-one time was that much better. So, he was in the Air Force, in the National Guard in the US, and was a plane driver. I was in the Air Force here in Canada for 20 years. So we had that in common, and we would talk about airplane stories and Air Force stories often. Yeah, for sure. He always kept everything personal and very friendly and cordial, and it was always a pleasure and a joy to speak with him. That's for sure.
Once he knew that you had either been in an airplane or had flown an airplane or were involved in people flying airplanes on a regular basis, he would never let that go.
No.
And so he knew that about you because of that. And so I know that anytime that we were in the room together, he would always, even if it was like in the middle of a session in front of a group of clients, he would pick out a person that he knew was involved in flying airplanes in some way, and they would get into a discussion to try to bring everyone else that was in the room into that moment of time to give them a reference point to what it was like, being in a plane in flight in some way. And I thought that was interesting. So
yeah. And of course, I always loved his analogy of the headwind and the tailwind, right? So definitely spoke to me, and I use that often. It's a great analogy for how we can truly get ahead.
Now, do you remember Nelson ever telling a story about the SR, I think it's the SR-71 Blackbird?
SRX-71, yeah.
Yeah. And I remember he talked about how, a little bit about how it was, obviously one of the fastest planes ever created. And I think it broke a number of records. But, the fact that the time frame when it was built, which was, kind of around the 60s, it was before the personal computers came out. And so really the construction of it happened, basically with a slide rule and pieces of paper and, third grade arithmetic, I guess, as Nelson would say off and on. So it was always interesting when he would talk about different kinds of airplanes. He was so familiar with them, and he always had a story to relate about them. Is there anyone, a type of airplane you remember speaking to him about particularly?
Not particularly, not any one kind of airplane. No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, one of the things with Nelson is just how knowledgeable he was. He just knew everything about everything. It was just amazing. So it didn't matter what the subject was, whether it was airplanes or banking or history or economics, didn't matter. He just knew so much. And it always boggled my mind how much information he had in that brain of his.
Very true. And what comes up for you, George, when you think about, maybe a fond memory, that you have of Nelson for the years that you got to know him?
Yeah. So lots of fond memories for sure. Like every experience with Nelson was awesome and enjoyable. One in particular, I'd have to say, was the last think tank where he was still with us. Because 2019, that was. We all went out for dinner during the think tank, and there's a big group of us, big table, and I had the fortunate. I was very fortunate to be able to sit beside Nelson for the dinner during the dinner. And Mary was across from me, and Richard was, I think, beside me on the other side of me. And we had the whole evening basically to talk to Nelson and Mary. Mm-hmm. And it was just amazing, to have that much time and attention with Nelson, just story after story after story. The level of detail, he always remembered names and dates and where he was and who was there. And it was just always amazing. And so that was a very fond memory. Just being able to spend the evening with Nelson and Mary during that dinner was incredible. And then, that was the last think tank that he was with us. So it made it even that much more special.
Yeah,
I remember that dinner because I was fortunate enough to sit beside Mary, and so I got to have some fun conversation with her as well. A lot about just excuse me, learning and discussing about their relationship and how they were able to make it through 65 years of marriage, and what were some of the tips that she could give me and that sort of thing. So I had a really, really amazing conversation with her, talking about there's the ups and downs that happen over a lifespan in life and in relationships, and how committed they were to one another. And so there was so many areas where Nelson would teach us, and it wasn't just Nelson, it was those people around him as well, including Mary, would learn so many wonderful lessons. And so I treasure that particular dinner that you're talking about, because I've got a target to shoot for in my own marriage now, because someone set a precedent, and so we have something to reach for, which I think is great.
They were fun to see together for sure. I mean, you talk about the cute old couple.
Yeah,
they were the cute old couple, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was so good. So many great memories.
I like it when he would talk about when they downsized and they got out of the big house, and David and Kim came over and he knocked down my house and they rebuilt the house or whatever, but they had to move. They moved to the wife size house with the wife size yard.
Yep.
And Nelson, he always had a way of relating information that was truly fantastic. So
he did, and it was always with humor, right? Always intertwined with humor, which was always fun.
And George, you've been, practicing this process in your own life for many years. And could you maybe share with people who are tuning in today, maybe a little bit about your journey with the process and the impact that it's had on your life and the people that you most love to serve?
Sure. I've been life licensed since 2008. Discovered infinite banking with you two gentlemen in 2011. And then I it was just a message that had to be shared in my mind. So then I joined the team and began helping share and spread the word. So that was January 2011. And then, of course, put it into practice right away too, right? So we got 2 policies right away, pretty much as soon as we could, working with Richard. And those have been great policies. And we now have, I have 2 adult kids. We have our first grandson. So between my wife and I and our kids and our grandson, we have, I always have to stop and think, I want to say 8 policies. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 policies.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is what we do. This is how we save. This is how we plan for the future. This is how we finance our lives. This is what we do. So, and to have it in 3 generations is amazing. I mean, it's kind of scary to say 3 generations out loud. That makes me old already, but it's been amazing. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, implemented it, practice it, love to help people implement it in their lives. Always brings me joy and pleasure when people discover this concept, right? So Nelson always said it can't be taught, it has to be caught, and you have to just figure it out. And then once you do, there's no turning back, right? It just makes too much sense. There's just no going backwards. So not everyone catches it necessarily, maybe not right away. But once you do, it's amazing. And when you see the light bulbs go on, it's a lot of fun for sure.
Absolutely. And whenever we're talking to fellow practitioners, we we've been asking the question, you know, how has your thinking changed since the first time you read the book compared to the most recent time that you read the book?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all about how we think, right? So, wow, put that into words. Well, I mean, the traditional financial planning I know doesn't work. I was caught in that trap, you know, the trap of RSPs and mutual funds. So that thinking changed. I got out of that as well. And I don't put any of my money into the market. Not directly for sure. So that changed my thinking. Just, you know, the way we were taught and what we knew, you don't know what you don't know. So you do what you know. Either your parents taught you, or a bank person told you, or the government tells you, and you just think that's the thing to do. But once you discover a better way, which we did, we changed what we did, you know, as soon as we could. So my way of thinking, you know, going from traditional or typical, I should say, not traditional, typical financial planning didn't work and doesn't work. And now we actually use a traditional way, using participating whole life insurance that's been around for hundreds of years and has proven itself over that time. So, you know, a lot of things have changed for sure. That's one of them. You know, just the way the banking system works and how, you know, how we, the general public, are so blind to what's really happening. Yeah, it's been an eye opener for sure.
Now, George, one of the things that you know, Nelson taught us, and you know, he kind of says it in the book, but a lot of the things that he says in the book versus when you would meet him in person or see his seminar or see him teach it, it just, he might be saying the same thing, but there was, you know, there's so much that's lost when you read something versus when you hear the impact. You see other people engaging in the message at the same time. Like, there's something about being in the room and the environment and the training environment with Nelson that was there was this like palpable energy. And he talked a lot about opportunities and how they would track you down. In fact, if you have readily available access to capital, they'll hunt you down, he would say. and so you kind of had, you and your wife had an experience like that where, you know, by building up capital, an opportunity came across for you guys to pick up a business. I think that's a great story for people to understand a little bit about what Nelson's message was there. Would you care to share a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, and he said it often, right? And I mean, you talk about being in, you know, attending his seminars. I attended, I don't know how many, and every time there was something new that you picked up. It was the same seminar. He was extremely consistent. You know, the jokes were at the same time. He took a drink of coffee at the same time. He was so consistent. But every time you heard him, you picked up something new and different, right? Yeah. Even though you'd heard it before. So that was always incredible. And one of the things that he often said was, you know, if you have a pool of capital, opportunities will find you. So, you know, like I said before, we implemented this concept in our lives right away as soon as we understood it. And shortly after that, maybe even like a year or two after we started, business opportunity presented itself, and we were able to act and purchase a business for 13 cents on the dollar because we were able to, because we could act quickly and we could pounce on it when it appeared, right? So opportunities are going to find you and they will come and go. And if you don't take advantage, then they're gone, right? So, you know, and after that, we bought a second business, and then we since sold both businesses, and it's worked out quite well in the end, and all because we had the ability to act quickly. And Nelson had his own great stories of how opportunities found him and how he took advantage of those too, and those are always amazing.
I would bet if we polled the entire, you know, experienced practitioner community, there would just be countless stories of opportunities that have tracked people down. In fact, that might be a good That might be a good thing to propose to the Institute to, gather some of those stories and be able to share them.
Yeah, the opportunity hunt or something to that effect. That could be a really, really neat thing to do. Actually, I like that. That's a great idea.
Well, and we always talked often, amongst ourselves and with Nelson. There's the seen and there's the unseen.
Right.
So it's one thing to see things and see numbers and see how things work, but then there's the unseen of what can you actually do with that? And that's the opportunity, taking advantage of opportunities that you can't necessarily see right away until they're there.
That's such a good
and
point.
that can be even more powerful than just looking at, how this can work for me, looking at the numbers, understanding the concept. You don't even know what you don't know yet. Right?
He would always say,
yeah.
He would always say, the more you see this process, the more you'll see you didn't see.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's so true.
And those of us that have been doing it for a while, right, understand.
Yeah.
Because we're living it, right? It's hard to understand if you don't experience it yourself.
Very true.
Well, and the idea there that it's the seen versus the unseen, it ties right into the illustration. Everyone wants to talk about illustrations and things, but once you print it, it's just numbers on a page. It's what happens throughout those years, how you use it, how you implement, where things go up, the opportunities that arise. It's the little bits of monthly or annual amounts of money that were typically walking away from you and out your family's life that are gone forever, that suddenly now, because you've implemented this structure now and your habits have changed, are showing back up in your life that don't show up in the illustration. And that's part of the unseen. And so the impact is so much wider and broader than what any one piece of paper with some numbers on it can show you. And it's a feeling, Nelson talked about it being such a peaceful, stress-free way of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And, he was a great example, right? Because he lived it too. And that's important, right? It's one thing to say something, but it's another thing to actually practice it and do what you say you want others to do, right? It's critical. And he did it amazingly, right? He had 49 policies at one point and multi-generational. And, when you know that your family, your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids are going to be taken care of financially, it's not an if, for a fact that it's going to happen. That is a peaceful existence, right? And
Absolutely.
one policy can help 3 generations at the same time. And that was one of the things that just blew my mind. This is mind-boggling. I can take care of my wife and I can take care of my kids. And I know that my grandkids are already well taken care of. And they, at the time they weren't even born.
Right.
And now we have one and we get to throw them up in the air and have fun with them and know that he's set.
That's so good.
He's set for life.
What a feeling. You can't even almost put that into words, eh?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. You can't, right? It's amazing.
Are there any other fond memories, George, or things that come up for you when you think about, how, because for people who are viewing this, many of the people may have never met Nelson. And so are there any other glimpses into the essence of how incredible he was that you want to share?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure we could talk about him all day if we wanted to.
All weekend.
Well, and maybe you are. I touched on it earlier, like the knowledge that this man had was just incredible, like mind-boggling amount of knowledge. He was so well read, hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of books that he read in his lifetime. And he seemed to remember every one of them that he read too. So knowledgeable, but yet he was able to relay that information to people so that they understood it. He was able to simplify, uncomplicate, and relate to people, and people could relate to him. And the other thing that I found so incredible, being so knowledgeable and doing what he did for so long, wrote books, thousands of seminars that he gave, was his humility. Like, he was so humble, and had that humility that was so appealing. Usually he didn't need to be the smartest one in the room, even though he was.
Right.
He didn't need to be, and he didn't care if he was or wasn't. He was just humble and kind and wanted to share and help others. So that was kind of the picture of Nelson for me, was, how he was able to be so intelligent and knowledgeable, but yet so humble and simple in the good way, right? Just down to earth, normal, simple, kind. That's kind of my greatest thoughts, I guess, and experiences with Nelson.
Thank
And
you, George.
you never got tired of listening to him. Like, never. Like, you could take his seminar 100 times and you would enjoy every one of them. But the message didn't change. Even the words didn't change, but it was still always enjoyable and educational.
Your bladder might not be happy because you really had to go, use a facility, but like, Nelson's still talking. I can't miss a second of this.
Yeah.
And George, we would all write, like, we would just write so many notes, and I still have every single one of those notepads from every single time that he spoke. And because something would strike you, and you would capture it in your own way. And so many good memories. Thank you, George. Thank you sincerely for spending some time with us and for sharing your memories. And we appreciate it very much.
All my pleasure. Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for doing this too.
You bet, man. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Now, when we get down to income, we have a new enrollee to the IBI practitioners program. See, we want accountants, we want lawyers to join this endeavor. Anyway, we got a new CPA, and he's been asking David questions right and left. And of all things, here the other day, he was questioning the illustration that goes with the girls. Okay, this CPA call has several questions and so forth, and I've got to explain to him that look, I've got to meet people where they are. The general public, I got to meet them where they are, the way that they think. I've got to take into consideration their thinking. When the guy on the street sees the word loan, no. Dave Ramsey says, stay away from loans. Now, Stephen, you're the banker, okay? I make a deposit at your bank of $1,000. That's a liability to you. You owe me. Now, if I make a loan from you, that's an asset to you. That's money coming into you. That's polar opposite thinking. If you're going to be a banker, you got to think like a banker. Okay. I'm emphasizing in this illustration here, zero loans. Zero loans. Now, when you get down there to passive income time, now the first year, that's withdrawals. Then we switch to the loan. Now, the thing that you do not see, and I could show it, but we'd have another set of columns in here. And the guy on the street is just totally blown away by all those numbers. He's not used to. Are you trying to baffle me with BS? With all these numbers. The numbers can paralyze them. So I'm just simplifying it as best I can. No loans, but there are loans after the first year of withdrawals of the $50,000. Hence, that's tax-free. You do not see the dividend column at all. Now, I told the CPA, this book has sold 300,000 copies. It's been around for 14 years. You're the first person that's ever questioned that page. So that ought to tell you something. Okay. I go on to explain in seminars that I'm teaching in stages. I'm meeting people where they are as best I can and moving them in this direction to realize that to become a banker, you've got to think in terms of loans. That if I went in the life insurance business, I would never let a client do that. Remember, that's happened. I'm a forester, okay? Remember that? Yep. The pine tree got to be 30 years old. Now, in the spring of the year, in our part of the world, for about 2 weeks, you've got yellow pollen everywhere. When rain comes, there's yellow pollen photographed. Mm-hmm. Now, that yellow pollen fertilizes the female combs. Now, this time of the year, another month or two, those female combs are opening up the bracts of the comb. And out comes that little helicopter leaves, helicopter seeds, right? If those seeds land on bare mineral soil, you got a tree. That's dividends. That's dividends. Now, if it lands on leaf litter or something like that, it dies. It's got to land on bare mineral soil. Now, that dividend tree is now 15 years old, and it's up about 20 feet, maybe 25 feet. So, pull up the tree or cut it down. It doesn't grow anymore. You understand? If you withdraw dividends to buy the cars, you quit the growth potential of the system. I would never allow anybody to do that if I were in the business. Well, why not show it? Because they listen to Dave Ramsey. They listen to Susie Orman. Loans? No. If you're a banker, loans? Yes. Now, if you are a bona fide banker out there, who is your best customer? If you know banking up one side down the other, who should be the best customer? You could possibly. You! Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Winnie.
Yes.
Rule number 1.
Don't do business with me.
What? Rule number 1, there's 4.
Think long range.
Long range. Think like a forester. Think at least 3 generations. We're doing the 4. Okay? Rule number 2 is what?
Don't be afraid to capitalize.
Yeah, put lots of capital in. Any fool knows the more you capitalize a business, the stronger it is. Good grief. But how do they look at life insurance? I'll put as little as I can in, because that's what insurance is about. You want to pay as little as you can and get as much protection for that little bitty outlay. Well, in all other forms of insurance, that's absolutely correct. But life insurance is a totally different beast. You see, it's a gross misnomer. It should never have been called life insurance. But that was its derivation. Remember, I tell the story of the potato and the potato and the tomato. The word so nasty. Poison. You know, today 1 year's crop of potatoes exceeds the value of all gold ever found in the entire Western Hemisphere. It's a crazy world we live in. People don't think. Rule number 3.
Don't steal the peas.
Don't steal the peas. Rule number 4. Don't do business with banks. That's all there is to it. I mean, how simple can you get? That is ridiculously simple. It doesn't have to be complicated at all. But my experience with 50 years of experience with life insurance folks, they complicate things. Yep. Now, what did you do here? Savings first? Oh, you know.
So that's just
Oh, yeah, you got it. Ah. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. Anyway, the CPA, he says down there, the outstanding loan at the very bottom line. What is it? Go to the illustration. Go to the illustration.
Outstanding loan.
Yeah, go to the illustration. You don't have the illustration. Next page.
Oh,
yeah.
697.
Yeah. So you got the outstanding loan of what it was the total loan. I don't have my glasses.
15.
Yes.
650. 650.
He says that should come off of this figure here. So he's an accountant. And I said, sir, no, I didn't do it this mean. But it amounts to, do you understand English?
He said, no.
Yeah, what's that first word up here?
Net.
Net. Now, what does net mean? I said, sir, do you realize that life insurance companies are deathly afraid of lawsuits? And they have big time lawyers on their staff. Net means net. If that weren't the case, they would be wide open to lawsuits. Right. And life insurance companies have got a lot of money. That's deep pockets, and where the lawyers look for.
What does that mean?
Like I said, if you don't own anything out there, you're free of lawsuits. Yeah, see, the net outlay is on 50-something thousand. Yeah, so that first 50,000 out there is see, the guts of it there. The general public, they're not really all interested in that stuff. They want to know what time it is, not how the dang watch works.
Yeah.
Like I say, in these 14 years and 300,000 copies in 30 different countries, he's the first. But we had a good time going through the exercise, and he perfectly understands that.
So he just wasn't understanding?
No, because he's an accountant. See, back when, when I bought that State Farm policy, there were no computers. There were no illustrations. Illustrations have not necessarily been all that valuable a thing. I admit that it has helped in the learning process, but you got to understand that there's things going on that you don't have to have illustrations. All right, look, you're an airplane driver. You know what an SR-71 is. These other guys probably don't know. Nothing. Nothing. That is the brainchild of one man. Kelly Johnson, Lockheed. He was the head of the skunk works. Now, he was not an airplane designer, did you know that? He was not an engineer. He was a mathematician. He did that dang thing with a slide rule. There were no computers. Now, to give you an impression of how fantastic that airplane is, when they phased it out, look, it grows in length during flight because of the friction of the atmosphere.
So fast it goes.
Yeah. It's several inches in length. Now, on the ground, if you stand under it there, you get dripped upon for fuel. Yeah. And so they take off, get into air, refuel it in the air, and then go do their thing. Now, when they're taking the one to Washington, D.C. to put in the museum, there in San Diego, they refuel over the Pacific. When they cross Lindbergh Field, the pumps is stop watch. And when they cross Dulles in Washington, I think it's something like an hour and 10 minutes. That is smoking. No kidding. It was like, yeah. It's amazing what the human brain can do. Do some thinking.
Okay, next up, we're going to hear from Paul and Michelle Horsley, who, as pilots, had some very interesting things in common with Nelson Nash. And we're going to talk a little bit about a really special experience that Paul was able to help facilitate and actually get Nelson into a flight simulator. So stay tuned, you're going to learn all about it.
So what's going on, man? What do we got going on here?
Well,
I was reminiscing about our time in Atlanta, and I've got that right next to me every single day. And what an
that put a smile on your face, Jayson. That probably does a little bit.
Oh God,
what year was that? I went looking for it. I can't find it.
Oh my goodness. That would have been 2017, I believe.
That is amazing. I just can't even believe it's gone by that fast.
That's a bucket list item that you made happen. And
well, so did you. I mean, you showed up. Awesome.
And I even asked you. I asked you too. I said, like, is this engineer goofing around with me? Like, am I really? Did they? You know, like when you play a video game and they go, "You're really just a beginner. You're somewhat of a beginner. You're intermediate. You're advanced. You're a master." And you looked right at me and you said, "No, this was the real deal, man. Like, you were flying this airplane."
You did an excellent V1 cut multiple times, right? You know what that is, right? Yep. You landed perfectly every time. I mean, it was like you were an old hat. The only thing you need to do is just, put an application into the airline and start flying those big boys.
Well, the guy that was in there, the engineer that was in there with us, he asked me when I was walking in, so you and I were together, and he goes, "So, how much stick time do you have?" And I looked over at Paul and I asked, "What does that mean?" and he goes, he wants to know how much flying time you have. And I said, "Well, none." And that's when the engineer had commented. He said, "Well, I need to let you know the simulator is real. You may experience nausea. You may experience feelings of uneasiness." And Paul was like, he's going to be fine. He's going to do great. And it was, oh my goodness. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, not only for that awesome experience, for making that happen, but just to be able to experience it with you and Nelson was
priceless, baby.
I can't express enough gratitude to you for that, honestly.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
How did you guys get Nelson down there? Like, was he already going to be? Because it was in Atlanta you went to do it, right?
No, he had to travel there.
Okay.
And it was amazing. And now any client that I have who is an airline pilot, so Rich, WestJet.
Yeah.
And so I work with a few clients who primarily fly the Boeing 737. And so when I run this, I'd love to just chat with them because I love aviation, and I just run the video of me in the simulator, and they remark too. They're like, "That's actually really good. Like, good job." And anyway, I loved it. I think about it a lot.
Just a natural. Maybe your kids, get your kids going in that direction. Maybe, who knows?
Never know. That would have been a dream job for me.
We heard some interesting stories earlier today about Nelson flying the kids around in their youth and just kind of picking up and going and checking watching the news channels. Yep, looks like it's going to be okay weather. Let's go that way. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and I'd love to hear a little bit more. Like you guys, you obviously maneuvered everything to get this event to do the simulator. And was that something that Nelson had indicated he really wanted to do, or how did it come up anyway?
Oh, Jayson twisted my arm one day and said, "Look, get me in that simulator, or else." I said, "Well, no, I'm just kidding." No, Jayson just kept indicating that was always a passion, and he just always loved to do it. And I think you said at one point you thought maybe that was the direction you were going to go in life in your earlier life. I don't really remember, but I do know that I said, "Hey, dude, I can make this happen. Let's try to get Nelson in on this gig." And the next thing you know, there we are. So it was awesome.
It was amazing. And we had talked about it at the think tank. Yep. And, it just literally came together that way. You had said, absolutely, you know what? I'm going to make this a reality. And it was like being a kid in a candy store in anticipation. I said, I do not care when we need to be in Atlanta. I will drop anything that I'm doing. And I'll drive there, fly there, take the train there, hitchhike there. Like I will be there. And
you're there, baby.
And it worked out. It was phenomenal. I mean, we had a great meal with Nelson and Mary, and we spent some time together, a few days there. And wow.
Good old days.
Did Nelson get a chance? Like he had, if I remember correctly, I don't think he had flown anything, to that size, like from the simulator size before, if I recall.
He did great.
Yeah, he did great. Yeah.
He was the first, he was the first wheels up. He was the first one and took that plane off.
A long time since he'd flown, I think. It'd been a long time, years. And so, but he did great. It was like, it's like riding a bike, and for Jayson, it was like, whatever, this is like walking.
A giant explosive bike hurtling through the air at hundreds of miles an hour. Is that what you mean?
I got to tell you something that's super awesome. So part of the simulation was, you're able to select different airports that you want to simulate, either taking off from, landing at. And we chose, so Paul said, hey, why don't we go out of Hawaii and let's simulate an engine failure. Okay, sure. Does anybody have any spare blood pressure medication? So we did that, and obviously it was real. And then so Paul said, let me take the controls and I'll show you, but let's add a little bit of a flair to it. Let's get some bad weather. And he handled it like perfectly. And he was always kind of quizzing, he leaned over to me and said, what do we do now? And I said, well, we need altitude. We got to let's figure the problem out up there. And he goes, that's absolutely right. Let's go. And so
that was awesome.
Such a good experience.
So few people have that recognition or situational awareness, it's awesome. That was great.
Oh, it was so good.
Yep, good times. So, but Nelson had a good time, and it was very, very good day.
Mm-hmm.
So you went from meeting Nelson, attending some think tanks, to getting a chance to basically fly with Nelson, and leading up to eventually writing a book. You guys have always a staple at our think tanks, and with big smiles and great photos. So, maybe take us back a little bit. Walk us through, maybe if you recall the first time that you met Nelson, and what are some things that came up for you at that time, if you can think back to then.
It was a number of years ago. When we found IBC, it was quite an earth-shaking event for us. So we decided, on that first think tank, and we went there. And the first time we walked up to Nelson, he turned around. He goes,
We met Nelson. He had a special private event in Minneapolis, and the gentleman that invited us was already a customer for IBC, and he said, the guy himself is going to be in Minneapolis. We got to go. So our friend David invited us, and we were like, okay, that sounds great. And we were so excited. And we kind of gathered ourselves, and I'm like, what guy? and then Nelson spent his day talking to a few practitioners that were there and lots of clients that were there, and a couple practitioners in the Minneapolis area had put it together, and it was just amazing. I thought it was really special because Nelson it was so obvious. I mean, the depth of his knowledge and the breadth of his stories and all of that was cool to see that he really, really was a person that appreciated learning and learning so many different things, but really because he mostly enjoyed mentoring people. So that was something that was so evident and special from the beginning that he just loved. He would just light up if he could teach somebody something special. And
he didn't know who we were at the time. Not that we're anybody anyway, but it's funny because it was about another year before we went back to the think tank and we got to meet him again there. And he turned around and he looked at us and he goes, "Oh, are you the pilot?" And for him, being an aviator was always something that resonated with him. So he had instant rapport, and he just loved that. And then he found out Michelle was, also a pilot. And then it was just like, from that point on, we had a really good bond with him. And it was just a constant, every time we talk, he'd talk about flying. And, as the years went on, it was just, he was an awesome mentor. I mean, you guys would agree that he is just, he's always there. He always answers the phone. He's always like, how can I help you? What's going on? And just wants to know how life is. The guy was so genuine. And I was just asking my son out on the beach, I said, what do you remember about Nelson? And he was 15 when he met him. And it was, I think it was 2 years ago. And we were at a restaurant and Nelson asked him some questions and was interacting with Jack. And Jack goes, he's a real true man of God. He wanted to know, that I knew that he knew about God and how to get saved, right? That was big in his world. And we got to know Mary. That Mary was there too. And he only interacted once, and that was the impression that he got about Nelson, which, that's Nelson's world. That was his number one item, right?
All day long. Yeah.
Yep. He was always talking about the gospel, always just breaking into some kind of a conversation. And the term he used and the term I always use now when I talk to people is, I always say this. I said, when you graduate, your heirs are going to have this as a bonus. It's just awesome. And it takes the whole, dark side away. And they go, sometimes they say, what's graduate mean? And, you got to go into that. But a lot of times everybody loves to hear that, because then it gives a good, a good future conclusion. Right. Yeah. So that was a term that I stole from him. I'll tell him when I see him.
It's especially a great term for the people that didn't actually graduate, maybe out of high school, and they get a second chance. No.
Yeah, no, right. What?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And so your journey with this process has been amazing. And, maybe share with viewers, what life was like for you, before embracing this process, and what life has been like for you since, and how Nelson is kind of, woven into that.
Sure. Well, we were like everybody else, swimming in the same pond of the financial world, 401ks and IRAs, and being a professional pilot, we flew with a major airline. And of course, you're funneled right into that whole operation for years. And when we got exposed to this whole IBC thing, we're pretty open to a lot of things in life as far as, business and finance. And we were blown away. We couldn't figure out how we had missed this, our whole adult life. It was shocking. And so we dove into it, and then I started sharing it like I share the gospel with people. I started telling everybody about it. Then I started I went to Michelle one day and I said, I'm getting so good at this. I think I need to, pursue this as a possible side hustle or a business. And I kind of got going that way. And we talked to Nelson. One thing led to another. We went through the practitioner program and started attending all think tanks. And
well, I think when you come across something that's so logical and can benefit, really truly help people. And that was my favorite thing about Nelson, was how he could put stuff in just a means. He could really help people see through the fog. He could help you, because there's just so much, like he called it, the financial noise that's out there. And when you run into someone who can just share with you, this is what's good for you and what's good for your family. Yeah. And then it becomes very exciting because a lot of people are like, oh, finances, oh, that makes me nervous. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do. And I just don't want to talk about it. But that's the worst situation you can be in. So to be able to take people and give them, hope and answers and clarity, becomes something that turns something that could be very, ominous into something really great. And so it was fun because Nelson always would light up with that. And then it's just been a gift to us to be able to share it with people. And
we're just carrying on his legacy, right, guys?
That's it. Absolutely. And Nelson used to say all the time, he would say, it takes two to tango.
He would also say, just go where called.
Yep. Go where called. Right. 100%.
Yep.
100%. Golly. It was a breath of fresh air, guys. It really was. And one of the bonuses to this whole thing was we got to meet you two.
Mm-hmm. I know. I think about that too.
I know
the thin thread of connections and how many amazing people that this has brought us to. And from Nelson, and just the people that were so attracted to him because he was just a wonderful person. And then the connections and friendships and lifelong friendships that we get to have because of that.
As rarely as we see you guys, special. It's like we can just pick up and start talking like we just finished talking. It's a very small, unique, special friendship, that a bond that is always there, and it probably always be there. You know what I mean? It's really cool.
And we were chatting earlier about we were meeting with David Stearns and his wife Kim, and he had mentioned Nelson's continual reference to serendipity, and I was reflecting on that after that time that we had spent with them, because it was very heartfelt, and each stroke of serendipity is very fortunate, especially in our world.
Yeah,
it really is. Like if you reflect on everyone that we have met and the relationships that have been formed and the bonds that have been formed and the fellowship and life is better knowing the both of you. And it's all directly, it can be, the root of it is all Nelson.
Nelson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nelson.
Yes. Yes. It is amazing what he created. Through the idea and the logic behind it, the caring. Because something like this, the IBC piece of this is something that any of you, all of you as practitioners could just know about and do great things with your family with it and not share it. And that's one thing that Nelson was so passionate about, was telling everybody who was willing to listen, let's tell them and continue to give them the good information until they're done listening. And then I think it's just cool that all of you continue to do that and really, have the heart to serve other people. And
so thank you guys for doing that. This is a big deal. Awesome. I was blown away when you guys, contacted us to talk about this. It's a pleasure to be here, to have that opportunity to share with everybody who's ever going to watch this. It's just, Nelson was a very special friend and character, and his wife Mary was just as special. She was his complete support team. I mean, she was amazing. We just love her.
Yeah.
Well, one of the a couple of things you guys said, it reminded me of a story that Nelson would tell, something that he learned from Leonard Reed when he would see Leonard and they'd get together in a group of, you get a group of people, the usual suspects, he would say, together, and you get them in a room, and you're going to bring the speaker out. Well, I would bring Leonard out as a speaker a number of times to the Chamber of Commerce or whatever it was, and we would get people together in a room, and Leonard would say something to the effect of like, well, imagine we're here in this room and we turned all the lights off, and then we had just a regular incandescent bulb, and we hooked it up to a little rheostat so we could control how much power we could provide the light bulb. And if we just had it pitch black in here and we just let it all sit for a minute, after a few moments, our eyes would begin to adjust and we'd start to be able to see shapes and frames and people. Eventually you'd be able to see faces, you'd be able to see people's eyes, and there'd be probably enough light creeping in that you could see a little bit here. But then all of a sudden you crank up that light a little bit and it just turns on just to the lowest little ember, but you can see the light fixture. Everybody's eyes in the room would dart right towards that light fixture and it would be captivating. It's all they'd be able to see. And then leave it there for a moment or two, and then everybody would start to look around again. They'd look around what's up them, and their eyes would be darted away from the attention of that light. But then you take that rheostat and you just crank it up a little bit more and you increase that candle power. And then everyone's eyes come flooding back towards the light that's increasing. And so Nelson would share that story, that reiterate that message that he got from Leonard Reed. And he says, all your job is to just go out there and spread light. Become the brightest illumination of light that you can, so that people are focused in and they can see the message.
100%.
Amen.
That's awesome.
Yep, that's exactly how I feel. You hit the nail on the head, Richard.
Yes.
Well, we're looking forward to visiting with you in Tennessee, and I had the runway poured at the house, so you can just.
Sweet.
I'm pretty sure that's a school behind your house, Jay. I don't think they're supposed to land a plane there. He is pretty close to the airport, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, we'll get you in, no problem. It'll be fine.
When are they going to open the border up? That's what I want to know.
We don't know. We have no indication. They continually announce and then they continually extend because there's just, again, with everything that's going on, it's
but what's interesting,
we get back to the US sooner rather than later.
We're recording this and that's an issue and a topic today, but 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now, this is going to live and people are going to be able to come and seek tribute and connection with Nelson and his memory. And it'll be interesting to reflect back on how what's going on really didn't matter because of what else we're really up to, what we're doing.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, guys, we appreciate you both so much, and thank you for being with us to help us keep Nelson's heart alive in all of us, and we're very grateful. Thank you.
Yes.
Enjoy the beach.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
Well, thanks, guys. And we
thank
really hope to see you guys sometime this summer, whether here or there or wherever. As soon as they open that border up, we have to do something. So we'll see you soon.
Yes. Thanks
Sounds
for the
good.
invite.
All right. You
Thanks,
bet, guys.
everybody. We'll
Cheers.
see you.
Oh yes. Keep on going.
So you never seen this? Oh my gosh.
Another first.
Oh,
You're gonna leave it out here.
if you want to put the sim, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Go ahead and drag it in the sim.
Okay. All right.
Nelson,
It might fall out.
after you, sir. Chain of command. This is incredible.
Oh yes.
All right. So, who wants to fly first?
Well, it doesn't matter.
It's completely your call.
We
Decisions.
why don't we let Nelson fly first?
Nice of you over here.
Yes, sir. Just in the captain's chair, sir.
I cut running over.
Right there where your finger is. Right there you go. Right there. Push it down. That's gonna bring you forward.
And go to okay.
That's gonna bring you forward.
Yeah. Looks good. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that is incredible.
You know what?
We're gonna go on here.
We hit it east.
And take a right. Right here. You see, you're gonna be in this. You're gonna turn here, and then you're gonna turn back this way.
Gotcha.
Okay. So here's your power levers. Okay, and your parking brake is, where's the parking brake? Right there. Right there. Okay, so you put your feet on the brakes. Okay, and then you release that.
How do you release it?
Just push down.
Push down.
Are you pushing down on the? There you go.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Okay.
There's cars out there.
See, you're looking around. You've already done your before takeoff checklist. We're just slowly coming around here. And let me know if you need any kind of help. We'll just give ourselves a little more power here.
That's quiet engine.
They won't be in a second. All right. Now you see all the.
Yeah.
This is the touchdown zone right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're on the runway now.
We are. Okay, so you can let go of that.
Okay.
Now, you want to get a feel of the yoke.
Yeah.
Pull back. Go forward. Left. And right. You want to go over anything on the screens here. You probably just pay attention to the outside as opposed to the inside for now. Okay. All right. So we're stopped.
Yeah.
Now what you're going to do is you're going to bring the power up. Okay. And I'll help you, but just
with brakes.
No, without brakes. Go ahead and grab that. Put your heels on the ground. Heels on the ground. Okay. And then just power it up. Hand on the yoke. Perfect. There you go. A little bit right. Yep. Look all the way down at the end of the runway. There's 80 knots thrust normal. 120. Rotate. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. Keep coming back up. Keep coming back up. There you go. Just keep pulling her up. Pulling her up. Pulling her up. Pass right here up. Keep pulling up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. There we go. Now that's about the right pitch attitude.
Word. That's steep.
Yep. It's about 17 degrees. There's 1,000 feet. We're going to pull the power back a little bit here. And then you're going to nose it over to a little bit.
Man, this is real.
Oh yeah. Perfect. Now kind of capture that attitude wherever the glare shield is at the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. And we can go flaps up at this point. All right.
This is our trim here.
Actually, you're
on the left side.
Yep. There you go. Does it need to be trimmed out?
I'm having to hold forward pressure.
You are, okay.
Yeah.
Let go of the wheel for a second. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. I want you to take a slow left turn, go around that cloud over there to your left.
We don't get to go through the cloud.
You can go through the clouds.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Is that okay with you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
This flaps up a little early here. Keep her coming around.
I still don't see the runway.
It's okay. You see those lights? The
lights?
Keep her coming down. I know, we could go around on this deal, but that's okay. Gears coming down, now level it off.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can see the approach.
There you go.
Straight ahead.
A little bit here. There we go. It is normal approach speed. Well, we're slowing. We're getting there. Am I lined up with the runway, the correct one? Yep, you're okay. Bring it up a little bit, you're a little low. We too low?
1,000.
1,000 feet up. There you go, now that's looking better. We too low? No, we're just fine. Don't worry, we're not gonna have any metal bending.
Something wrong?
I'm just gonna help you a little bit, Wilson.
Alright. Oh, this is the runway here, huh?
Yep.
Okay, I got him now.
500.
Looks just like the runway.
Okay, you want
50,
to flare
40, 30, 20, 10.
We're good. We're good. There you go.
Wow. Nice. Textbook landing.
Didn't hurt a bit, did it? There's your reverse. Now you can get on the brakes. There you go. A little bit harder on the brakes. There you go. 80 knots. 80 knots, or 60. Nelson, you did incredible.
Been a while.
Let's do that again.
Want to do another landing?
Yeah.
All right.
Can we do another takeoff and landing?
Yep. Hold on one moment for me.
So we are joined here with our good friend Mary Joe Irmen, best-selling author and unbelievable individual who had the privilege to get to know our special, most incredible mentor, R. Nelson Nash, and that's what we're doing here today. We're discussing, talking about some memories and some of the good stories that we have to share about Nelson. So, Mary Jo, maybe walk everyone through a little bit about, what was it like? What was the first time maybe that you recall meeting Nelson, and maybe share a little bit about that experience and what it was like for you.
I actually remember the first moment that I met Nelson because I came to Think Tank in Birmingham. It was 2010. It was 2011 was my first Think Tank. I had just started teaching IBC in December of 2010. And so I come in and I'm all gung-ho, right? And Nelson and Mary are standing at the door welcoming everybody into Think Tank. And I just walk up to him and I introduce myself. And the lady that I had started with at that point, he looked at her and said, "She's going to be a firecracker."
That sounds like Nelson.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. And it was, what's so cool about it is I didn't know anything. Like I had been in the business 2 months. Like I was as green could be. And it didn't matter who you were. He treated you exactly the same. Nobody was more important than the next guy. And so it was awesome. That was my first experience with Nelson. And then the second experience with Nelson, I got yelled at. So that one I will not forget either.
He took you out to the woodshed, as we would say. Is that what he did?
I was just going to say, that was a classic Nelson woodshed moment.
Yeah, he was in his moment and he was preaching and I interrupted it and I got, well, I didn't interrupt it. I just asked a stupid question, right? And nothing was stupid to Nelson, but it was very common sense. Like he expected everybody to think and not everybody thinks. And so if you weren't thinking, you got the whole, well, hello, you should know the answer to that, think about it. And so, that's my first couple experiences with Nelson.
Well, and you fast forward in terms of your journey now up to this point, and how would you describe the journey, Mary Jo? Because I mean, you've really, in addition to carving out an amazing niche and working with clients that you're so passionate about, you've accomplished quite a bit these past number of years. And so maybe walk viewers through a little bit of your journey and how this process has been transformational for you and for your family.
That's a good question. Jayson would ask the hard questions.
I might have a couple lined up.
They're probably not as sentimental. The journey has been absolutely awesome. I mean, it's not been easy. It has been moments of moments of me not having $1 for McDonald's coffee. Like it has been hard but it was always like, we always had Nelson to fall back on, right? And he always was giving you encouragement, and it didn't matter if you emailed him or called him, he always had the time to encourage you through that or answer like, what do you think is going on in the world? And so it's been crazy. I mean, it's really been a life of passion about what I do, which I liked everything I did before. Let's be honest. I never had a job I hated and I was ready to leave because I always loved learning something. And everywhere I went, I was able to learn something. But to be able to share this with people and to help a specific industry to, really for us, my husband was working nights for many years. And then the day shift, which was 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. And so to be able to get him into like a regular position where he's 8 to 5 and now it's gravy train and I'm the one working my butt off. That's been awesome to be able to have the infinite banking concept, not just help other families, but help ours as well. And that's amazing. That just comes with doing what we need to do, right? You do what's right and the rest will follow. But yeah, so it's been awesome.
Now, what I'm curious about is, you started without having a niche. You figured out that your niche was working with the farming community, your people, as described. And I'm curious. I'm sure you had conversations with Nelson about that, either finding or developing the niche, or when you kind of maybe pinpointed what you thought you wanted to do. And I'm wondering what kind of conversations you might have had with him about taking the message to farmers specifically.
I actually did not ever have those conversations with him. The conversation I had with him is, why do people think they can steal your book? Like, and they can just do this without being an IBC practitioner. And so Nelson and I really related on that aspect of it because, and not that my book is nowhere near Nelson's book, right? My book is meant to be an introductory possibly to Nelson's book. It is not meant to replace it. And so when my book started really selling and you have all these non-IBC practitioners buying it and they're trying to sell the infinite banking concept through your book, I would call him and I'd be like, Nelson, like, this is crazy. Now I know why we have the Institute. Now I know why we have the practitioner program, because people are taking our stuff and they're ruining it. Like they're ruining IBC because we have done a great job of spreading the message. And so he's had some great insight on farming. Like I have to laugh because he always says, I don't know why you guys buy a combine. It just sits around except for a couple months out of the year. Like what?
Collecting dust.
Combine. Yeah. Yeah. That bothered him. That everybody has their own equipment. And I talk to my farmers about that too. Like, why do you have everybody has a combine. Why can't you share? But it is, so I never talked to him about the niche part of it, but we really related on, man, people are stealing stuff and they're not doing it right. And they're really damaging IBC. Right. And he never got fired up about it. Like I would get fired up about it. And I couldn't understand why he's not fired up. Like, Nelson, they're taking your stuff. And he just always had such good faith that everything's going to work out. It's all going to be okay. And he didn't ever try to control anything. He just let God take care of it. And like, hopefully it doesn't take me 88 years to get there. But if there's one lesson that most of us can take away from him is just let God in control. Like what needs to happen will happen. Stop trying to control the situation.
And thank you so much, Mary Jo, for saying that. That's so true. And we're actually, we'll be running a really good clip where Nelson is talking about, how farmers are taught how to grow crop and how to grow cattle, but they're not being taught how to grow capital. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to share a great clip from him on that. And it speaks exactly to what you were just saying. And so if you think about all your time with Nelson, what are some of your fondest memories? In addition to having met him the first time and having that woodshed moment, what are a few of your fondest memories?
He was here for a conference in Bismarck. And so some of my funnest stuff was just the Nelson being Nelson and being it was rare to get Nelson into a conversation that had nothing to do with the government, with banking, fractional reserve banking, IBC, and I didn't spend as much time with him as you did, Jayson, but it was rare for me to get him off of that subject. And so it was fun when I picked him up from the airport when he flew into North Dakota and he goes, do y'all know what trees are? Because we don't have any trees. It's just there's no hills, there's no trees, it's very flat. And when he was coming in, he's like, geez, can't you plant some trees? And so and then on the way to the hotel, he wasn't lecturing me. He yelled at me. Well, he didn't yell at me because I didn't tell him I did this because I didn't want to get yelled at. But he said, nobody should ever show a client an illustration to sell IBC. No, an illustration should never be run. And I thought, I will run illustrations for people, Yeah. I'm not saying that because he's just yelling and he doesn't even know I'm doing it. What's he gonna do if he knows? And then we had a fun experience with him in Nashville when he was at our farm finance conference in Nashville too. Him and Mary drove from Birmingham. Now this was not like when Nelson was 70, right? This was when Nelson was 80. He's probably 86 because it was the very last, I think it was the last conference he ever did.
And he had a heavy foot.
He does.
Oh yeah. He had a heavy foot.
And they didn't know how to really navigate Nashville. And so they were not, he might drive fast around Birmingham. He wasn't driving super fast around Nashville. So we're like, oh my gosh, he's going about 10 miles and under the speed limit. So he's going to get hit. We're in Nashville, So I do remember my assistant ended up driving him back to the hotel because they couldn't figure out the GPS. It was pretty funny. I mean, And in their defense, like he's 86, 80, he had to be about 86. And he's using his cell phone and a GPS. And I am looking at my husband and I'm like, you are 45 years old and you can't use your phone and a GPS. And Nelson was 86. Yeah. So he was very, savvy on those sort of things. But yeah, so those were some of our funner moments with Nelson.
I think that's actually a really good point because, here was Nelson and he was in his mid to late 80s. And, as an example, as far as I'm concerned, he watched more YouTube than I do. And, he said everything you can get an entire university education on there. Why are people spending all this money on university educations? Everything's online. And it was just, but the context of that, when you think about other people who were at his phase of life, who, again, they've taken away the inspiration often to learn, and maybe they don't want to learn about the new technology because that sort of thing. But Nelson was naturally curious about that stuff. And he also recognized that it was important to know how to do these things because that's the way the world was operating. So I think there's a really lesson in there for people too, that he was always looking to not only learn new things, learn things about more history, reflect upon it, but he didn't shy away from pieces of technology and that sort of thing. I think that was a really important point that you made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was always up to speed on what was going on, and he would talk about it in his seminars. And I think he would call it the YouTube. Do you guys know what the YouTube is? Go look for it, right? And so he would refer to it, and people would laugh because they would not expect an 80-year-old man to know what YouTube was. And there were times that, he was curious about a lot of stuff. It was not just banking. And so I had emailed him one time about, it wasn't vaccinations. It was, cancer cures. Because I have been researching natural cancer cures for probably 25 years. And so I had come across this video. And I said, Nelson, have you seen this? And he replied back to me and said, Mary Jo, you need to watch. And he gave me this whole list of stuff that tied my stuff together with the banking. And I thought, oh my gosh, I had no idea that the same people running the banking system are running the chemotherapy system. But he was he never spoke about that stuff. Ever. And that was something that I was just amazed with because I was just sharing some information. It was like one little tidbit and he had it all. I don't know why I would think he wouldn't have known because he researched everything, but.
Yeah, he was just an endless researcher and he was the funniest guy. Going back to his driving for a moment. Rich, I don't know if you remember this a few years ago, but he had he picked me up at the airport in Birmingham, and we were on our way to the hotel, and we were going to meet yourself. I think even Mary Jo showed up as well. We all met there for dinner at the Southern Southern Kitchen.
Southern Kitchen, yeah.
And he was just looking over, talking to me, and he's on the freeway doing about 120 miles an hour. And I said, Nelson, are you driving strictly by sound or how are you? I had my hands on the dashboard holding on for dear life. And his philosophy was, look, man, I don't have any time to waste. We just got to get there. And I'll never forget the first time I met him at, where was it? It was in Michigan. And walked in the room, approached him, shook his hand, said, Nelson, hi, I'm Jayson, and I'm from Canada. And he just had one of those true to form Nelson Nash pregnant pauses. And he looked straight at me and he said, my word, I'm surprised you all can speak American. Oh boy, so many good memories.
Oh, yeah, and you never knew when the one-liner was coming.
You just never knew.
There was always one teed up, though. It was never far away. And you talk about his bit of his heavy foot there, but he would also go on and talk in his seminar about how, he was such a patient person. And he's like, now, if Mary's in the back of the room, she would disagree with you, but he was impatient. Like, I think he was pretty actually high on the Colby quick start. It would have been interesting to know what Nelson's Colby was, but he was, impatient in certain things, but over a long period of time, like things that he would let marinate for a long time. But with people, he was immensely patient because he would drop little seeds with you and he would just wait for them to materialize, and a phone call or something to then, oh yeah, so you kind of put that together now. You remember what we were talking about before. And so it was really astonishing to see him do that sort of thing. And even, expressing patience throughout a seminar, because starting in the buildup of people going through the different phases of understanding, because, you got to unbreak what's going on in their brain a little bit to then be able to have room to fuse new information in there that they can start learning from.
So
and
true.
it was never a, kind of going back to how Nelson treated everybody too. When I brought him into the hotel, he had to check in, get his room, and the lady at the front desk must have asked him what he did. And she could have been 10. He wouldn't have cared, but she was like in her early 20s, right? She heard about IBC and he did not, like, it didn't matter to him if you looked like you had money or you looked like you didn't have money. If you were the homeless guy in the street, you probably heard about IBC, because he was so good about never discriminating, thinking, oh, well, you're not going to have enough to do anything anyway, or you're not in a position to do something, so it doesn't matter. He was very good about making sure that he spread his message, which was 100% passion all the time. He was on all the time.
It's very true. He had more energy than I think the three of us combined on his worst day.
Mm-hmm.
And he would just talk for hours. It was so much fun to have when, much like when you hosted him for your seminars as well, and just enjoying breakfast, enjoying dinner, the trips, to and from the airport, and just those moments where he would always leave you a little bit wiser than before he arrived.
Mm-hmm.
And because he always just motivated you to expand your thinking, and he just had a way about him and how he went about doing that. He would ask you thought-provoking questions. He would point you in the direction of very specific resources that he wanted you to go and do your homework on. Mm-hmm. And he would follow up with you. Mm-hmm. He would connect with you several weeks later and ask you, how you making out with that book that I recommended that you read?
He brought me books. He didn't recommend them. I got them. This is what you're getting, Mary Joe. There's 5 books. Read them. They came with. The other funny thing that, before I forget to tell you guys, I don't know, maybe he shared this with you. I would imagine he's probably shared this with more than one person, but when he was here, he was telling me how he was preparing Mary to be a widow. Have you heard this story?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny because Mary said, well, Nelson, how do I pay this bill? And he said, Mary, I don't know, I'm dead.
I'm not here, Mary.
Ouch.
I'm not here.
I'm not here, Mary. Yeah. I don't know, I'm dead. Oh my, I just had to, because he was so frank about it and how he said it and did not give her an opportunity, right? This is a lesson. And I don't care if you're an IBC practitioner or if you're Mary. Here's the lesson, and we're going to teach it as if it happened.
So good. Mary Joe, any additional memories or thoughts that you want to share as we reflect on Nelson and keep him alive and in our hearts?
I don't have any other thoughts. I do think that we all need to make it a goal to live like Nelson and remember to always be humble. Remember to always give everybody the opportunity to always share the message, and to trust God that he's going to do what needs to be done. And we are just here to follow.
I love it. He would always say that. I'm just following orders. Takes two to tango.
Yep.
Thank you, Mary Jo, so much for
You're
being
welcome.
generous with your time today. And we appreciate you as always. And on this site, A Day of Nelson, whenever memories, we're encouraging, everyone that we're connecting with, that whenever a fond memory, strikes you, that if you want to hop onto the site and just share it, and you'll see a large collage of photographs of people with Nelson. And we really want to keep this site just as a resource for the world, to get, again, another glimpse into the essence of just how incredible our Nelson Nash was. And so thanks again, Mary Jo. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
Equipment Finances dramatizes that big time. This all came from a real personal experience back there. Remember that my forestry days, I was pioneering the technique of clearing land with heavy equipment, Caterpillar tractors, for tree growing purposes. And the payments on those 3 tractors were attention getting, we'll put it that way. And it took other equipment too to be able to get the tractors in position to do their job. It's like I've mentioned earlier in the book that water's got to flow, blood's got to flow, money's got to flow. A Caterpillar tractor sitting still is the most worthless piece of equipment I can imagine. All it's doing is gathering rust and dust. It's just like the condition of farmers. You're up there where there's a lot of farming taking place and so forth.
Yes.
Do you have an idea of what it combine cost?
In excess of $400,000.
Yes, sir. Now, how many weeks a year is it used?
Not 52.
Yeah. Well, give me a number.
2 weeks. 2 weeks?
Yeah.
3 weeks?
What's happening the rest of the time? That thing is sitting there gathering rust and dust.
Right.
Now, I spent 28 years in the Army National Guard. Well, there's a couple of weeks every year that we're on active duty at camp. Now, I'm messing with airplanes there. We're using those regularly and so forth. But look, there's a whole lot of wheels out there, trucks and so forth. And guess what's happening? They're sitting there for 50 weeks.
My goodness.
Well, what happens to the equipment just sitting there?
Deteriorates.
Yes. What about the seals that are in the operating parts of the truck?
They begin to fail.
And so you need to keep these sort of things busy. Coupled with the fact that even in the airplane circles with piston engines, I remember one of my fixed base operator friends says, yeah, you just got to run some fuel and oil through the engine there fairly regularly to keep it operating correctly. All right, so here's the thing, that all that money, that costly money, is doing absolutely nothing during that particular time. And that's an unbelievable set of circumstances. Now, compound that with the fact that it's borrowed money practically totally out there in the farming community today. You see, well, back in the days when I was born and so forth, my dad, when I was 3-4 years old, was a tenant farmer for his father in Madison County, Georgia. And took a lot of laborers to do whatever we were doing. Well, look at what one person does today, and the difference is capital. Well, here's the thing. My oldest daughter works for Auburn University Extension Service. And I say to Debbie, Deb, you guys are out there teaching farmers today how to grow crops with scientific precision. But every farmer today is highly capitalized. But nowhere are you guys teaching people how to grow their own capital. Now, let's contrast that with you teaching people how to grow cattle. Now, cattle consume feed, cow. Now, if I were a farmer growing cattle and I bought my cow chow off the market, you guys would laugh me out of the county. How stupid can you be? You need to be growing your own cow chow. Well, don't you need to be growing your own capital? And see, that's not taking place. That's not thought of. But weirdo here thinks of that sort of stuff.
All right, to continue this day of commemorating the late R. Nelson Nash, we are honored to be joined by Joe Pantozzi, who has been a colleague, a dear friend, a brother in Christ, and someone that I've known now for a number of years, and I have a deep amount of respect for. And just want to thank you, Joe, for carving some time out of your day to be with us, and to, for people who are going to take in this day, many of these people never had occasion to meet Nelson. And so to have you here to be able to share some of your fond memories and some of your experiences and what your life has been like since embracing this process is it's very special. And both Rich and I really appreciate having you here. Thank you for being with us.
Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for following up. Thanks for sending me a reminder of our Zoom meeting again this morning, which was actually really helpful. And thanks for starting off my day by making me cry. So that's just perfect. I mean, if we don't have something to cry about every day, we're probably not feeling life.
Well, we appreciate you, Joe. And we thought we would open it up by asking you to talk about when you first met Nelson. Maybe bring us all back to that experience.
Sure. I think it was around 2004 when I brought him into Las Vegas to do a 10-hour seminar. I believe I met him in 2001 in San Clemente, California, where a colleague invited me to go listen to this gentleman I had never met, and went to a hotel, and I believe it was the 10-hour seminar with maybe 15 or so professional advisors. And I went there, got the book, and was completely overwhelmed. I mean, I left California with with a barrage of information, and it was probably too much for my mindset at the time. One of the things that I was when I was writing notes, here's my notes. You can't see the rest of them, but you can see one word, right?
Yeah.
And
that's awesome.
And one of the things that Nelson taught us was, you got to rethink your thinking. You got to think about whether you're actually thinking or whether you're just rearranging your prejudices, right?
Yeah.
And I went home from that meeting, and I'm sorry to say it probably took me a year or a year and a half before I read the book a second time, because I was doing okay. And when I wrote my little note here, I was kind of creating a timeline, because my professional life is literally broken down right down the middle, as it turns out right now, because my professional life started in 1976. So 76 to 2000 was pre-Nelson.
Right.
In 2001 to the present is the age of Nelson. It's not after Nelson. There is no after Nelson. It's the age of Nelson. It's the age of thinking.
The continuity of Nelson.
Continuity. It's the age of collaboration with people who are like-minded, who share values, and who have a common theme about wanting to teach financial literacy. But let me go back to your original question. the very first time that Nelson came into my home in my hometown was the first time he ever stayed at my house. And he and Mary never came to Las Vegas to do a seminar without staying in our home. So we were so blessed. And I remember being at the office during the day with Nelson, and we had Mary here at the house with my wife and kids, my kids. And it's I'm sure it's the summertime because it was pool weather. And walked through the house with Nelson, walking in the backyard. And as I'm walking in the backyard, this vision of loveliness, Mrs. Mary Nash, is coming out of the pool in her her one-piece bathing suit, and this beautiful, striking silver white hair, and this radiant face. I said, just look at that lady. Look at how warm she is, how she fit in with my family. And I felt like the guest. I didn't feel like the host. Whenever I'm in Nelson's company, no matter what city we're in, I always feel like I'm always the guest and he's the host. I'm the student, he's the mentor, right? I mean, I'm the youngster and he's the elder. It's always the way it is, and he's always Papa.
Yeah.
I'm Papa to my grandkids, and he's Papa to all of us. and always taught us with the most grace. I mean, did Nelson Nash ever scold you?
No.
Did he ever scold me? Did he ever scold my agents? Did he ever scold my clients? I mean, he might have said something that was pointed in a seminar.
Yeah.
And he made his points, and you were never unsure when you walked out of a seminar what Nelson's opinion was.
That's very true.
Right. But on a personal basis, as far as I'm concerned, Nelson had carte blanche to make any criticism of anything in my life, whether it was business, personal hygiene. I don't care.
Yeah.
He had the right to walk into my library here and look at my bookshelves and say, "Hey, Joe, that book over there, it's a waste of time." And he could have said that, but he didn't. So Nelson Nash was the epitome of grace in my heart, in my mind. I mean, how can you not look up to him? And you know what? They say that when you get farther away from a situation or from an event or from a personality, that person goes up in value, goes up in stock, they become more perfect. Fine. I couldn't think of a nicer person, a greater person to have up on a mini pedestal. We're not talking about spiritual issues here. We're talking about people who are mentored us.
Yeah.
And I've had other mentors and coaches and advisors that I've looked up to in my lifetime. People who are MDRT, top of the table, that I get to hang out with, that I get to counsel with, that I get to study with, but nobody had the impact on my life, even on my family's life, on my legacy plan, and I could just go on my ability to communicate it to other people. And it's cool that it just so happens that along with the age of Nelson came the age of video, because before 2001, we didn't do this. We weren't on Zoom, right? We weren't on video. And on the rare occasions when I was recorded by some type of video equipment, I was like a deer in the headlights. And then various people taught me to be comfortable. And one of the things that they taught me was to just put that video camera in front of my face and leave it there, whether it was recording or not. And I've told my agents and my mentees the same thing. Just get used to being uncomfortable for a while, and eventually that camera won't be there anymore. But what you're really going to do is you're going to free yourself up to share what's really in your heart.
Yep.
Because the people who are going to receive it are going to be blessed. And the people who are not going to receive it weren't going to receive it anyway. So just do the best you have, the best you can. Give what you have, and those that will receive it will receive it. You know, somebody else said that cream floats to the top, and there's nothing you could do to help it or hurt it. Cream is going to rise to the top naturally. And so, you know, another thing that Nelson did, I think, for all of us was help us raise our game.
Yeah.
Help us raise the impression that we have of ourselves in this industry. And I think you already know, I don't know of a more noble profession to work in your lifetime. And I was with some dear brand new friends the other evening at dinner who had just flown in unexpectedly, a very pleasant surprise for me. And we had dinner here in Las Vegas a few nights ago. And one of the gentlemen asked me, so how long do you think you'll be doing this, Joe? I mean, you're helping us, you're helping our company and so forth. How long do you think you'll be putting plans together and helping people? I said, well, I figure I'm about half done. You know, I've got 45 years in and it feels kind of like halftime. So that's good for me. I mean, the idea of retirement not being in the Bible is kind of getting around.
Yep.
People are thinking about that, you know, and the way I describe Nelson's exit and his graduation is that Nelson died trying. And I'm sure he was on the phone with you in the weeks and months before his surgery.
Yep.
And he had called me, and I know exactly where I was standing in exactly what room and exactly what address in Denver, Colorado, when Nelson called me up. He said, son, I just want to let you know that I'll be heading over to Napa Auto Parts because I need a valve. Right?
That sounds like something Nelson would say.
Right. And he explained to me that his son was also overlooking his medical situation, and he'd have to go in, and it was not an option. He really needed to have this done, and he might make it through the surgery, he might not, but there was no option of not going through the surgery. And so when I explained who Nelson was, I said, there's a man who gave his entire life to others, gave his life to loving people,
mm-hmm.
gave his life to teach the truth, first of all, to learn the truth, right? To study economics, to study forestry, to study aviation, to study insurance, and and to study the Word of God, and as importantly, to study human beings,
mm-hmm.
and to be a servant like we all are. Then we have a wonderful mentor to look after. So I know this was not intended to be a monologue. I apologize.
No apology necessary. Just
when
speak from your heart.
Subject to Nelson comes up, you just let it flow, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember, Joe, because something you said earlier, you know, reminded me of a conversation that I had with Nelson just a short while before he graduated, and he had said to remember that he wants everyone to remember that this is about the message, not the man. And because, you know, during that period of time when everything was still fresh, you know, the documentary film was done and released, and, you know, I had expressed to him, you know, my thoughts about how everything unfolded there. And it was a woodshed moment for me, because much like everyone who ever knew Nelson, developed just a deep, deep admiration for him. And even just prior to him graduating, you know, he was still selfless. Yeah. And it's just something that I will never, ever forget him saying that to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Remember, this is all about the message, not the man.
Yeah, for sure.
How selfless is that? Yeah. For a guy who gave of himself to so many people. You know, we kind of joked around about this over the years, and then mentioned it at one of the think tanks here over the past few years that, you know, if Nelson had been written in on every piece of business as a as a component of being a part of this community, he would have been a billionaire several times over.
Right.
Like, you know, and yeah.
You know, I mean, you just made a reference to finances and money and the things that we measure. So I've always felt like I was a dedicated professional in this business. And I remember somebody asking me in the early years, I might have been 10 years in the business or 15 years in the business back in 1990. And we had a great gentleman come out and speak to us at our NAFA luncheon. And he was one of twins. I remember that. He was one of the top producers for Northwestern Mutual. And we were in a room at our NAFA luncheon, and our NAFA luncheons here in Las Vegas have always had about 100 people at our monthly lunches. And this gentleman said, listen, I want you to stand up if you own $1 million of life insurance. And there were 100 people in the room, as I said. And my friend Frank Nalamal, who's still in the business, who's still a friend of mine, Frank Nalamal and I stood up. 2 people in the room stood up. Now, I was able to have the honor of speaking to my NAFA luncheon 2 years ago now. And I said, I have to ask that question. And there were only about 70 people in the room. And I said, I want you to rate, of course, I'm going to account for inflation. So I said, I want you to stand up if you own $2 million of life insurance. And I was very happy that several people that I know who are longtime friends of mine, there, I believe a total of 6 or 7 of us out of 70 people stood up because they actually eat their own cooking. They actually own what they sell.
Yeah.
And I can't speak for the rest of people. I'm not going to judge people, but I've noticed that in the age of Nelson, when I come across anybody who holds himself out as a competitor, and that's the way I describe them, I don't just say our competitors. I say people who think they're our competitors, because the only competitor I have is in the mirror.
Right.
Right.
Great statement.
All I want to do tomorrow is better.
Yeah.
For other people. Of course, better for myself, but you take care of other people, you'll be taken care of. Right. The only people that consider themselves competitors are doing the same thing that they've always done. They're not talking about concepts and issues and values and culture and philosophy and generational wealth and legacy and conveying wisdom and the management skills to hold financial treasure in hands. They're not communicating any of that. You know what they're doing? They're spreadsheeting.
Yeah.
And they're leaning on illustrations, which John Savage back in the day, another one of my mentors pre-Nelson, John Savage said, no illustration will ever be true. Right?
Yeah.
And these people out here, they're trying to compete against us. You can't compete against the idea of being your own banker. You're either your own banker or you're a slave to somebody else's bank.
That's it.
It's that simple. You finance everything you buy, right? You either pay interest to somebody else, or you give up the interest you would have earned when you pay cash. And now I've spoken to people in the past week who are good people, who have family values, who are sincere, who love their families, who will take care of their families, and who are building a legacy. And all they want to do is close their eyes to opportunity cost. Listen, I got 15 trucks. I have a business. I have the land. I have the building. I pay cash for everything. And one of my former associates sold him a policy 6 years ago. And that gentleman has no idea 6 years later what that policy is supposed to do for him.
Wow.
He has no clue.
That's a shame.
And now we're going to try to rehabilitate the situation and bring him up to speed on how that really works and whether or not he's read the book and point out some truths and find out whether he's interested in having his 2 boys learn those truths so that they can carry forward and carry something more than just dollars.
Yeah.
In
wisdom.
the future. Because unless we teach the skill and the wisdom and the discipline, the value, the why, the money is just going to go away.
Very true. Very, very true.
Right. We're Americans. I'll say we're North Americans, right? So we know how to make money and we know how to spend it. Parkinson's law is alive and well. I'm sorry. What?
Some of us are a little bit more north than others.
Yeah, but you still get it. You still get it. You know, you want the latest gizmo and gimmick, right? Yeah. My client who was sitting in the conference room the other day was bragging about the fact that he taught his boys when they were 6 and 8 years old how to change a tire. And I said, the last 2 cars that I bought don't have spare tires. When I got the car, when I looked in the car, I was looking around for the options. I looked in the trunk. I looked underneath the car. I said, well, where's a spare tire? They said, you just press that button in the roof and they come out and fix your tire for you. So there's Parkinson's law, right?
What was once a luxury now becomes a necessity.
Totally. Totally. I'm not going to break a nail. Come on, guys.
Unless you push the button really, really hard.
Right.
Well, and so Joe, share with us one of your fondest memories of Nelson, you know, knowing that you've met him many, many years ago and had encounters with him for all this time up until he graduated. What are a few of your fondest memories?
Well, the fondest memories are him sitting in my living room, just visiting and talking about life. Because, you know, when it comes to the business, people are either going to get it or they're not going to get it. They'll either step into our environment, our living room, and they'll make themselves comfortable, and they'll hold themselves out to be teachable and have integrity, or they'll have no integrity and they're not teachable. They just, you know, there's a bright line there. And Nelson would walk into my office here, and he said, you know, this is the finest library I've ever seen. And it was wonderful of him to say that, but you know, the most important thing is not whether you have it, but it's whether you're opening the books, right? Whether you're getting the information in here, and whether you're growing your list of books to refer to other people and recommend. And so Nelson got me on this habit of looking into my own personal library up here and saying, what are the books that I recommend to people? Well, you know, if you're not recommending some portion of the Bible, you're missing out on the biggest part of life, right? And Nelson himself not only was a student of the Bible, but he also wrote papers, you know, out of Egypt and into Babylon, right? Lies.
Yep.
And so I guess sitting there and having a cup of coffee or a glass of wine with Nelson at home, visiting with the family, it was, you never actually took the subject of business, if you want to call it that, and set it aside.
Right.
Because the way we manage finance is the way we manage life. It's the way we manage our relationships. Are we respectful? Are we reverential to our families and to our future, to our progeny? Are we reverential to that money that we worked so hard to make? It all kind of comes together. If you're a person of respect, then you respect everything and everyone.
Yeah.
And you're looking to use your resources to serve other people and to love unconditionally. And that's what we talked about. You know, he inspired me. Nelson lives on even in people that hardly have heard his name. I met a gentleman who has a wonderful story. I met him on the airplane. He did 90% of the talking. It was so much fun. And I asked to get him on a podcast with me for no other reason than to hear from someone who just believes in excellence He received the Navy Marine Medal of Honor. He rescued 8 Marines out of a burning chopper. He's a physician's assistant. And after that plane ride, I found 2 books in the mail to me. Nobody had ever sent me books after a plane ride. I'm always sending books out, but nobody ever sends me books. A couple of months later, this gentleman calls me up. He says, you inspired me. Now, this is from Nelson as the great grandpa. All these ideas are from Nelson. This gentleman calls me up. He says, I want to have a podcast. I want to start a podcast. I'm going to start a blog post, and I want to interview you. And I want you to talk to me about a time in your life that was a really tough time that you got through and how you got through it. And I want you to talk to me about the 3 books that you recommend to people and why. And we had a good time on the podcast, but I'm thinking, Nelson inspired this thinking, right? Because not only do we want to pay it forward and share with other people, but we also want to look for people whose values are common with ours. Not that I want to be around people who are just like me all the time, because that would be boring, right? But I do have to.
Not for anyone else in the room.
I want to be surrounded by people like you, people who have a faith base, right? And who love me enough to hold me accountable, and who will bless me and encourage me and lift me up when I'm down, and maybe call me up and say, Joe, we need to chat, put our feet up and need to talk through something. Yeah. I mean, Nelson was all about that. It was all about being intimate on a social basis with people. I mean, if you're gonna think, then you're gonna learn to express yourself, and you're gonna learn to kind of defend the position that you take. Right. So not only do we want to read the books, we want to get through them again and again, and figure out what can we glean out of that book that's going to help us and help somebody else. Otherwise, it might as well just be a novel.
So what I think I hear you saying, Joe, is that Nelson taught you how to look for high quality seeds and attempt to plant them in fertile soil.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Joe.
I mean, I have to just underline that one word. I mean, reading.
Yeah. 25
years in the business before I met Nelson. And I read the minimum required. And by the way, I meant to finish that little point when I said only 2 people stood up 30, 40 years ago who had $1 million. And I thought I was killing a bear because I was spending about $1,400 a month in life insurance premiums when I met Nelson Nash, and I was 48 years old. Thought I was killing a bear. and now I pay about the same amount of premium. I just pay it every day. But it's all relative, isn't it?
That's true. Right? Yeah.
Because it doesn't really matter if somebody pays $100,000 or somebody pays $20,000 or somebody pays $100 million, right? What matters is that we operate under integrity for our values, and we make sure that our values have some reference to absolute truth. Somebody asked me last week at a men's group. He said, "Well, what's the difference between honesty and truth?" Well, Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and life." So we know that there's a bar, there's a standard for absolute truth. But you could be honest about what you believe, and what you could believe could be totally false and have no reference to reality. So you can be honest. It doesn't mean you're honest with truth. You're only honest with what your prejudices are inside. Right. So these are all things that come out of Nelson's inspiration, and Nelson's challenging us to think about how we think. Right. So when you say, well, what was it like when Nelson was sitting in your living room? Tell us some stories. I mean, it was like one continuous story from 2001. And the characters changed, the situation changed, but the vital issues of life are always present.
So good. Joe. Joe, we thank you sincerely for being generous with your time and for joining us here today, and sincerely appreciate you. Thank you for helping to keep Nelson's memory alive in our hearts and our minds. And
not just today, but every day.
Yeah.
Always.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys. This was great. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thanks, man.
Likewise. Thanks, Joe.
When I'm explaining EVA, economic value added, that here Stearns do it making all that money teaching Harvard MBAs in large corporations, Finance 101. When to embrace the teachings of EVA, all that the CSX Railroad had to do was go to Nacogdoches, Texas, and see Ricky Hurd down there and buy whole life insurance on all 35,000 employees. High premium. Now, look, 35,000 employees and high premium stuff, in no time flat, they got lots of cash values. CSX Railroad needs to buy some locomotives. They call Ricky and say, hey, send us $50 million, we want to buy some locomotives. Well, Ricky gets them the money. Amortization table for an agreed number of years. Now, what kind of interest rate is Ricky going to charge? You're under exam. What's the interest rate Ricky is going to charge?
23%.
Well, it probably
Whatever greater than the policy.
Well, let's say that the insurance company is charging, say, 8. What's Ricky charge? At least 10.
10 or 12.
Yeah. All right. Now, isn't it obvious if the insurance company is charging 8, that's their accounting, but yet Ricky's got them paying 12. They're going to pay off the loan before we can finish the schedule. Now, if you don't finish the schedule, you're not obeying what Nellie is teaching, are you? So how do you rectify that problem? Another policy on all 35,000 employees. I mean, you know there's hazards in every business. You can get carpal tunnel filling out all the applications. Do y'all know a town of 35,000 population? Nacogdoches, Texas is. Now, I go there a lot. They have a newspaper. I've looked at it. I've never seen one without an obituary column. And you know somebody dies every week. You realize that's bonus money? That's bonus money. Somebody doesn't do much thinking, do they? Now, why did I name this thing infinite? Because it's infinite. Now, the more you see, you didn't see. Anybody got a dime in their pocket? Anybody got a coin of any kind in their pocket? Yep. All right.
I got a dime, a quarter, a nickel.
Now, where the white spot is there, up there, just lay that on the table. Now, this whole table here represents the unknown. The unknown. That's what I know. Now, look at the perimeter of it, where what I know meets the unknown. Pick up your dime. Now, it's that one of them water glasses over there. We've increased the area quite a bit now. Look how much more I'm exposed to what I don't know. The more you know, the more you know you don't know. Yeah. This is what infinite banking is about. People don't think very large, do they? Do they need help? Can you provide?
Hey, Jayson Rink here.
It's Caleb Guilliams here.
Yeah, we're just hanging out in San Diego, and we wanted to create this video for this Day of Nelson, remembrance of Nelson Nash, who had such an impact on all of our lives, and us specifically. Yeah. I remember, I can't really remember the first time I met Nelson, is the thing. I think I met him in his book and on a video before I met him in person. So when I actually met him, I know it was through James Nethery and some initial work that I did with the Nelson Nash Institute. I think it was at one of my first think tanks, which at this point feels like it was 10 years ago. I don't know how it was. And, one thing that always stuck out to me with Nelson was how much integrity he lived his life with, how he was so genuine and welcoming and wanted to make an investment in the life of anybody that he encountered. And I know that over the time that I was with Nelson, having watched his presentation so many times, filmed it many times, then made an entire documentary about his life. Yeah. I got to spend Thanksgiving with Nelson, really the last Thanksgiving he was with his family. And so there's so many moments that I could go to and say that these stuck out for me as far as how Nelson impacted my life. But really, I would just say probably the thing that really stuck with me about how he impacted my life, what I remember, is that he was never afraid to put his Christian beliefs and faith just out there and first, especially in an industry where people will tend to maybe push that to the side.
Totally.
And he also never was hesitant to say what he really felt about anything regarding money,
Filters
economics.
did not exist with Nelson.
Politics. And so he just, that was something that he challenged me in, just the way he lived his life, for me to be that authentic and to not hide behind, hide my beliefs, what I really felt, what I really want to stand for. So I just love to speak into this and remembering Nelson today. And
it's really interesting. I have a few stories, but I got introduced to Nelson and the infinite banking concept and becoming your own banker through your first film with James.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I remember being this 19-year-old kid that's like wanted to do something with my life, like wanted to make an impact. But at the end of the day, like I knew that there was this thing with life insurance. I knew that people were talking about banking, but I didn't really know what was going on. I got Nelson's book, hated it. I read it. I'm like, man, this doesn't make any sense. And I read it again, didn't make any sense. Watched the movie that you did, original, not the documentary, and it just started to make sense. And so I went back and I'm like, oh, how a lot of people are like, you got to read it more than once. And it started clicking with me. Some of the deep principles, like, I have this fundamental belief that the government will take over our money. It's like you're not reading this in the textbook, but it's like if you look at where politics are going and all this stuff. And so there's just so many things that we're going to look back 20, 30, 40, 50 years and say, like, Nelson talked about this in his stories. The other thing that I want to say is just the generosity that Nelson had with his time. Like, I remember talking to him because I had a question, and I was in college, and I remember getting a call from Nelson, and I stepped out of class, and I'm like talking to our Nelson Nash in like outside the classroom and just asking him a question. I remember being in Birmingham with Russ and Joey and interviewing Nelson, and I got Nelson there 2 hours before the interview to get all the stories out. And I remember just loving that time we had. And before we got in the studio, I said, Nelson, like, I'm gonna do some interrupting because we have a moral obligation to get your story in a tight, powerful way. And I just remember some of those amazing memories that, like, it's really cool to see how Nelson has impacted, like, his message, his truth, his platform has had such a positive impact in what we're doing. And the last thing I'll just say is he was on fire for the Lord. You always knew where he stood, and there was no guessing with him. And he could care less about money. And I think that when it comes to what it truly means to becoming your own banker, when it truly means to be financially free, it's not wavering. And Nelson, like, I can't think of a better person that lived that out. One of my favorite quotes is, the value of your life is always measured by how much of it was given away. Jesus Christ was the greatest at that because he literally gave his life for our salvation. And so it's like, you did such a great job modeling a life of service, a life of where you literally gave everything, and your legacy is continuing to live on through through the work that Jayson's doing, the work that I'm doing, and the hundreds and thousands of people that are helping people become their own banker, take back control of their money.
Yeah, well, it's incredible, and we're just thankful we could be a part of this, and looking forward to seeing all the other stories that people are sharing about Nelson's impact and everything. So anyway, take care.
A monetary look at a college degree, that's my favorite part of that, because I get to pick on the stupidity of what goes on in people's thought process of thinking college is the way to go. And I used the alternate example of the girl. There were twin girls, and mother and father and parents, grandparents on each side of the family came up with $35,000 a year and sent Susie to Vanderbilt, private college there in Nashville. Now, when I drew this up years ago, and I did a seminar for Carlos Lara way before we became affiliated, and I was in Nashville, and I said $35,000 a year. Well, 6 people in the audience spoke up and said, "No, you're wrong. It's $40,000." Well, now it's $50,000. All right, so I just said, let's just use 35 here. So $35,000 a year. Went to college, and when college was up, they sent her to medical school at Vanderbilt, $35,000 a year. Now, instead of doing that for her sister, Susie, they bought a life insurance policy, and they paid on it $35,000 a year, $11,375 to a life payment of $65, $23,625 to a PUA rider. Well, they did that for 8 years, and they got her a job as receptionist down at the medical school. And they sent her to my course twice a year for 8 years. Now, 16 exposures to this over an 8-year period of time, she ought to have the mechanics of this down pretty good, right? Mm-hmm. Now, at age 8 years down the way, she's got $339,713 in the kitty. And so she makes a loan and buys the Lexus GS 300. Back at the time I drew this up, $337,500 would do the job. It's $42,500 now, so y'all get the picture. Now, she buys that and she leases it to one of those doctors down there at the medical school, or finances it for whatever. So she's not paying this; they are. He is, right? We replace one every 4 years. Well, when you get down there to line 45, that's a car buying year, right? Minus $26,125. That's shorthand for borrowing $37,500 and paying back the payments of $11,375 a year. You notice she can't pay but 3 years. She can't pay but 3 years. It's a life payment of $65. Can't put any more money in there. Now, you notice the next year she buys a car and it's free. $37,500 minus. Well, 4 years later, she is now 70 years old, 69 at the beginning of the year, 70 at the end of the year. She has $10,282,000 in the kitty. Now, she wants passive income. You notice she's drawing out $550,000 a year. Now, you remember also that that income, best I remember, is taxable. But if she goes to loans, it's not taxable. Let's see. No, that is tax-free because she's getting the cumulative loan getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, that $550 is tax-free because the loan is getting bigger and bigger now. All right, so there's no more premiums past age 65, remember, anyway. So that makes it simple for people to follow. Let's let her die at age 85. She's drawn out everything that was put in the policy. Plus 8.488 million, and she dies and she lives 18 million to the next generation. Now, look, I know a lot of doctors. I don't know a single one that comes close to that. Not a single one. Now let's consider that her sister who went to medical school, when she graduates from medical school. Now you got to go through that for several years. Now she hangs out a shingle. What is the first thing she's got to buy, please?
Insurance.
What kind?
Exactly.
Malpractice.
Yeah, malpractice, yeah.
Well, do you have any idea of the scope of that? Years ago, I was doing a seminar in Orlando, Florida. I didn't realize what a melting pot of ethnic groups there is in Orlando. But anyway, over the television, they said that the typical malpractice premium in the Orlando area was $120,000 a year. Now, if you're talking about OBGYN or anesthesiologist, $140,000. It depends on who you are, where you are, and your specialty. Dr. Barry Nash, family practice, Knoxville, Tennessee, $20,000 a year. Well, now another thing that she got to do besides equipment and so forth, she's had it drummed into her head all these years she's been going through what she's gone through. You got to establish a retirement plan. Who is she going to consult? Please tell me. She's not going to see an insurance person. She's got to go see a professional. That's got to be a CPA. Well, what's the CPA going to recommend, please?
401k program.
A government tax qualified plan. And we've already talked about government plans, right? Mm-hmm. And they don't understand that one of these days they're going to steal the money. It's the easiest money they can get to. And we got the worst condition in the USA of all times. All right. People don't understand that all these government plans are nothing but man trying to play God in the pagan sense of the word. And if you study the Bible, the book of Exodus tells you very plainly God's a jealous God. Gonna put up with that stuff. So they all fall apart. Yeah, but they fall apart over a long enough period of time. People don't see it happening to them. Hence the ball frog syndrome. Now, does Susie have to go through our malpractice stuff? Does she have to set up a tax qualified plan? And if Susie really wants to make some money, all she has to do at the end of that first 8 years is go down to the insurance company and say, hey, y'all, lend me enough money out of here on about 8 of those Lexuses. Or is it Lexi? I don't know. I hadn't figured that out yet. What's the plural of Lexus?
I need 8 Lexi.
Yeah. I want about 8 of the Lexi. And I want to take them down there. Take them down there to the medical school and lease them to doctors down there. Because every one of them drive, they got to have that quality of car. It might not be a Lexus, might be a Benz, might be a Beamer, might be a Volvo. I don't know. But you got to have a doctor car. You got to have a doctor house, a doctor boat, a doctor airplane. I mean, it's expected. That is the way they think. Well, this. After several years of leasing like that Susie can start financing 3 or 4 more Lexi and keep adding to it. And after about 15 years, she can have a fleet of Lexi that'll boggle your mind. And then she's walking around down the medical school there one day, looks across the street and says, how in the world did I miss that? There's the dental school over there. Then come September, I'm going to meet all the seniors of the dental school. We're going to have parties, and we're going to have gatherings regularly to be real friends with them. And when they come back from the holidays about mid-January and get established in school, I'm going to take them out one by one and ask them a question. You realize what's going to happen to you in about 4.5 months? You can be out of here. Do you realize what it's going to cost you to get established as a dentist? What kind of equipment does it take to get going? Do y'all have any idea? You know, she can finance a whole bunch of those dentists into operation, can't she? With all that money from that huge fleet of Lexus. And you know, they got to drive those kind of cars too, right? So, I'm trying to stretch the imagination of people. Right. And when you stretch the imagination there to see that this can, that the intergenerational thing is endless, and that it doesn't matter whether you're insurable or not. And one of the questions you had me to answer there was, what if I'm too old? Well, you know, I bought the policy Monday. David bought the identical policy Monday. I'm 83. David's 61. There is no such thing as too late.
You're just borrowing a life.
So, you know, the policy that David bought on Jeb, my new great grandson, his grandson. David owns that policy. The policy I bought, I own it right now. But as soon as that policy is issued, I will change the ownership to Kim, to Lee rather, the mother.
And you will keep making the payments.
Oh, sure. No reason not to. No reason not to.
Carlos, we're excited to have you here with us in our continuation, our tribute of a man who was near and dear to all of us. You know, we're celebrating Nelson, and in something that we think will help celebrate him for years and years to come. So you were able and blessed to spend so much time with Nelson over the last number of years, weekly meetings, interviews with prospective practitioners and things. And we're excited to hear some of those stories, some of the moments that you spent with Nelson that you'd love to share in regards to your time with him.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here with both of you guys. I have a lot of respect for both of you. I think you're doing a tremendous job over there in Canada. I'm always impressed. So, I mean, I'll do like both you guys are doing, just jumping right in. You're wanting to talk about Nelson. And, you know, I hadn't even thought about where I would begin, except to tell you that I've asked myself many, many times, what in the world am I doing here? I'm serious. Why am I involved with the Nelson Nash Institute? Why am I here? How did I even get here? And it's been an interesting story for me in many, many ways. And in my contacts with Nelson, when they happen, they always would amaze me. You know, it's just the things he would say. And early on, you know, I didn't know what to think about him. He just seemed like such a different kind of individual. And, you know, when you think about the fact that he began with David the day he was marrying his daughter.
That's right, yeah.
and started him right away. with whole life on him, just right then. And it tells you there's a man that knew where he was going from the beginning.
Yeah.
He was way ahead of everything on anybody else about this. And he knew where he was going.
Mm-hmm.
He had a certainty about it. And so it was always an honor for me to be with him, because he would teach me so much, as I know he's taught the both of you and so many of the people that you're with. Anyone that had any contact with Nelson, he got lessons. He got lessons. He got taught things that he never would dream that he would even know. And so as I know that during our think tank here recently, I remember talking about some of the things that I began with Nelson, which included him subscribing to the articles that I was writing. And I was very honored by that. Who is this man that's, doing this? And he would call me on the phone, and it was always words of encouragement, words of moving me forward. It's almost like he knew where he was going to take me, even before I knew.
Yeah.
And so if I were going to start with Nelson, I would start with that, is that he took me to places I never dreamed I would wind up. And here I am.
Yeah.
And here you guys are.
Yeah.
And so he just has helped us all so much. And we can't get over him. You can't.
That's very true.
And the great news is we don't have to. We get to continue celebrating as though he was here with us. And it's through having conversations like we're having right now that we get to keep that memory alive. And that's wonderful. Now, Carlos, you've told a story about when, you first got introduced to the book, and you found the book on somebody else's desk, and it kind of led you to Nelson originally. And I remember you spoke a little bit about those first couple of meetings with Nelson, driving down from Nashville to meet with him. When you think about some of those first engagements where you got a chance to be one-on-one with Nelson, what was that like?
Well, there were two of them that occurred almost within a short period of time from each other. The first one didn't last very long. We had, we exchanged pleasantries, and his main concern before he would even talk to me was what my faith was. That was one of the first things he asked me. He asked me if I was a Christian, and I found that to be so odd. I'm coming from the financial stock market background, that sort of thing. And these people in that part of the world just don't talk that way.
Right.
It's not like that at all. And so here was this man, almost like he didn't want to talk to me unless I told him that first. And it just so happened that when I answered him and told him what it was, he says, "Good, now we can talk." So the first conversation was kind of like that. It was brief. I didn't really understand him very well. I was thinking he was odd, and yet I had already read his book, and I found the book to be fascinating, and at the same time, it was very confusing to me.
Mm.
It doesn't always work that way with people. A lot of people will read it and they immediately take to it.
Yeah.
But I didn't have that kind of result. I struggled with it. I couldn't understand whether he was talking about banking or life insurance. I didn't know which was which. And so the second trip, that trip took a lot longer. I met with him for 2 hours. And in that particular setting, I was there to find out what he was talking about in his book. Mm-hmm. What is this becoming your own banker thing? What does it mean? What are you trying to say? Those were my questions. And so he began that 2-hour session trying to explain it to me. And at the end of the two hours, he knew I wasn't getting it. He really did. He knew, and I wasn't. I couldn't make sense out of what he was saying. So that particular meeting was also very, very interesting because that's what happened. He meets me with for 2 hours, and I come out of there still not understanding what he's talking about. And if I can do this quickly so that I don't drag on with it, because I have a tendency to do that these days. When he realized that I wasn't getting it, he asked me this question. He said, Carlos, did you notice that bank that was across the street, this restaurant? We were sitting it was like a coffee shop where we could see through the door there. And there was a bank there and a big shopping center there. He said, did you notice that bank right over there across the street? You know, I said, yeah. I said, I did. He said, well, you know, several years ago, I bought that piece of property. And he said, I paid, and he told me how much he paid for it. And then he said, and you know, several years later, I sold it. And he basically made like 3 times the amount of what he had paid for it. And what was interesting is that impressed me. That's what impressed me. I said, wow, you made a lot of money off of that. And his response was odd because he said, yeah, I suppose I did. Almost like he was not even interested in the fact that he had. He says, he says, what's amazing to me is that look what they've done. They've gone off and built the shopping center there, you know? And so, but I was just so fascinated by how much money he had made. But then he asked me this question. I didn't realize what he was trying to do, but he was still trying to teach me.
Yeah.
And he said, very quickly, bounced back, said, what do you think I did with the money? Because he had sold it. He said, what do you think I did with the money? And it almost shocked me when he said it so quickly. And I said, man, I was thinking in my head, I don't know what he did with the money. I have no idea, you know. I really, he said, what do you think I did with the money? And I still couldn't talk. I didn't know what to say. I was embarrassed to say anything because I knew I would say the wrong thing. And he said, you know, Carlos, money has to reside somewhere. And I said, well, that's right. That's true, Mr. Nash. Money does have to reside somewhere. So, okay, what did I do with the money? He asked me again. And at that point, I said, Mr. Nash, I have no idea what you did with the money. Did you invest it in more real estate? Did you buy this? He said, no, I bought policy loans. And guys, I'm being real honest with you. That went right over my head. I had no clue what he meant by that.
Yeah.
And he bought policy loans. What does that mean? And that's because, you know, I knew very little about the life insurance industry, period, much less anything about policy loans now, which is really weird because the kind of financial guy I was, I had all the licenses that you could possibly get. I was a broker dealer. And when you get those kind of licenses and whatnot, you know about every kind of financial product that's out there, including life insurance. But you know what? People that were in the realm I was in, the Wall Street club, we didn't think much of life insurance.
Right.
So we didn't pay any attention to it really. But I left that particular meeting, guys, and I said my goodbyes to him, but I was very disappointed that I spent 2 hours with Nelson Nash, and I was driving away, going back to Nashville from where he was, and I hadn't learned a thing about it. And so, but it was during that drive back home that I kept recalling that when he sold that real estate property and the money he had made, that's the thing that stuck with me. He said, my gosh, he made a bunch of money doing that. He's good. He's good at what he does. And then he said, but then he said he bought policy loans with it. And as I kept trying to twist that around in my head, trying to figure out what he was meaning by that, what I concluded was this, that this man that I had met, he took out, I had calculated that it was a bunch of money, like a lot. And I said, he had all that debt. I interpreted it as debt.
Right.
He had basically built up, you see?
Yeah.
And so again, completely misunderstanding, what IBC is really all about, not even understanding. But it did dawn on me, man, he had taken up a bunch of loans, but I saw it all as debt that now he had. And so that was probably one of the first few times that I really entered into the domain of the world that he lived in, which is whole life insurance. We had conversations before that, as I said, when he was trying to tell me that he liked the articles that I would write.
Yeah.
He liked them. And he kept trying to tell me that I needed to write a book. And I would laugh at him because I said, I'm not an author. Nelson, I'm not. I can't write a book. He said, no. He said, I'll teach you. It's easy. He said, you take all those articles you've written and just slap them together and there's your book.
That sounds like something Nelson would say.
and I would just laugh at him when he would say that, but he did keep pushing that, kept pushing it. And it took several years before the reality of it actually happened, but it became this book right here.
That's right.
It became this book. His insistence, persevered, and that's what came out of there. And in doing this, I brought in Bob Murphy into the picture. And, Bob Murphy's been a real blessing to all of us. And so Nelson does so much for us.
Yeah.
I mean, he really does. Sometimes I talk to some of our practitioners and they will confess how well they're doing financially, and I can't believe it. I mean, they're doing extremely well. And they're doing it by helping others. That's the thing.
That's the key.
They're helping others, genuinely helping others.
Yeah.
So as we got to know each other better and we kept moving along, we finally got to the Nelson Nash Institute when it was finally created, and then the practitioner program, all of those things. There were all these little pieces that just sort of filled themselves up into what it became. Just earlier today, I was in a meeting with somebody brought somebody over here that wanted to meet me, and they wanted to know about IBC, and as an authorized IBC practitioner here in this town, and he had brought them over. He wanted me to meet them, or they wanted them to meet me. And they were beginners. They didn't know the first thing about IBC, but they wanted the opportunity to speak with me. They've read the books, they've done whatever it is. But my point is that I found myself telling them, I'm going to say, listen, when we began, when we started with Nelson, there wasn't a single life insurance company that would even talk to us.
Right.
Would not even talk to us. They didn't want anybody to have anything to do with us. And the lady that was there in this little meeting here, I said, well, why is that? Why would they not? And he said, because Mr. Nash referred to it as a bank. And that's almost like against the law with the insurance companies. They will not let you use the word bank unless you're a bank, a real bank. That's the only way they'll allow you to do it. And so, but Nelson just kept right on. He knew he wasn't talking about a bank like that bank that you see across the street. He was talking about a bank that you can, use to buy things with.
A warehousing storage facility, just like a blood bank.
Yeah, that's right. And so she was amazed when I told her that there wasn't a single life insurance company that would even talk to them. And look what's happening now. We have a lot of life insurance companies that even come to our own, annual gathering.
That's right.
And so that's a tremendous change that was begun by Nelson. I mean, it's just, I also found myself telling this lady that here in the United States, you couldn't own a stock company at all. It was against the British government for the United States to own a stock company. So Americans started out with mutual companies. And that's what they started with because they couldn't get a stock company started. Starting a stock company is cheaper, easier to do,
right?
Faster.
Right.
But you can't start a mutual. You really can't. I mean, you can't. And so the mutuals we have, they're the mutuals we've always had. Now we have mutual holding companies now, which is it is a mutual, but it also is a stock company combined. Mm. But it operates like a mutual. But that's only been a recent development. So Nelson, if I had to say, Nelson didn't get bogged down with all of that. It was just a lot of, it wasn't fluff to him. It's like he knew these things, but that wasn't the real essence, The real essence is what we do with IBC and how it helps people.
Exactly.
You can, build your whole legacy with it. Again, what a wonderful thing that he's taught everybody.
He connected so many people where relationships blossomed that will last an entire lifetime. And he always had a way of, he just had a way of pointing you in the right direction when you needed guidance, when you needed some mentorship, when you needed, what Nelson would describe as a woodshed moment.
Yeah.
He always had a way of pointing you in the right direction. And quite often that would lead to the formation of a relationship with someone where he thought there would be a great bond there, that there would be, a great association. And he just had that gift. And the relationships that we've established over the years with everyone, Carlos, that you know, and that we're all part of this growing, amazing, growing community. It's life-changing. It truly is life-changing. And we've had, and practitioners can share so many countless stories of existing clients who have come out and attended an annual think tank symposium event. And then they themselves decided to career change and to pursue this as a vocation of their own. And it has changed their lives, and the process continues. And so to be able to commemorate Nelson and to hear your stories of how your journey with him began, and it's incredible. The amount of stories that have been shared in this interview series are amazing to hear.
They're fantastic. And you identified patience and perseverance. You mentioned that Nelson he persevered with you, and we've had a number of people who have echoed that same sentiment among these discussions that we've had. And I can see that, Nelson, he recognized that there was something, he saw a bigger vision, and he knew that you would be a part of it. I believe it, that he just knew because of the articles. I can see him sitting there reading your articles in his study, thinking about, what am I going to do with this boy? How am I going to get this guy in the movement? I could just see him doing something like that.
Yeah. Well, he would always say that we need Carlos, we need Bob, we need the life insurance companies to be on our side. These are the things that we need in order to make sure that the essence of the message, the essence of the process is not only well understood, but that it is communicated forward in the way that Nelson intended it to be.
Yeah.
And so just so grateful for everyone who shared, their stories. And, it happened to me. It happened to me prior to him graduating. And I had that moment where he said, I want you to remember, it's all about the message, not the man. Because I was so sad knowing that, because he kept saying, the time is coming. The time is coming. I'm going to graduate. It's coming. And I was trying so hard to just express at every opportunity just how eternally grateful I am for him. And he just sat me down and over the phone and said, I want you to remember, this is about the message, not the man. And he told me something that I've never shared with anyone else, not even Richard. And he shared with me, and this is the first time you're going to hear this too, Carlos, but he said, I want you to do me a favor. And I said, of course, anything. And he said, I need you to build the relationship with Carlos. That's what he told me.
Because you thought we didn't have it?
He didn't say that at all.
Yeah.
He didn't say it at all. But you know that whatever he said to you had meaning.
Yeah.
And so I'll never, ever forget him saying that, because I know that he had a vision in mind. When he said something, he meant it. And I just told him, I said, you can count on it. And so, I think we've all been doing that. We're all building a relationship, which is great. But I will make every effort to honor what he's asked of me.
I appreciate the relationship I have with you today.
Likewise.
and you too, Richard. I mean, but you're right. This is what he does.
Yeah.
And he's done that to so many people, so many different people. It's just the other day, I was just wondering how Mary lives without him.
Yeah.
She was always by his side, traveled everywhere. And she was just as much a part of just him, for me. But I was just thinking that the other day, it must be hard not to have him. So anyway,
we've had a lot of great commentary in our stories and our conversations throughout this great day, the celebration of Nelson. You can't have a celebration of Nelson without having a celebration of Mary.
Very true.
They're linked as you described, and some of the wonderful stories that we've heard just featuring Mary really as the protagonist, in the story has been also wonderful to hear, and that's the case. She was his rock, and they were the power couple, and we've learned a ton, not just from what we've learned from Nelson, but the ability to see their relationship and how they led from the front with their relationship, and that what that does is there's, without even saying anything, there's coaching that takes place just in how he lived.
Yeah. The example that he set, and we all of us and so countless other people, think about him every day. And one of the primary reasons for the commemoration is to be able to serve the world with a deeper glimpse into the essence of Nelson. And there will be many future practitioners who obviously will never have the occasion to have met him, but through the Nelson Nash Institute, through the preservation of his message and making sure it's getting out there properly, and through the documentary, through the ability to just visit a website and post your fond memories and post your pictures and share those things, people will get an even deeper glimpse into the essence of just how incredible he was. And it'll keep his heart alive in all of us. And not a single day goes by, not one, that Nelson doesn't cross my mind. Not one.
Yeah. Well, I hope you will keep the people coming in and saying things that they can speak about their own lives and relationship with Nelson, because I think this is a good thing that you're doing, to continue to do this. And obviously, the more people learn about this, and the more they do IBC, we mute the bad system that's out there. We really do.
That's right.
So, and we need it these days because things are in such turmoil. So the more people that are doing IBC, the better it is over the economy. And I think it's important that we continue to do this. And I hope you'll continue to do this particular program you're doing now with as many people as possible.
You can count on it.
Thanks, Carlos.
Carlos, we appreciate you. Thank you again. Thank you for participating and for wanting to share. And we appreciate you, I think, probably more than you know.
Okay.
Have a great rest of your day, Carlos. Appreciate you.
You remember I'm an airplane driver. Did I tell y'all that? Okay, I've been a pilot, airplane pilot for 70 years.
Oh boy.
There's not too many of us around. Anyway, us pilots say, regardless of how many hours you have of flying, and don't care how old you are, always read the checklist. So that last one, rethink your thinking, I'd say another version of that is always read the checklist. The interest proportion of every dollar spent is perpetual, it doesn't change. Now, the volume of interest is the issue, not the APR. But everywhere you agents go out there, people talk in terms of interest rates, right? Well, you see, that's Wall Street thinking like that. It's not rates, it's volume. Now, I was talking to y'all about the grocery business there a while ago. Another question, a test question. Do y'all know who the richest man in USA is today?
Warren Buffett?
Well, probably Bill Gates, but we're going to go with Bill Gates here just for example, all right? Do y'all know what one man made him the richest man in America? One person made Bill Gates the richest person in the USA.
CEO of IBM?
No. Sam Walton.
Really?
How did he do it? He died. He got that. He died. David. Sam had the cancer, multiple myeloma. Now, we had a friend in church that was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. From the day of diagnosis to the time he died, it was probably 4 or 5 years. Apparently, it's something that comes on over a period of time. So when Sam was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, they divided his estate into 5 parts, one for mama, one for the 4 kids, add them all up, Will, twice the size of Bill Gates. I saw a report the other day of the 25 richest families in the USA. The Walton family is far and away richer than the Koch family.
Really?
Rockefeller's was number 23 out of 25.
What's that?
Yeah.
Not bad for Bentonville, Arkansas.
Yeah. So how did he get all this wealth? What grocery business? So don't y'all turn up your nose at grocery business. They're not making big profits per item. It's lots of them. Yeah, for instance, actually, do you know how many Walmart stores there are in the world? Don't ask the president of the company, he doesn't know. You gotta ask the accountant. Yeah. And they did it by the grocery business, essentially. So, that's retail. But what does Wall Street talk about? They don't talk about that sort of stuff at all, do they? It's amazing what people listen to with Wall Street. That's why it's so important to read B.J. O'Rourke's Eat the Rich. And anything else that he writes is fun and accurate. Now, anybody familiar with the Elliott wave theory? Elliott said that human beings behave in totally irrational patterns. And the current guru of the Elliott wave theory is Bob Blecker over in Canfield, Georgia. I've talked to him, I haven't met him, but he sent me all 4 of his books. This is from his book, Conquer the Crash, How to Survive and Prosper in a Deflationary Depression. Now, all my Austrian friends are talking about hyperinflation a la Germany, 1923. If I were a betting man, I would put my money with Bob Blecker. It's going to go the other way. Not hyperinflation, it's going to go the other way. Anyway, these are some graphs that he had in this particular book. Here's the story of the Gouda tulip bulbs in Holland back there in 1634, December 1, 1634 through February 1637. That's a very short time frame. And you notice how tulips got more valuable than anything and then went to nothing. And exactly this next item here, South Sea Bubble in England, 1722. I guess that's 1718 or something like that, through 1722. You notice how it went up here and crashed and such? And at exactly that same time, John Law took France under with the Mississippi Scheme. What he was doing is the same thing as our Federal Reserve, or what's your central bank in Canada, or Bank of Japan, anything else. It's exactly what they were doing, except that he was selling stock in the idea and using lands west of the Mississippi in the New World back in those days, which was all a figment of their imagination. People were so enamored as to what he was doing, Mark, he couldn't leave his home in Paris without people accosting him on the street and said, we've got to get in on the deal. 4 years' time, he took the whole country under. Unbelievable what people will do. All right, here's the Dow Jones averages. Now, here's where yours truly appeared, 1931. And you notice how it dropped like so, then bounced and bounced and bounced and bounced. The dead cat theory, Richard. The Wall Street folks say you can throw a dead cat off of a skyscraper, you're going to bounce a little bit. All you got to do is buy low and sell high. Unbelievable what people will do. All right, here's the coin collectors. Have any of y'all read my second book, Building Your Warehouse of Wealth? Yes. All right, I've got that in here specifically. My experience with silver. That we, two partners and I sold the lease we had on this cell phone tower on property that we own. Now, we said, we keep getting these offers. Instead of just having an income every year, as old as we are, why don't we just go ahead and take this, let them buy us out. So it was $45,000, that's $15,000 a piece. Lump sum. Well, I knew that the federal government was going to take $5,000 of that, so I had $10,000 to do something with. And so I said, well, here's my Austrian friends talking about precious metals like gold. I said, should I buy gold? Gold stocks? Oh, no, you need to buy bullion. Well, I said, well, let's see. If I've got to buy gold bullion and the hyperinflation that you guys fear comes along, and my car needs oil changed and tires rotated, am I going to take one of them gold bars down there and scrape off the metal? I don't think so. I said, silver makes much more sense. I could buy silver coins. And now my car needs service, and I go down there and give him one of those coins, and he changes my oil, changes the tire, or rotates the tires. So I took $10,000 and I put in gold, silver coins, double eagles or something like that. I'm wrong. Now, $44 a piece I paid for them. Now I'm not going to tell you where I've got them hid. So don't y'all come looking. Okay? All right. Now, I office at home, and so here a few years ago, Mary came into the office and she'd been listening to Rush Limbaugh, and he was a commercial about how wonderful it is to have silver coins. That silver's going to go higher than anything. Said that's the place to put money. And so I went to the website where I bought the silver coins, and if I sold them back to them, they'd give me $22 each, provided I paid the freight.
That's good math. Not.
And Mary says, why'd you do that? Baby, I've been living with you all these years, and you don't know what business I'm in? I'm in the education business. I meet more financial geniuses out there than you can shake a stick at. Now when they come up with all this stuff about how wonderful precious metals is, I know, and I can refute their message. That's worth more than the fact that the price of silver's going down. Now, April 1 every year is when we used to get the check from the leasing company, from the tower leasing. And so that first year, I went back to where I got that stuff hid, and I didn't find a check in there for $2,000 like I usually get. So the next year, I went back and looked there was no check in there either. Now, if I still had the lease, the check was going up 20% for the next 5 years. There was no check there. Y'all getting the message? Yeah. But silver's the way to go. They said so. Now, also, I never have been able to get this answered about these guys. If silver's going to do what you talk about, why is it you want to get rid of it? Why is it you want to sell it? Why don't you just keep it? That makes a whole lot more sense if what you said is true. All right, so here's the decay there that went up to almost 40,000. There is no hope of, quote, recovery, end quote. That's impossible. But yet that's what the kind of conversation that's banding around out there in the financial community. It's absurd. Bank of Japan caused that. Just like all the other booms that have been out there, the central bank is the one that caused it. So how do you rectify all this, folks? Wade? You get the banking function out of their hands. You get a lot of folks doing what we're talking about here, get their medium of exchange stored in life insurance with mutual dividend paying companies. How big this mission is. Get the banking function down to the unity level through the means of dividend paying whole life insurance does the world all kinds of good. It does away with that distortion that is so prevalent there in such a beautiful place. So this is not about selling life insurance. This is about understanding who's the banker in the world. And it should be you and me totally incapable of doing so. So it's just that life insurance is the only thing that meets these qualifications. There's nothing else out there like it.
So continuing our incredible conversations with so many amazing people who had the pleasure to spend time, get to know our mentor, the gentleman that we're memorializing today, R. Nelson Nash. We're joined by two of our great friends and colleagues, of course, with Wealth Without Wall Street. We've got Russ and Joey. They've got a couple of, I suspect, doozy of stories to share with us around their time with Nelson. Living in Birmingham, being close where Nelson would certainly stop by the office from time to time for barbecue. I know I was able to spend a lunch or two down there in your guys' amazing office, which we always appreciate you hosting, sampling some tasty food from the local cuisine and breaking bread with Nelson. So I'm going to just pick on one of you guys. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump right to Russ. And Russ, why don't you take us away? Talk a little bit about your time with Nelson and anything you want to share about, what he meant to you and maybe some anecdotes of some of your memories.
Yeah, thank you. And guys, thanks for putting this on. What an amazing testimony that you guys continue to serve. And I really appreciate that. Nelson, we had the privilege and benefit of being in his hometown and having the opportunity for him to stop in just on his daily drive sometimes. And there's so many opportunities that I wish that I could have capitalized on even greater, right? You just don't realize how quickly time is really like sand coming through our fingers. And time with him was always really precious. I remember early on when we were just starting to talk to Nelson and try to implement IBC and figure out what IBC even was and why did we even need to maybe look at this personally and then and introduce this to our clients. I remember him giving a talk and sharing about how Jesus was not welcome and not thought of as a prophet in his own hometown, and how excited he was that we were adopting infinite banking in Birmingham, and just the smile that brought out on him, because he was traveling all over the country, coming up to Canada and doing these talks, and people would just love on him, lavish him,
Yeah.
And yet in Birmingham, he had nobody. His own hometown had nobody. And it was true, because I had actually traveled all over the U.S. and had heard Nelson speak 4 different times in cities and states all across America. And it wasn't until after the market crash that I was reading his book and flipped it over. On the back of it, it says Birmingham, Alabama. And I thought, are you kidding me? Like, this concept has always been here. It's been right here in our backyard. So one story I'll share, and you mentioned breaking bread with Nelson and food. So it reminds me of an opportunity. If you've ever been to a Nelson seminar, you've ever like read through Nelson's books, he would talk about this State Farm policy that his brother sold him.
Yeah.
And he would share kind of the growth and history of it, but he also would remiss about some mistakes he made early on, by not paying the premium and having the dividends reduce the amount of money he needed to pay each and every year. Well, one time Joey and I were eating at a little hamburger restaurant not too far from where Nelson lived. And we're sitting there waiting on him to come in the door, and he comes in and he's all excited, as Nelson always was. And he sits down and he looks at Joey and I. Something's going on. He's like, you guys want to see something? We're like, of course, Nelson. What? Absolutely. What you got? And he starts unbuttoning his button-up short sleeve shirt that only Nelson could wear with pride, and he's unbuttoning his shirt, and Joey and I are kind of like looking around thinking, what else is those around us thinking that this, elderly stately man is like unbuttoning his shirt? He reaches in his shirt and he pulls out this piece of paper, and I'm like, okay. He's like, you guys get the first opportunity to see this year's annual statement from my State Farm policy. He had just gotten it out of the mailbox on the way to the restaurant. And he sat there and just started showing us, the growth of the year. But it was just this interesting moment. Like Nelson would always say, he'd have a funny story every time we were around him. And he has the State Farm policy, for whatever reason, decided to like tuck it inside his shirt. So that's a moment I remember of Nelson. I'll share one other thing. He always had these funny little sayings, and we were talking about this yesterday, kind of in preparation for this call. And we were doing a podcast, and there's so much content for us to go over, and we're trying to figure out, where do you start? And Ernie in our office said, it's sort of like Nelson would say, it's like a mosquito in a nudist colony. I know what to do, but just don't know where to start.
That's right. Yeah.
That was a Nelsonism that I always love. Joey?
I could go a bunch of different ways with this. I could go from the standpoint of the first time that I met Nelson. I could go to what I finally figured out about Nelson later on in life, or I could talk about there in the last really days of his life, those things. Which one do you want to know?
I'd love to hear about how you met him and, how that inspired your journey.
Well, I will say this. Thank you to Russ for actually charging me $20 to buy Nelson's book after he asked me to read it. But he knew me well enough to know that I needed to actually put my money where my mouth was. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have done it.
I knew that he was so cheap that if he would pay for it, for sure, he would read it.
I did ask for a discount.
And the truth reveals itself.
But read the book and then attended one of Nelson's seminars here in Birmingham. And the things, first of all, 80% of it was a blur to me. Like probably I needed to hear it 10 times because I was ingrained in the way that the world teaches you about money.
Right.
I was in the mortgage business. I was surrounded by the big bank mentality. I was the one convincing people to pay mortgages off in 15 years and give me as much of their money as they possibly would give me. And I needed to be retaught, if you will. But the things that jumped out to me that I was convinced Nelson knew what he was talking about was he led with his faith. Nelson was unashamedly sold out to Christ first, and then to changing people's lives secondly, because ultimately he knew, and he would say this in his seminars, listen, we're going to get into a lot of stuff here today, but if you're not right with the Lord, let's talk about that first, because none of this other stuff matters. And I'll be honest, I feel like that challenges me even today to think, sometimes it's easy for us to get focused in on all the technical aspects of infinite banking and the good news that we really have to share about how the financial system is rigged against you and how the way out.
Yeah.
But ultimately, at the very baseline, if we're not, if we don't have our faith in the right place, if we're not following Christ first, it doesn't matter what your financial goals are, what your financial plan is. Are you doing IBC? That really doesn't matter. And so I think that to me is the bedrock of my relationship with Nelson, seeing him throughout the years that way. And I've very commonly referenced Nelson as he's just like Jesus in the sense of how he teaches. And he would never give anybody a straight answer. And for the longest time, it frustrated the fire out of me. I'd be like, Nelson, okay, how much did you put in your first policy? All right, how should I do this next policy? I'm thinking about doing another policy, but well, let me tell you about this little bank in Midland, Texas, Joey. What are you talking about?
All right.
If you read the Bible, I mean, Jesus would, there were times where the disciples would look at each other and say, did you understand anything that he just said? And I said that to Russ all the time. Like Nelson would leave after we'd have lunch with him or whatever. And I'd be like, Russ, I don't feel like I understand anything he just said. And we just have to kind of dissect it, let it marinate. And then we're like, oh, okay. I know why he said that.
It would usually come up in a discussion. Joey and I would be planning some sort of podcast or video, or maybe we were going to do a presentation. And we're like, oh, we have this genius idea. This is amazing. And then all of a sudden, like, wait a second, Nelson talked about that very thing in this part of his book. And they're like, yeah, now that it all makes sense now.
Yeah.
And
I'll finish it out with just, man, really, really special time. The Lord really gave me an opportunity to go to the hospital when Nelson had his first kind of surgery before he ended up passing a few weeks later. And it was just one of those like last minute things. I brought my daughter with me. She's now 14. I guess she was 12 at the time. And I don't think she had ever met Nelson before that. And so it was really important to me at that point. I was like, I really want you to meet this guy. She had started reading his book, and we got to sit in his room and her sit next to his bedside. And I just had this kind of really surreal moment watching somebody that I had, learned so much from, so much of what we enjoy today as our very rich life, I would say, to this man. And he's sitting there just talking to my daughter like she is the only person in the room. And getting to see her just soak up some of those last few wise words from a very incredible man. And so anyways, that there's not anything really in particular that he said that night that I can remember. But just knowing that she was able to spend that time with him. And again, he made her feel like she was a princess, right there by his bedside when he was the one that was sick.
That's another sharp example of Nelson's character and his heart and who he was and the impact that he had on so many people. I really respect you both for sharing your memories. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, no, our pleasure.
I love the story of his the State Farm example because there was a situation where Nelson was holding things a little close to the chest. but what he would do is he would open up and he would share, and so you got like the physical and the actual discussionary experience of that. And I think that's interesting, because Nelson would talk a lot about his his heart surgery and that sort of thing that happened in the late 80s. And so I suspect that he probably I imagine that he got a chuckle out of that too. He probably was both excited just to show you, and he thought, how can I take this one notch, go one notch higher, and get these guys, give them a good laugh. And so I suspect he enjoyed that quite a bit.
He was an amazing orator. Is that the correct way to say that? Mm-hmm. As I am not, as you guys already know. But his ability, even and a year or so before he passed, we would have him over for just a talk to eat lunch, and people would come, and he would just continue to hold the room captive with his presence. Yeah. And it didn't matter what he was talking about. He always had that just uncanny ability, as you said, kind of Richard, that just to find a little small, interesting way to draw people's attention in even that much deeper.
Yep, he could captivate. What did we say about NASCAR? Go fast, turn left, basically. Yeah. And you would ask you a question, you'd be like, I don't know what the answer to that is, and the answer ended up being a joke, but also a lesson in the same way. It was every joke had a lesson, I mean, incredible.
How many books did you feel like you had to read after having a conversation with them? Maybe like, let me ask you, Jayson, have you read Richard, and he just goes into something like, and I always would feel bad. He's like, well, what about this one? And what about this one? And I was thinking, I am reading like a book a week, I feel like, and I'm still like behind by years on the things that he's just talked about in the last month with me.
Well, and he was the master of asking you if you knew somebody that was like this really obtuse person, like nobody else had ever heard of, but he always knew, like he knew them intimately, like read every book they wrote. I mean, and I just used to feel so defeated. Like, I know nobody. Like I am not cultured. I know nobody. Anyway,
it reminds me of when he called, and he had been in the hospital, and he obviously was okay at that point, and he just opened the conversation by saying, I want you to know that the rumors of my early demise have been grossly over-exaggerated. I said, what are you talking about, Nelson? Are you okay? But yeah, when he would ask you about all these people and whether or not you knew them, I often wondered, if Nelson was just playing a joke on people sometimes, like maybe watching movie credits, and he would just pick a name from the movie credits going, hey, do you know Bill Zakarowski? No, yeah, Nelson, I do. Yeah.
He's from up there in Seven Oaks.
Yeah. So many good memories, right, guys? Like just the one thing that I think you guys can all relate to as well is, in particular, every think tank, there was just always, even though it was right in your own backyard, guys, there was just this feeling of anticipation, anticipation of being surrounded by like-minded people, having great fellowship, great sharing, people just being together. And Nelson was the catalyst. Nelson was the reason we wouldn't be talking to each other today had it not been for Nelson. And it was just always so good to see him. And regardless of how many people had, approached him and hugged him, and the moment he saw you, it was like he was the happiest person on the planet, and he would just, and he'd come and give you a big hug. And it's those moments, those special moments that, I think we all really miss. And getting together with you guys, at Think Tank, and you guys being so gracious and hosting at your office. And those are things that it's just all part of how special this process and the ripple effect that it's had. It's not just about the process of becoming your own banker.
Right.
It's about all the wonderful lifelong relationships that have been, blossomed as a result of that. And so we just, we give Nelson all the credit for the success that, we've had in this profession. And so it was really special hearing your stories.
I think it's really cool that you said that, Jay. And
I just kind of came to, I don't know if it's a realization, but something you said really kind of sparked me is that, the book is a catalyst for us in each in our individually own way, as it is for our clients and the people that read it. But it's written for people to help them peacefully secede from a system that, as you guys identified, is kind of out to get them a little bit. It's not there to support them necessarily. But what's also become of it is exactly what you said, Jayson, is that an entire community and fellowship and connection has been created by the virtue of a book.
Yeah.
And so there's just like this expanse.
It's a domino effect.
Yeah, totally. And it's you could just read the book and not ever speak to a person, assuming you're able to go and implement it and just follow it to the T and whatever. You could be okay on your own, but what happens is you get exposed now to that which you don't know, which is a community of people, a whole network, the Nelson Nash Institute, and all the things that they're doing and providing, and it's just like, wow, you get exposed to this whole new thing. And we have people. You guys have a community. We have people in our community, and they're interlinking with one another. You guys have your podcast. We have a lot of our clients that listen to that, and so on and so forth. So it's really cool to see how people are building connection because of what Nelson's created, even beyond just the financial piece that they're creating. So really thank you for sharing that, Jayson. That's a really good connection and observation. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, I'll make this connection to what you're saying is ultimately, I would sum it up as abundance.
Yeah.
And you have to have an abundant leader that creates an abundant movement. And that is exactly what I feel like Nelson was. If you think about what he created through the infinite banking concept, he had every right to monetize and commercialize and make this a much, much bigger thing. But he was abundant in sharing, and it was never, he never charged me enough. I can assure you that for what he gave me and any of us.
Yeah.
And I feel like that has set the tone for all the people that are connected to this process and this community.
Man, I miss you guys. We got to get down, Rich. We got to get down to Birmingham. But
yeah, let's do that thing.
We're in day 642,229 of the COVID-19 lockdowns, and so we can
the stay-at-home pandemic.
Yeah, we can.
By the way, how many times have you wanted to call Nelson up and ask him his thoughts about this whole fiasco?
Every day.
Yeah,
every day.
My wife has even asked me, like, what do you think Nelson would say right now? I'm like, he would be disgusted.
Oh yeah, he would not be a happy camper. That's for sure. And he would be bored out of his mind.
But he would be happy to see how many people that this situation is causing to have awareness about the concept that maybe weren't awake to it before.
Yes.
So he would recognize that there's always a silver lining. He wouldn't tell you where the silver was buried, of course, in his backyard, but he would tell you that there's a silver lining of some kind.
Exactly. Well, thanks guys for putting this on. It's a real pleasure, and looking forward to the full movie, seeing the whole thing.
We appreciate you guys more than you know.
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right, be good, man.
Well, this is a good time for a test. You're gonna have a test every once in a while. Plain sheet of paper, number 1 through 10. Okay. This is gonna be a 10-question exam. By the way, this is a new high school exit exam. Passing requires 4 correct answers. Are you ready for question number 1?
Yep.
All right. How long did the 100 Years' War last? Now don't giggle, Bob. This is serious business.
No, I understand.
Number 2. Which country makes Panama hats? Number 3. From which animal do we get catgut? Number 4. Which month do Russians celebrate October Revolution? Number 5, what's a camel's hair brush made of? Number 6, the Canary Islands in the Atlantic are named after what animal? Number 7, what was King George VI's first name? Number 8, what color is a purple finch? Number 9, where are Chinese gooseberries from? And the last question, what's the color of the black box in a commercial airplane? Are you ready for the answers? The 100-Year War lasted 116 years. Panama hats are made in Ecuador. We get catgut from sheep and horses. Russians celebrate the October Revolution in November. Camel's hair brush is made of squirrel fur. Canary Islands are named after dogs. You have to look that up. King George VI's first name was Albert. The purple finch is crimson. Chinese gooseberries come from New Zealand. And the black box is orange, of course.
Yes.
Did anybody pass?
3.5 count.
That was close. I said red.
Crimson and red are close together.
Yeah. Well, what is that exercise we just gone through? What does that tell you? We live in a world of lies.
The more you know, the more you realize you didn't know.
Yeah. All right. What time is it? And people look at their watch, don't they? That thing does not tell time. That approximates time. Time is orbits around the sun and revolutions of the earth as it orbits the sun. We talk about sunrise and sunset. That's not true. The sun's still out there doing its thing like it always does. It's the revolutions of the earth that make it look like it's sunrise and sunset. Consider another. Back there, 1492, old Chris Columbus set sail to the west to get to India. They landed down there in the Caribbean islands and they saw some new guys and they say, "Hey guys, y'all are Indians, aren't you?" It wasn't true, but the name stuck, didn't it? And everywhere you go out there, there's things like that that are misnomers, and we live with them. So it's no wonder that we end up with such unbelievable misunderstandings of things financial. Again, people try to complicate things for some reason or another, and particularly when it comes to the idea of life insurance.
We're continuing our celebration of Nelson, and we're joined by Wade Borth today. Wade, thank you for doing this and making some time in your schedule to join us. And so, you know, we're just having casual, wonderful conversations about the great R. Nelson Nash. And, you know, maybe if you wouldn't mind, maybe take us through, share with everybody, what was one of your first experiences meeting and getting to know Nelson? If you remember back to then?
Yeah, Richard, thanks. Like most people, and this is a story I tell all the time. When I first read Nelson's book, so I picked it up and I read it. I'm like, and this is probably, I wish I could always remember the date, right? It's all the important stuff you kind of forget, but it had to be about 12 years ago. So I read Nelson's book. I'm like, hey, there's something here. So I set it down. And then about 3 months later, I picked it up again. I'm like, I read it. I'm like, hey, there's something here. I set it down. And then the third time I picked it up, I'm like, I got to know more about this. I just didn't say, hey, there's something here. So I actually, I called Nelson and not expecting to get him. And he's, you know, he was such a giving person. I mean, I can't explain this to anybody. You know it, and people that have met him know it, but he was just like, hey, we would love to have you down to, I think it was their second annual think tank. It was in a small room. There wasn't many of us there. And I said, I'd be gladly come down. So I got down there and you know, I'm an insurance guy, right? So that's my mind, is insurance guy. And so I got to meet Nelson, and cordial as all get out. And of course, he just starts off, he says something along the lines of, you know, what's more important, death benefit or cash value? No, he didn't say cash value. He said, what's more important, death benefit or access to money? And I said, and of course, I'm an insurance guy. I said, well, they're both equal. And then he says, well, how many times, and this is the story I love to tell. He says, how many times do people die in life? I go, once. He goes, you know, in his words, in his typical Southern drawl, yeah, pretty much so. and he says, well, how many times do people need access to money? I said, every day. Yeah, that sounds about right. And he says, so why are you concentrating on the thing that they need the least and forgetting about the thing they need the most? And that point was what changed my thought process about how to think about it. And then as I got to know Nelson in over this couple of days at this think tank and had these conversations, it was all about how we thought, right? It wasn't about money. It wasn't about anything else. It was just about how we thought. And that was probably my biggest story I share with him. It's just, he had this way of just getting you to think differently about how you think.
Yeah, he was like a Jedi master. I refer to him as, you know,
he was.
I
mean,
these are not the droids we're looking for.
These aren't the droids. Yeah, that's right. These aren't the droids we're looking for. Move along.
It's awesome. Now, you hosted Nelson, I'm sure, a number of times over that period, because that's going back quite a number of years. I would say, where we at? Second think tank, like that's probably 15 years ago or something.
Yeah, you know, I don't know that I ever personally hosted him, because I was actually working for an insurance company at the time. And so what I was doing is I was taking my knowledge of Nelson, what he did, and introducing it to a lot of different agents that were, you know, across the country. So I took a little different path, a little different track than a lot of people. But I had this discussion with Nelson one time, and he said, we're all doing the work that we're designed to do. And so in Nelson's form, I'm like, so I just introduced him to a lot of different individuals, and I was introduced to a lot of different individuals because of Nelson. So it was just like this great relationship. But it was so empowering because even in my personal life, how it changed and what it did for me was amazing. So,
and when you think about you know, some of those times with Nelson, and you know, obviously you brought his message to a lot of advisors, as you said, when you were in that previous role. How did you find it was received by people when you would bring it up to them originally? Did you find people gravitated right away, or there was, you know, some holdback and you just kind of had to plant seeds with them repeatedly to get them to come around?
So it was a little bit of both, right? So, you know, you always had the people that were looking for that answer, looking like, and then who can bring it to them. So when you found those people, it was just like, it was instant. It was kind of this message that was instantly received. And others, well, probably like my of reading the book and putting it down, you meet it with a bit of skepticism. And actually, I shared this story with Nelson. This was right just shortly prior to the last think tank that he was able to attend. And I actually missed it because I was going out to speak to a freedom forum out in New Hampshire. And then so I had a conversation with him. I said, I'm going to have to miss the think tank. And he of course, he was so appreciative. He says, go out and spread the message. Don't come here. He says, if you have a chance to spread the message, go spread the message. Right. That's how Nelson would frame it. And so I was kind of telling him, we had a long discussion just about the different things. And I actually wrote this down in preparation for this, but, you know, and he said this, he says, a person may have the most important message in the world. He may have the best means of communicating the message. And he may even have the perfect delivery of the message. But if it doesn't have a receptive listener, then nothing of value has been accomplished. And so he says, what he meant by that to me, at least, is like, don't beat yourself up if people aren't getting it, right? You can deliver the message, and when people are receptive, it's like fertile ground. When the ground is fertile and they're ready,
the seed will be put there, and it will germinate and it will grow. And it might have to lay dormant on there for a long time. Some people are open and willing to accept that message, the idea, the thoughts, how you think, everything Nelson stood for, and they're ready. And some aren't. And so you spread the message there. And then I've had people come back 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, say, hey, you know what you said about blah, 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 5 years ago? Now you can see the ground is getting ready. You and I both live in North Country, right?
Yeah.
So we have a thing called spring, when the ground freezes and then it thaws in the
spring
summertime.
thaw. Yeah.
Spring, yeah. Well, sometimes it's in the summertime.
when it's nothing but just mud everywhere.
Right. But sometimes that, if you think about it, if you cast seed out on that frozen ground, it's not going to go anywhere. But as soon as it starts to thaw and as soon as the moisture starts hitting that seed, it'll start to germinate. So it's not the same pace for everyone.
Right. That's a great observation. And it's interesting you mentioned that. Recently I was communicating with a gentleman who reached back out after I think about 8 years.
8 years.
And a lot of things had transpired in his life, and he's become ready yet again. And it's just interesting because it's exactly that situation you're describing, and that happens frequently because if you are unexposed to something, you don't know something, we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
And the moment that you hear something new, whether you're ready for it or not, at least you now have some kind of a fringe awareness of it. It exists, whereas previously it didn't exist in your mind's eye.
Right.
And then things can progress from there. It opens the door of possibility. I think that's what Nelson was getting at.
It is. It's you're right. When people don't know what they don't know, you can almost claim ignorance, right? I didn't know. But once you're made aware of something, then the responsibility falls on you. Because I've shared the message with you, and this is what his point was. I've shared the message with you. It's your choice to either hear it, accept it, learn more, study it more. And he talks about that in his book, right? Learn, study everything you can about, not just read, but learn and study everything you need to know about what you're going to be entering into. And so then it kind of falls on you if you're going to choose to do it or not.
And he talks about the importance of surrounding yourself in a community or a club. He mentions in the book, and I've made some commentary with some of the other interviews that we've had over this experience that we're doing here to Tribute of Nelson. It's like doing these, getting involved, connecting with you, Wade, and all the other wonderful people that have been able to join us, and so many who I know would have loved to, but just time constraints, we haven't been able to make it work. And I'm looking forward to those stories coming out in the future. But we're connected in community. You and I are, like easily a couple hour flight apart. And with many people that I've been communicating with, we know it's more than a couple hours. It's half a day flight, multiple flights apart. But we're connected in this community that at the hub of it all is one man who brought us all together.
Yeah. And of course, in typical Nelson fashion, you can imagine what Nelson would say, right? He'd be like the most humblest person in the world.
Yeah. Takes two to tango.
Yeah. So, and he always said, his phrase lines, I'm simply passing on a thought that was provided to me. So in his humblest form, he would never take credit for bringing all these people together, but he has. More so than anybody else I know. That's out there doing it. But again, in typical Nelson fashion, I can imagine he would just, I don't know that he would be embarrassed, because I don't like you can embarrass Nelson, but he would have been very humble in the sense that he would have said, it's not my message, it's God's message. And he's just using me as a tool. And if you want to congregate around that, then that's great.
Yeah, for sure. And when you, if you think about, some of the last couple of conversations, the last few times that you had a chance to connect with Nelson, anything that comes up for you around that, Wade, that you can think of that you'd like to share?
I think that last conversation right before the last think tank he was at was probably the one that stands out most in my mind, just because that was probably I've had a little regret not being able to be there, not knowing what was going to happen, right? I look back now and it seems like there's regret not being able to be there and share with him. But again, I shared with him the video from the conference I was at and in my speaking engagement, and he was just like, that's fabulous. I'm so glad that you could share our message with 300 people that would never heard kind of what we had to say. And it was interesting because it was to a group of libertarians, right? So in my presentation was, how do you take theoretical, and I put in parentheses, getting rid of the Fed, to practical, which was Nelson's, that was so key to what he wanted and what he believed in. Yeah. And so I think it's, we look back to things and like things were meant to happen in a certain way. And I think that was what was meant to happen. I think my belief is he had more joy, the fact that I could take his message and give him, again, he wouldn't want credit, but take that message that he was always a firm believer in, and be able to spread it to 300 people, and not make the think tank, which again, I feel like there's some regret on my part because I didn't get a chance to attend the last think tank, but hey, that's the way life goes. And then, so those other conversations that we had were kind of around the same thing, talked about, economic systems, and we'd always, I know about debate because it's hard to debate Nelson, right? So I have to tell you this funny story, because he was like, we were talking about top-down Keynesian economics versus bottom-up, right? So the thought process is different. And he goes, to me, he says, "Wait," he says, "I'm a little bit surprised." He says, he said, "This is so simple, so easy." And I was frustrated, right? I'm like, "Well, Nelson," I said, "well, driving a car is easy today, but when I first started driving this thing," I said, "it was hard." I said, "So sometimes I catch myself, hitting a wrong gear and different stuff." And he says, "That's why you have to belong to our group." And that was a conversation we had, a number of years ago. It's just kind of reaffirm what we're talking about. Because just like driving a car, if you learn to drive a stick shift on the farm like I did, every once in a while you hit a wrong gear or you miss a gear when you clutch, and you kind of nod in your head like you've been there before. But I think sometimes all of us need that.
I've had to double clutch a time or two in my past.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was going to use the word double clutch, but I figured nobody would know what that meant.
Yeah, so, any farmers listening know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then one other story, I actually told the story last Monday to our group that we're doing a book study on Nelson's book, and I remember when I first started really getting in this and having some conversation with clients, and I would go back to Nelson. I said, "Hey, Nelson," I said, "here's the situation," and whatever it was. And I kind of explained it to him, and he'd kind of nod, and he'd go, "Yep." And I said, "So what do you think about that? Well, what's the answer to that?" He goes, "It's in the book." And I'm sitting there waiting like, okay, yeah, it's in the book. Where's it at in the book? He goes, "Yeah, just read the book."
It's in there. You'll find it.
It's in there. And it was so frustrating, but yet it was like the greatest learning tool that he could have ever done. If he had given me the answer, I don't know that I'd have been as understanding, because you had to go search and dig, and you had to put some equity into that question versus him just answering the question for you.
I love how you said that. Put equity into the question. You had to work into it a little bit to get. Yeah, I love that. That's a really good description.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to, he's a bit of the Jedi, right? So did he do it on purpose? I'm sure he did. Like I said, here's a guy that had 100 questions, and he made me answer my own questions by doing the research and going and looking versus giving me what I was looking for. So it took him back a little bit to the sense that he taught me how to fish versus just giving me that fish. So those are some of the probably the memories that I have and the stories that I have that stick with me, and that I repeat, at least once a week on a very regular basis.
I was watching some clips of Nelson, in kind of preparation of our event here, and he talks about, I'm trying to meet people where they're at. I'm trying to teach people in stages. You got to teach people in stages, and so he's talking about the way that he developed the book, and which originally was the course material for a seminar, and then eventually became the book. And I'm trying to meet people where they're at, and it was just interesting to see, years later now, all the times I've read the book and my first experience of reading the book to now. And it's like, I'm still being taught, not just about the material in the book, but about all the rationale about how the book was developed in a certain way. And there was just this methodology to everything that he did that seemed like it could have been a little bit chaotic, but it really wasn't. It was all on point. Like when Nelson would come out and he would teach a seminar, he would go off. Of course, he would go into story time. So every 5 to 7 minutes would be a story. But that story, although it seemed like it might have been almost a distraction, it would tie right back around in a perfect loop to, and like hammer out a point that he was trying to make about something that was said or that he was identifying. And it was just a masterful, really masterful way of doing things.
Yeah, it was. And of course, Nelson was a strong believer in the teaching of Jesus Christ. And of course, that's how Jesus taught all his stories, right? With through parables and through stories. And so I saw a lot of that. I mean, that's how Nelson liked to teach too, was in stories, right? Because he could tell you something, and what he would tell you, and you could see the befuddled look on people's faces when you'd have him at a meeting and he would say something, you could see all the people in the audience like, what? And then he'd go into telling a story, and then afterwards they would get it. So I guess I kind of look at it the same way. And I love the same technique. I love telling stories in order to get a point across, because I think that's how people can relate to what you have. And if you can say one thing about Nelson, he was a super relatable guy. I mean, you could always find a way to relate to him. You might like disagree with him, be angry with him, but at the end of the day, you just relate with him, and how can you not love the man? So another story that I just remember after we're having this conversation was, he was out on an event with Mary Joe. She had him out on an event, and I came over, and I took Mary Joe and Nelson out to dinner, and he'd never been to North Dakota, I believe is what the situation was. But we got talking about the history, and my gosh, the history that he remembers and that he could bring up, and maybe he was just doing research before he showed up, who knows? But, and I'm a history kind of a nut myself. So Nelson and I could go into an hour-long discussion about, Lewis and Clark, for example. I think that's what we were talking about over dinner that night. And it was like an hour-long conversation talking about Lewis and Clark and their travels and what they ran into. And he was just so sharp on all those different details about history, because he was a lover of history as well. And he'd always find something of some relevance, I think, wherever he went, that he could, have as just a way to connect with people. So,
yeah, he loves to use history as teaching tools as well, like he did with everything. And it's, especially relative to how people think. And you'd be like, well, here's how people used to think, and here's how people think today. And he could make these connections between the old thinking and the new thinking. And, well, is it the same thinking or is it not the same thinking? And what's changed in the thinking? And just having like historical context to get your brain to like, oh, well, that's how it used to be, and the world was different then, and then it is this way, and how did it change? And it's like, let's tie that into boiled frog theory. How do you boil a frog? And all those kind of things.
At a time, right? Yeah.
So
yeah,
awesome.
and that's a great point. Is that he did bring that. Here's how people thought before. They had automobiles. It's like the fastest you could go was this fast, but also it just goes back to what he always talked about, and changing the environment. And once you've learned and experienced something, you can't go back. That luxury once experienced has now become a necessity. That wasn't only with material goods. It was about your thought process too, right? Once you thought at an expanded level, then how can you go back? Now you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Now you have to think bigger than what you thought the previous day.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting, you kind of share that when you talked about when you first got Nelson's book, and you set it down, you picked it up again, you set it down, you picked it up again. Well, my experience was sort of similar, but it's exactly what you just identified. When I first got Nelson's book, and thank you to Jayson Lowe, who basically said, go buy this, and I had to wait like 4 weeks for it to get across the Canadian border. But anyway, so I got the book, and after $4 million of exchange rate fees and shipping fees, I was reading after I finished reading the book, and I it's exactly what Nelson said. He said, do you ever have the gut feeling there's something wrong in the financial world we live in today? He used to say that question. Yeah. That's exactly what I felt. I had that gut feeling, and it was exactly what you said. Like, once you know something, once you have that awareness, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And that's where I was at. And I'm like, you know what? I can never unlearn what I see here. I don't even fully know what I'm looking at, but I know that at my core, it's right. And there's something here that what does it say about me as a human being if I now know this information and I'm not willing or prepared to share it with other people?
Right.
That's how I felt. And I'm just like, I can't, what am I going to do? Am I just going to go about my days and with my head in the sand, like an ostrich? I just can't do that. If I go and eat a steak, I go to a steakhouse and it's the best steak I've ever had. The service was great and everything was wonderful. What, am I going to come back and talk to my family and my friends and not tell them about this amazing restaurant where I had the great steak? Why would I keep that from them? And that's the reference point that I kept coming back to. So it's, it's perfectly in alignment with what you just said. Like once you know it, there's a genie can't go back in.
Yeah. And, and like you said, Nelson would just use history as that great of an example. And, or his reference back to, his when you fly, right? So you once you move up to a different type of plane, or, a faster plane or whatever, it's like, it's hard to step back down into that older model unless you're going for nostalgia. But in all reality, if you want a good tool, you want the best one available at your disposal, right? And so that's kind of the whole same thing. Is like, like you said, he would talk about history, and they used to float the Missouri River at 3 miles an hour. And that's the speed they would go at. Now you can't imagine going that speed today, but back then that was probably a great speed. Who knows, right? So it just, once your mind's expanded, you can't go back. And he just he was really good at getting you to understand that once you've experienced that you're never going to go back to what you knew or understood before.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks so much for doing this, Wade. I really appreciate it. For you carving out a few minutes of your day to join us, and I really look forward to sharing your story with everyone who's watching, who they can get a bigger, deeper glimpse into the incredible R. Nelson Nash.
Well, I appreciate it, Richard. Take care.
All right, cheers.
Again, rearrange what you're doing now. There's a lot of things you can do without if you put your mind to it. There's a lot of things you can do without. See, that's what I did when all this was evolving back there. Back when Mary and I were first married and so forth, from time to time, we'd sit down and go over budgetary matters, and we always come away smiling from ear to ear because we never wasted any money. We spent all our money on necessities. Nobody ever told us about Parkinson's law.
Everything was necessary.
We're doing great. Well, when you get honest, then you find out that I wasn't as good as I thought I was. And so we found things that we could redirect the cash flow. Hence, the policies, a lot of these are fairly small policies. Now, but as time goes by, you discover more and more that you can do. So borrowing your way into building a business, I don't think that's smart thinking. Yeah, that borders on Keynesian thinking. Yeah, you build on firm ground, and that's things that you can force yourself to do without. Live below your means, good Lord. Well,
you know what I mean?
One of my pastors years ago came up with a very good observation. He says, without discipline, I question what you have. Discipline is necessary. And I taught all my children, discipline is not what I do to you. Discipline is what you do to you. Yeah. You got to find out who's the enemy out there. And it's between these temples here. What are you going to believe of it? Now, when you strengthen the proper side down, it takes over and it becomes a way of life.
We are so honored to have with us a very special guest, Gina Wells, who is joining us today from Pensacola, Florida, who's been an authorized infinite banking practitioner for several years and has graciously joined us to join in this commemoration and celebration of Nelson Nash's life. And so, Gina, welcome. It's so good to have you here with us.
I'm glad to be here. You guys have made a big change in the infinite banking world of once you joined Nelson's group. What was it, 10 years ago now? I can't even remember.
2012.
2012, so 8 years ago. And I thought, wow, the Canadians are coming. This is great.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. The very first year that we showed up at Think Tank, and then, we would wear, which we try to do each year. We try to make a bit of a splash with different shirts or things that we wear just to, stand out among the crowd. And yeah, you would always say that. Oh, it's good the Canadians are there. This is so good.
You get accustomed to dealing with Canadians because when you're not in Florida, you're typically much closer to the Canadian border.
Very true.
Let everybody know where you hail from directly, Gina, and then maybe start walking us through a little bit of some of your your initial interactions when you first met Nelson Nash.
Sure. I hail from Fenton, Michigan, and I've known Nelson for probably 25 years in my career, but really got to know him probably 20 years ago when he came to Michigan to do a seminar for a colleague of mine who invited colleagues across the state. And when I got this invitation, I'm like, why are you inviting me to this? This is, I'm an agent. He goes, all these agents need to know because they're not telling the right story. So anyway, I had Nelson's book because many years he would come to a money track seminar that I would go to Cal College. And he would speak for 5 or 10 minutes and he'd always say, read my book and, get me on in the seminar. So I was very grateful that I think it was 1997, my book is signed by Nelson.
Wow.
And we went to that seminar and I was hooked. The think tank was the next weekend and I rebooked everything to be at that think tank. And from there, I don't think I've missed one. I have missed one. The last one Nelson was at because of me being sick, unfortunately.
I remember that.
And there was some pretty brutal weather, I think, that same time frame. A lot of people had flights canceled as well and that sort of thing. So there was a number of issues with people getting down into that last event with Nelson. So man, amazing. 25 years. That's incredible. And, so you identified that you really started to know him, even though you were aware of Nelson and maybe you had seen him, but you really started to get to know him a few years later. So that seminar from that other advisor that you got that invitation from was really, it sounds like it was a catalyst event for you. Can you maybe walk us through that first session that you got to see Nelson's 10-hour seminar? What was that like?
It was a catalyst event to see Nelson for the first time give the full seminar, right? I'd never been, I've always seen him little clips, and this was a full seminar. And so after that, going to the think tank, of course, I had him to Michigan probably 4 or 5 times. And the last time that he was out here was actually a celebration for him with another group in Michigan, Pamela Yellen's group that he had gone and talked to quite a bit. But my clients loved him. Everybody could pick up the phone, talk to Nelson. They were amazed that he would pick up the phone and ask them questions about the book. But every time that I heard him speak, it was a revelation. Something else came apparent in the book. And even just this last think tank, I don't know who it was, and I wrote it down. I got to look at who was saying about the dividends going back into the part. We were talking about interest, right? How people hate to pay interest. And Nelson says, don't focus on interest. That's the last thing you need to be thinking about. The velocity of money capital. So anyway, somebody had mentioned that, and I never really thought until then about the dividends going back into the, general surplus, which we all get a part of eventually. So it's just a mixture of money moving forward and rolling and regenerating. And I think all of the things that Nelson has taught us has given all of us a different angle as to how we explain things to people.
Do you remember how many people were at your first think tank? Do you remember what the attendance was?
Very low. And it was a different way back then too, right?
Yeah.
So I would think maybe 35.
Wow. Because I think prior to the practitioner program, to the birth of the Nelson Nash Institute,
right?
Rich, I think the highest attended think tank that you and I had been at was just north of 400 people. And so this was before, the practitioner program.
Exactly. Way before the practitioner. And I can't even remember, we'd have different speakers and, different people would come on and same, mojo, but we all were there really to listen to Nelson.
Yeah.
And back then Nelson would be quite, I would say probably half of the seminars at that time, because he was in his full glory,
Well, he used to do
the end. Yeah.
He would do his 10-hour deal. right before think tanks. So we used to fly in on a Tuesday. He would do the intro to his seminar on the Tuesday evening, go through the remainder all day Wednesday. And so it was an incredible refresh. It just rejuvenated you. And every time that you heard him speak, you learned something new. There was always something that you took away where you thought, gosh, how could I had not caught that, the last time that I heard him talk about it. And
exactly.
It was amazing.
I know it. It is. I'm sorry. I'm trying to reach you.
It's all right.
And I hope you don't hear the background noise over there, because I can hear background noise. And sorry.
Hey, you know what?
Is it just me, or can you hear the background noise?
We're getting it, but that's okay.
That's all right. We're here to speak to Gina, because Gina's amazing, and you had a lot of time to connect and communicate with Nelson. And so, when you think back to hosting Nelson or having him come up, to Michigan, as you identified, and having clients join in on the room and having them and being a part of. So there's we always have our vantage point of what we see, what we recognize in Nelson's seminar, and we're really trying to focus in so we can get all these tidbits and pieces and connect with his message. But when you host Nelson for your clients, it was kind of a different feeling. You were there to still try to capture what you could for yourself, but also starting to observe and watch, like, how was your clientele interacting with the situation? So what comes up for you when you think about having Nelson speak to your clients?
Well, I will tell you, it's been a revelation, because every time it got better, right? The very first seminar, I think I probably had 3 people, and I was embarrassed, right? I called Nelson. I'm like, I only have 3 people coming to the seminar. He goes, that is okay. 3 people are going to hear the message, and don't worry about it. And so the very first one was so laid back, and those 3, 2 of them were not clients. One was, and the one gentleman kind of got it and understood it, but he just couldn't get over whole life insurance, right? So he had, we moved on from him, but the next time around, my second seminar, I think, because I think I had him out 5 or 6 times, but they all just kept getting bigger and bigger, because someone else would tell them, you got to come listen to Nelson Nash, because you can read this book, but unless you hear Nelson in person, you really don't get the gist of what's going on, or, picking it up. So the very last time, like it was the time before Nelson came out, when I had 2 physicians that found the book in Saginaw, they picked up the book, looked on the practitioner site, found my name. They lived in Grand Blanc. They brought their entire staff. So I think the best conference I had with Nelson was with those 2 physicians who brought their employees, friends, family, and it was just laid back. We would, we'd have coffee and donuts or whatever in the morning. I always did 1-day seminars. I never had Nelson do a full 2-day. I think one time I did, and it didn't work out as well. For Nelson, and both Nelson and I said, we can all do it in 1 day.
Yeah.
So he would do the 1-day seminars ultimately. When Nelson had the seminar with the 2 doctors and their families and friends and all of that, he was interacting with everybody. Everybody felt comfortable to come and interact with him. That's when I see you've got your noise canceling headset on. It's when he was coming out with the noise canceling headset talk, Yeah. And it was just a lot of fun, and everybody just reveled and laughed. Really gleaned something from Nelson. I mean, there's not a person who didn't meet Nelson that just didn't feel the love and the passion and the caring that he has. And then he spilled out on everybody he met. So it was a blessing for me to be a practitioner, to be a mentee of Nelson, to be able to pick up a telephone and call him and talk to him about something, for my clients to be able to do that, right? It's too good to be true. How can this book be true? Right? How many times have you heard that? This is too good to be true.
Yeah, quite a few times over the years. That's for sure. And what was your fondest memory of Nelson, Gina?
Oh man, I have so many. I think my fondest one was the time he came to Flint. I took him out to downtown Flint. We went for coffee at a little donut shop, and the waitress brought him an Alabama, a coffee cup in Michigan, for Roll Tide, Alabama. And he looked at that and he said, "Do you know where I'm from?" To this waitress. And it was just a touching moment, because he's like, it's just like everything came together the way it was supposed to come together. And he had something unique there. And we had some private conversations that will be private, you know, with what goes on in this industry and things of that nature, and other people who might say, you know, this is not, you know, this book isn't correct or whatnot.
Yeah.
And I get offended by that when I hear that, and I defend Nelson. And Nelson shared with me some of his thoughts on that. And he said, defend me, because well, I mean, you know, he would anyway, right? Or I would too. But yeah, I think that was my most fondest time, because there were some things going on in the industry that hurt him a little bit about, you know, people saying infinite banking isn't real. And I don't know, it was just weird things, but we got over it because we know it is real. And those are those noise canceling headsets we put on and move forward. And
That's totally right.
And so I think it's just memories like that we can have heartfelt talk to talk, you know, conversations with him that I miss. I know you do too.
We all do.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Gina, you've obviously had a chance to see the documentary film, I'm sure, a number of times, and I would venture to guess, I'm sure a number of your clients have seen it as well. You know, is there anything that comes up for you when you think about the film that, you know, really talks about Nelson and his journey into developing the concept and becoming the creator of infinite banking? Anything that really caught you or surprised you in the film, or anything, that particular section that you really resonate with?
I don't think so. I think it was a great historical kind of, I say historical now because it is historical, but I mean, the transgression that he's taken, he is a thinking man, and everything was thought through, and he knew the plan that was already outlined for him from beginning to end. And I think the documentary is great. What's sad about documentaries or whatever, you know, is people really have to be interested, or, you know, I really want to, you know, learn more about Nelson. And then they watch the documentary and they can. But what's sad about it is they'll never know the real man. But
yeah,
but the documentary really puts it out there of who he was.
That's very true. And you know, when you think of all the times that you have read Becoming Your Own Banker, what is one area of the book that just continually resonates with you? And we're so curious about this with all of our practitioner colleagues, because it's always interesting to hear what section of the book is either your favorite or the one that maybe triggered that special aha moment for you. Can you share that?
Well, the section I always use is how to create a system like your own bank, right? Creating the system. Right. I use that every time I will pull it up. I'll say, because people say, just like I said, the interest, where does the interest go? I'm paying interest on my money. No, you're recirculating that interest. It's becoming reusable capital. And yeah, there'll be a little lost opportunity cost on it, but it's nothing like if you do it anywhere else outside of the banking system. But so using that, I say this is how it comes together. This is not, you know, rocket science here. This is a simple product that was put together, and this is how they're, you know, the actuaries are looking at it. And so I use that section probably more than anything. The ladies of IBC had a conversation last night about EVA, economic value added. And I never have a question from a client about economic value added. It's like either they skip over that part or we don't really talk about it. And my business owners understand that right out of the gate. I mean, they understand that they need to recapitalize and build on new capital and things of that nature. So
they catch it business owners catch it very, very quickly. And I'll never forget, and Rich, you might remember this. So Nelson was having a conversation. There were a few practitioners, you know, as he would do at a think tank. He would, you know,
start with one, and then all of a sudden people would just like flock
there would
towards him.
Yeah, because you knew when Nelson was in a teaching moment, right? And he was just like, just focused on the person he was teaching, and everybody would gather around to hear him. And one of the people in that discussion had brought up interest rates. And Nelson said, I'll never forget this. He said, you know, I'm not going to try and emulate his Southern drawl. That's unique to him.
I love to do that now. I love to imitate Nelson.
But he would say, let me ask you a question. And so now you knew that he was going to get you to think. And so the person's like, okay. He says, presuming that you're a prime customer, and I have never met anyone who's prime, but let's presume that you're prime and you can borrow money from the commercial bank at 3%. When you need to repay that, whose terms are you repaying it on? And the person said, the bank's. And he said, now, pray tell, who are they putting that interest to work for? Stockholders of the bank. Yes, yes. You know, Nelson would say, yes.
Yeah.
Now, when you take out a policy loan and you need to repay that policy loan, whose terms are you repaying that on? Your own. Yes. And who is the interest, or who is the life insurance company putting that interest to work for? And the person just goes, me? And Nelson goes, precisely.
You have graduated cum laude. What is it? First of the class, he would say. First of the class.
First of the class, yeah.
So he would always, like, he would never just give you the answer. He would help you think. He would help you think it through. And that's what I admired about him. And then if he knew if it was a powerful moment, he would grab the microphone and he would have everybody listen up and he would share it. You know, thinking that this is a matter of interest rates is a fatal error, he would say.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
It's
And
not.
everybody
about
wants
rates.
to focus on that. Or even, you know, rate of return. What am I getting as a rate of return? This is not your investment. This is your banking system.
That's right.
You know, your investments are over there.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You got to build capital, and sooner or later, and opportunities, you know, when you have readily available access to capital, opportunities of high caliber, sometimes Nelson would say every once in a while, will track you down. In fact, they'll hunt you down.
Yeah. So many
Gina,
sayings, but it is
so
amazing how he was methodical. Every seminar, it didn't matter. The word was given exactly the same way every time, and it was so easy to follow. And how is it that we can pick from every one of those seminars, learn something new, or hear him say it for the 50th time, and then it resonates? And now it's like even the two of you are quoting very well from different things that he would say to all of us. It's crazy.
Yep. That's very true.
Consistency of message for sure. Well,
Especially with his
Gina,
beautiful wife, Mary.
yeah, Mary, and I'm sure when you hosted Nelson, I'm guessing Mary was, you know, generally
Always.
speaking with him. And so you mentioned, you know, having that coffee shop moment with Nelson. When you think back to spending time with Nelson and having him, the periods where he wasn't in seminar, where you were driving him to the airport, or you had him and Mary together in some way, what were some of the interesting things that would come up when you would see the two of them together, or just some of those, you know, those kind of long drives? You know, we've often talked to a lot of individuals who hosted Nelson, and they always had a long drive to the airport for some reason. Apparently everyone lives far away from the airport. I don't know why that is, but that was a common occurrence. And so I'm curious, you know, is there anything that comes up for you when you think about those moments?
There were times that he came over to my office, he and Mary. It was the first time that I had him there for a full 3 days, I think it was, because we were working back and forth with the Pamela Yellen group. So he came into the office, and we really went and sat down and went through some cases together, right? I mean, I shared with him what I was doing, and he was, you know, that's right. We shared some vision in the book. Mary helped me do a little marketing, in fact. Mary was sitting there, and she goes, I think it was after we had that conversation, and that's when the idea came up about, well, you need to talk about your own policies, and you need to talk about how you've done your own banking as part of a marketing thing. And I think at the next think tank, we kind of did that, where, you know, Jim and I bought the first policy, and, you know, I didn't really know what I was doing with it. You know, I wasn't even in the insurance industry. Right. We started borrowing from a policy and didn't have a clue what it was all about. And then it just morphed into where it is today. So, you know, there wasn't anything really, I don't know. I wish I could think of one special time, but I think that would be the one where both he and Mary were at my office, and we were just going through stuff and talking business. So, you know, between my business and how infinite banking has helped. And then Mary, just sitting there listening, said, you know, Gina, that's a really good, we got roosters over here. He said, you know, Gina, she said, that's a really great story, what you just shared with us. That is, you need to tell that, you know, that other people understand. And I love Mary's Southern voice too. So I think it's just about telling your story and sharing his story and intermingling what our client stories. Everybody's got somewhat of a story around infinite banking when they really learn to do it correctly and they have the aha moment and they're using it. And the more we can share stories like that, I think the better. And I think that was very profound to me, you know, because, yeah, you like that? Because Mary, she was always there and always in support. And, but that day she was really involved, you know what I mean? And the overall, just chatting about infinite banking and her thoughts on it as well.
That's awesome.
Well, and one of the things that I always think about when I would see Nelson and Mary together, they're kind of like this power couple, this dynamic duo, and they would just, you know, when you see them together, especially at a social event, you know, they knew everybody, and they really wanted to connect deeply with people. And you know, Mary she was always asking me questions about the kids, and she would, you know, they just had a real in-depth caring about how they would interact with everyone that was around them. Everyone was the most important person, you know,
for sure.
And so, you know, both Mary and Nelson, just such incredible people. They, you know, there's individuals that you meet along the road of life, and for some reason or other, they have like they stand out. There's just something about them that you're driven to, you gravitate towards them. And but the two of them really have that in head and spades for sure. So, and Mary, what a sweetheart. You know, we love Mary to death. She's amazing. She's just unbelievable. And you know, just I can only imagine, you know, the grandkids and the great grandkids, how wonderful it was to have the time. You know, they both, Nelson, he would speak fondly of them. You know, I know Mary, every time I connect with her, she's talking about the grandkids, and she really connected with people and their families a lot.
And, you know, that can come back to being ridiculously simple. We can have a friendship. It is simple. We don't have to involve, you know, I mean, work or whatever. It was just let's talk about whatever, right? There was nothing, you know, even though we could talk about infinite banking, we could talk about families, we could talk about church, we could talk about religion. I don't think I've ever heard Nelson really talk politically about anybody, you know, maybe except on the libertarian forefront, but you know, none of that. But I think my fondest memory and what I say to my clients, and it's one of those sayings that we hear all the time. It is ridiculously simple. Don't try to make a mountain out of a molehill here. Like the crocodile, the rooster we've got in the back trying to wake everybody up. But I miss him. I love him. I credit my career to Nelson. I truly do. He is one of my most profound mentors that I've ever had. And the basis of my business is all around the foundation of whole life insurance. And I was just nominated to write an article for Forbes. We'll see how it goes. But I wrote exactly about the foundation of dividend paying, participating whole life insurance. And I put it right out there to everybody because, don't tell them it's whole life until the very end. You know, no, they're going to read a book and understand it's about whole life in the beginning.
Gina, you are awesome. Thank you. Thank you sincerely for joining us and for helping us to celebrate Nelson's life and to honor his memory and commemorate him. And is there any parting comments that you'd like to leave for viewers?
No, I think that we're all going to keep Nelson in the forefront of our minds and forever honor his memory and keep getting that 10% out.
All right.
Building that 10%, I should say.
Okay, Gina.
In his name.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Here is the complication. These are the human factors. Now, I've spent a lot of time studying this stuff down through the years. It fascinates me almost as much as the banking function does. So, as it relates to us, you can categorize it 5 things, cover the waterfront. Parkinson's law, Willie Sutton's law, the golden rule, the arrival syndrome, and use it or lose it. Those 5 cover it all. So let's look at them one by one. Did you know Cole Parkinson was a British essayist, humorist, economist? Wrote a lot of good stuff. Well, one book that he wrote was just a small book called Parkinson's Law. Once you see a few ramifications of it, you can extrapolate it to all kind of situations that meet that definition. For instance, he said, work expands to meet the time envelope allowed. Actually, give somebody a job to do, give them 3 days to do it. When are they going to get it through? When are they going to get it done, Lowe?
Elastic.
Now you give them 6 days to do the same job, what happens?
Same thing.
Well, give them a month to do it, what's going to happen?
Same thing.
Does it have to be that way? But it is. I turn that loose, it'll fall every time. Law of gravity. Anything that happens every time, that's a law. Okay? So this is the phenomenon as it relates to us in the human world. Expenses rise to equal income. A lot of folks say, no, that's not true. Expenses rise to exceed income. I just described your country and my country. Remember what Bill Bonner said. People buy things in the U.S. that they don't need with money they don't have to influence people they don't know who could care less. That's ridiculous. But it happens. Now, he said a luxury once enjoyed becomes a necessity. Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, after the Audi 100, Mary got a Mercedes, and that thing was a lemon. 4 years, it had to go. And so anyway, she got a Lexus. This one had to have bun warmers, didn't it?
Yeah.
Y'all know what bun warmers are? Heated seats. Bun warmers.
We eat them up here.
Yeah. Now look, I have back problems. I was going through what's the word? Decompression with a chiropractor twice down through the years. First thing he does is put me on the table and puts heat back there, about 15 minutes or so. Then puts me on this machine that it stretches. Then puts me back on the table and puts ice and electrostimulation back there. Then I walk out there just walking on there. All right. Now, I get in Mary's Lexus and turn on the bun warmers, and that heat didn't cost anything at all. Once you've experienced bun warmers in somebody else's car, Tyler, that's a necessity. Would you think of buying one? Would you live without one?
Nope, not now.
Well, in continuation of our commemoration and spending this time with so many wonderful people to keep Nelson Nash alive in all of our hearts and minds. And we're really excited to be joined by Sarbloh Gill, the man, the myth, the legend. Welcome, Sarbloh. Thanks for joining us today to commemorate a great man, a great mentor. It's good to have you here.
It's good to be here, Jason. Thanks.
Thought where we'd begin is maybe inviting you to share, you know, the first time that that you met Nelson. Maybe take yourself back to that experience and share a little bit about what was going through your mind and the impact that you know, he ultimately left on you.
Absolutely. It goes back, it's 2016, and I had just got into this profession, and it's because of Jayson that I was actually introduced to this process and this concept of becoming a banker, the infinite banking concept. And I had the privilege to meet Nelson Nash, and it was just such an amazing, honoring experience just to meet the man. He is the man. And you know, I asked him a few questions, and one of the things that he said to me, like, Sarbloh, I have a heart condition, and my cardiologist is also from India. And I was like, well, where is Nelson going with this? Well, it's quite possible it could be somebody from India, because there's 2 billion population in India. That's a high probability that your cardiologist is from India. and then Nelson ended up saying one thing. He's like, so when I was there with him just for a checkup, he ended up asking me, so Mr. Nash, what do you do for work? And immediately Nelson said, well, have you read my book, Becoming Your Own Banker? And he was just sharing that small analogy because he looked at me, he was asking me questions. Hey, where did you grow up and when did you move to Canada and all those questions. So he wanted to share that story, that analogy with me. And then, in 2016, he handed me the certification of completion of the practitioner's program at Nelson Nash Institute. And don't mind, I'm just going to flip my computer over to actually show.
Sure. Ah, very nice.
Yep. Awesome.
Very nice.
And
oh, that's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect.
And it only took Sarbloh 5 years to put anything up on the walls in his office. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah. What does Jayson say? Hey, I may be late, but I'm worth waiting for, or something like that. So yeah, that was my first time with Nelson, and we were in that group coaching session together, and as he was sharing his own journey and some great nuggets. I think he also walked us through how he was teaching his wife on how to be a widow, and he shared all the plan around that, and it was just. I was like in Disneyland at that time, so brand new into this line of business, just trying to observe and capture some notes. And those are some of my fondest moments. And then right after that, the think tank after that, where I met with Nelson at Birmingham, Alabama, at the think tank. And it's just impossible to get some time with Nelson at think tank because everybody wants Nelson at that time. So, I had a few minutes with him and he just gave me a big hug and he said, you're going to do just fine. And just follow the coach, follow the message, and you're going to do really good. And these are some of my fondest memory. My biggest regret is, I really had no choice because we were pregnant with the first newborn, and it was during the month of February that we were expecting, and that's the think tank that we played Nelson's video, and I couldn't be there. And although we were blessed with a baby girl, and I called Nelson after that, but it was too late.
Yeah,
and we had lost him. So
yeah, I remember that first think tank that you came to. It was awesome.
I do believe that his cardiologist actually attended the unveiling of his. If I remember, I think Nelson talked about that. Actually attended the unveiling of his documentary film at that premiere event as well. So you kind of mentioned the connection there. I thought was really interesting. What you mentioned, Sarbloh, is how Nelson would interact and engage with people right away. And his, I just summarize it as he had this innate curiosity, and especially around the globe. So if you weren't from Canada or the United States, he wanted to know where you were from, because there was something he knew about that area or that location. He wanted to bridge a connection and a story. And it might not have been at that moment. It might have been months later, a year later. He's like, remember when you told me you were from such and such? Well, I did some research on that, or I read this book. Have you ever heard of this guy who was a prominent figure in that particular community? And he had like some tidbit of information and he would connect the dots on later once he knew where you were from. And I thought that was really, it was expert level, really. It was just like, it was an uncanny thing to do, to remember so many people, know so many people across the entire globe and know all these little details about them. I mean, wow, just incredible.
Yeah, well, he asked me, are you from Bombay, Sarbloh? I was like, no, Nelson, but why Bombay? Oh, because I've been to Bombay. So, yeah, no, I was privileged to know Nelson. I just wish that I was able to spend more time just to be with him, to just learn from him more. And well, his legacy stays through us. What we do every single day is to spread that message and help more people implement this in their life and help them be successful by really helping them. So
That's the key, by really helping them. Help people by actually helping them. That's the key. And when you think about his book, you know, we all together as colleagues in this profession, you know, we're constantly talking about what we pick up and what we've learned and things that we've saw now that we didn't see before. And so how's that experience been for you, Sarbloh, in your constant revisiting Nelson's message? And talk to us a little bit about that.
Wonderful. You know, as a coach of IBC, I'm guilty as charged, sometimes not really capitalizing my own system. And every time I read this book, I just get inspired to do more and more for myself so that I can lead by example for my clients. And I'm not going to share something with them that I myself haven't been able to achieve through the system. So now what we do is, as a family, January of every year, we get together, me and my wife, we have a quick huddle. And I've learned this from Jayson. We should do like a family meeting. And we spend time and we talk about what has transpired in the policies over the last year. And a discussion immediately goes in as to how many more policies can we add to the family banking system this year? We're in that consistent growth mode and we say, what can we do? What else can we add? It's not, how can we sustain it? Because everything begins with the way that we think. That's what Nelson has taught us. My reaction is always, how many more we can add?
Yeah.
And Nelson is he was so true in his book, in his message. I wish one policy can get the job done.
But it can't.
But you can't. So you got to add system of policies to make it happen. And when I'm meeting with clients for doing reviews, the reviews are not about policy. Review is now, and this is something, you know, Richard and Jayson, you both have shared this with me, is to go back to Nelson's book, but you can only go to the book if you know where it is on the book.
That's right.
So I flip to that page quickly based on the discussion that I'm having with my client, and I pick up the paragraph, and that is where the answer to his question is. It's always in the book.
It is. I used to remember, Rich, as well, getting inspired at every think tank, you know, well, the three of us, I mean, and everyone that we know, we would leave the think tank, like literally talking about, okay, the moment we get back, like we're getting another application and we're getting another policy going, because Nelson would have that impact. You would leave think tank invigorated to expand your system. And it happened like clockwork, every think tank. The moment that I got home, very early into that following week, coming back in, getting back in the saddle and getting back at it, during that week, an application would be completed, submitted, a new policy. You know, you'd hear a great story from a fellow practitioner about what they've been doing with their kids. So you would, you know, crank up new policies on your children. And oh man, and that's the one thing that I miss is, you know, that leaving the think tank, you know, with that invigoration and just wanting to grow it like Sarbloh was talking about.
Well, there's a really key takeaway, I think, Jayson, for anyone who's, you know, watching this program right now is Nelson, again, he really brought people together in community. And, you know, I'm not sure if it was Nelson that had the idea for this think tank event. In fact, I suspect it didn't come from him. He was just an active participant because he was the center of everything that's kind of expanded out from that vantage point. But you know, there's a saying that you're a makeup of the top 5 people you spend your most time with.
Right.
And so are you spending your time and filling your brain and your mind and your soul and your mindset with people who are progressively thinking about how to grow, create more, how they can. So one of the things you said, Sarbloh, was that it was the how can I, how might we, what might we do?
Yeah.
And those are questions that get your brain thinking about possibility. And even if we don't know how, we might not know the right steps or the actions to take to get there. But if we're asking our brain that question, it tends to automatically lead us in that trajectory.
Yeah.
And so it's an abundant mindset. And so that's one of the gifts that Nelson's bestowed on us, is how to receive abundant thinking and then I would even go so far as to say project it out again into the world, almost as throughput. Like he fed it into us, and we're just like throwing it back, regurgitating it back out the best way that we can. It might not always come out sounding the same way, but whatever we have taken in from Nelson has a way to project out to others to extend his message in a powerful way. And how you have that family meeting with you and your wife, and you guys are talking that through. Your daughter's growing up in that environment.
Yeah.
She's only going to know. She won't know any different about, well, doesn't every family have an annual or biannual family banking meeting? That's all she will know.
That's right. You're not only passing on windfalls to the next generation of money, you should also be passing along windfalls of knowledge.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're taking all of this incredible big pool of financial value and moving it into the hands of, like Nelson said, if you put the best tool for the job in the hands of an incompetent, not only are they not going to turn out any good work with the tool, they're going to break the damn tool. And so it's a transfer of knowledge. And man, he just did such a great job, I think, helping us all to, like, my thinking today is not what it was when I was first exposed to this process.
Yeah.
My thinking has grown immensely. And each time it grows, I realize there's so much more growth that needs to happen. And if you're receptive to it, then that's the track that you go down. And if you surround yourself with a lot of great like-minded people, then great things happen. You know, we were chatting about this, Rich, I shared this with you too when we were talking yesterday. That's why one of the reasons why Nelson wanted people to be surrounded in community, so that you don't feel like a lone ranger. You know, it's pretty easy to stop one person, but it's really damn hard to stop everyone in the practitioner community who's sharing this and bringing this message out.
Yeah.
And so he would always say, and the same goes for the policy owner, you know, make sure you're surrounding yourself with people who practice this, so you don't feel like you're a lone ranger, that you're out there on your own. So I don't know. It's just, he just helps you think, man, about everything that he shared, and you can interpret it in so many ways. And he would love when you would reach out to him and say, Nelson, oh my God, you're not going to believe this. I was reading the use it or lose it, you know, part of your book, and I saw something that I never saw before, and this is what it meant to me. And he would just be like, oh golly, like he was just the happiest guy, you know, if you finally got it, then he would say, precisely. Yes. Or something like that, right? And then he'd take you down a whole new path.
Now, Sarbloh, I'd love to hear, maybe to share with those watching in, you know, as we develop on our understanding and we go through the book a number of times. I know for me, certain segments of the book have been, you know, at one point, this was the part that I latched onto this, and this was like my favorite part of the book. And well, then this became my favorite part of the book, and then this became my favorite part of the book. Right now, you know, at the time of this recording, what would you say is a segment of the book that really speaks to you in a powerful way?
Well, yeah, Richard, that's an awesome question. So there are actually two segments in the book that I always go to just to rethink my own thinking. And one is the airplane analogy, which is the volume and velocity of interest. And then just as I passed think tank, somebody shared that in the chat box. It's like, oh my God, you know, that's the whole power of the community. It just brings you back to the simple messages. You know, he says, stop trying, everybody just trying to build that quickest plane because they want to get to the destination in less time. You cannot build a quicker plane. There's no way you can actually change that without changing the environment. And the environment that he talks about is the environment in which we do things financially. And to create that financial tailwind, that's going to increase the speed at which we can go to a destination. So that is something that always resonates with me. And then the other thing that resonates with me is, you know, Nelson talks about this in his book where he says, you know, if somebody wants to implement the process of becoming a banker in their life, it has to become a desire to get out of the crux of the financial system and get back into the control. You have to set some priorities. You have to change your priorities. And this is something that I share with all my clients, because the one question that comes up all the time is, how should I get started? Where should I get started? And before I even talk about that, I go to that page and say, in that page, I want you to read the first paragraph and second paragraph. Oh, you know what? Let's do it together.
Love it.
Because the answer is there. I can give you the number, but I don't want to give you the number. I want you to give me the number, and I want you to explain why you came up with this number. I know, Richard, you shared with me this a couple of weeks ago, because the whole objective is to be your own banker. So it should start with you and the client, the prospect.
So good.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarbloh. Love that.
And I'll just add one more thing. We talk about impacting the community, and in one of my think tanks, there was an individual who was representing an insurance company, and I won't talk about the name of the insurance company, but the insurance companies have embraced the process. Not us, practitioners or life insurance advisors. The companies have embraced the process, and any new employee that the company has, they have to read Nelson's book before they even come on board. That is the impact that the message has had.
So powerful. Any other fond memories, Sarbloh, that you want to share with people who are tuning in on this day of commemoration?
I remember when Nelson was one day, I think it was 2017. And then I had the privilege to just drive him to the airport. And he gave me a big, tight bear hug, and he leaned his head on my chest, and he just hugged me, and he stayed there for like 5 minutes. And that was like the most emotional thing for me, because Nelson reminded me of my granddad and the impact that he had on my life. And it just brought all those memories back for me. And I just wish Nelson hadn't had to fly to Birmingham at that time, but that was quite emotional for me.
He knew how to give a hug. That is for sure.
Yeah, he sure did. Sarbloh, thank you. Thank you for being with us. And as we've been sharing with everyone who wanted to come on and talk about their memories, it helps keep Nelson's, memory alive in our hearts and our minds. And so we appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason and Richard. I was looking forward to this.
All right. Thanks, Sarbloh.
Appreciate you.
This is a study that I did years ago that I've re-examined regularly, and the proportions still remain the same, because there's something that Bill Bonner said a number of years ago that substantiates all this. He says that Americans buy things they don't need with money they don't have to impress people they don't know who could care less. But we gotta have these things, right? But it's not true at all. So this is my 29-year-old making $28,500 a year, and he'll spend 20% of what he makes on transportation. This is the interest on the automobile over a 4-year period of time, and that's perpetual, because fully 90% of the cars sold in our part of the world are not paid for. When they're traded in, they're not paid for. All right. Typical mortgage only stays on the books 5 years. Grand Rapids, Michigan, a number of years ago, lady expert in mortgages at that time, she said it was only 2.6 years. Yeah. Something happens to mortgages. Here's the interest on the Bank of Mary card, the boat payments. That's comprehensive inclusion. There's all kind of forms of insurance out there that have no real purpose at all, except people don't have any money. They can't afford to take care of something emergency that might come along. I saw a study here not too long ago where the typical person in the USA, if an emergency of $400 came along, they could not handle it. Yeah, that's absurd. It doesn't have to be that way. It's all a mindset. Now, you get rid of the green, you have the money that's going away from them that will never be recovered again. Well, that's a 34.5 to 10 ratio if they were saving 10% of what that makes. Remember those numbers, 34.5 negative, 10 positive. Now, this is the real savings rate according to the 2012 Research Department of St. Louis Federal Reserve. The shaded areas here are recessions. Here we are in 1960. USA types were saving 8%. Now you notice the ups and downs. You'll notice that back there in the recession of 74, we got all the way up to 14% and could not stand that prosperity. Now we'll look what happened here. It dropped to half in just a very short period of time. Well, look what has happened since that time. It actually went negative, I tell you, back at one point. Now, here comes that last recession, 2008, bounced right back up at 8%, and then just fell right into the same old pattern. So we keep doing the same stupid thing. And it's all caused, but it's all created by the banking community. I see commercials on TV where a zero-turn John Deere lawnmower, you can have 7 years or 8 years financing on one of those things, and you don't have to pay a thing the first year. Tempur-Pedic mattress, 8 years to pay for it. On a mattress, good Lord. Yeah. Unbelievable. But yet you see stadiums just full of spectators to sporting events, right? Somehow or another they come up with those sporting events, but if anything comes along out there that they got to pay for, they don't have the money for it, so they finance it. But let's go to the other extreme there of the sporting events and things like that. There's a commercial rather regularly there in Birmingham on the radio about don't miss out on your great vacation plans. These are memorable times that you want to spend with your family. Now, if you don't have the money, we'll lend you the money to do your vacation with. That's just like our old days, right, Bob? Yeah, yeah. Golly. It's a mindset, folks. You don't have to live this way. And then the problem, all those items are financed either by credit cards or bank loans. Now the balance is financed by paying cash, thus giving up interest that could be earned otherwise. Now that goes back to a concept that Richard Canyon came up with back 300 years ago. Money has a cost. But yet we hear people talk about 0% interest on their cards. There is no such thing. That's just another form of discounting, that's all. Invariably, if you read the fine print, they say all. Well, what's the all? A discounted price. Take the discounted price, always. They're financed by other banking organizations, not theirs. Now this means the interest proportion of every dollar spent is perpetual. Now, what people have got to get through their heads is that when you start up a banking business, that you're starting a business from scratch that never existed before. Go back to the videotape Banking with Life, and when you get the message of that video, you understand that really a life insurance policy with a dividend-paying mutual company is nothing more than a pre-engineered trust agreement. That is all. The life insurance company is just your trustee. That is all. But you outrank everybody in access to the money that's got to be lent.
Well, we are in our continuity of our memorial of the late great R. Nelson Nash. And we are joined now with the wonderful Dale Moffitt, who had pleasure to spend time with Nelson. And, Dale, you've got, I'm sure, some great experiences that you can share with us. But we'd like to just kick it off. We've been asking a lot of folks to share, maybe start us off with when you first recall
meeting Nelson and just what was like, what the impact was meeting Nelson for the first time?
You know, that's an interesting question, because I'm not even sure if I can answer that. If I think back, I don't know when I actually originally met Nelson, but I will tell you that the impact that he made on me. So Nelson, this is going to sound a little strange, but it's all about how you think. Delivered by Nelson to me, hit me, as Nelson says, like a hammer to the head. Because again, might sound strange, because I never thought up until that point about how I think. I just went on every day, day after day, trying to be the best person I could, do things for the reasons, and you know, just try and be the best person I could. And then, because of that saying, I realized that, you know, we all have control of our thoughts and how we think. And if we start off a day and it's going downhill in a quick way, you know, we can stop, we can recount, and we can get on our day and reset it in a positive way. And I'll tell you what, that's changed my life forever. And that is all due to Nelson, because he made me stop and think about how I think. And sometimes, as we know, we have to rethink our thinking, right?
Very true.
Yeah, so I honestly can't remember the first time, but I know that was the first thing that I remember, and I utilize that every single day, every day.
Wow. I think that's amazing that it's like he stopped you in your tracks throughout life, and you know, allowed you to hop onto a different track almost. Really.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's scary to say sometimes that, and I'll talk about myself, is that, you know, you kind of skate through life, but you don't really analyze or critique or see where you are on an ongoing basis. And you know what Nelson did? He stopped me in my tracks. And it's like looking in the mirror and saying, "Hey, dude, where are you now?" And think about where you are now, what you want, what your priorities are, and so on. And boy, that one saying is all about how you think. How powerful can that be?
So true. And when you think of your journey with this process in your life, Dale, you know, what are maybe, do you have a fond memory of Nelson, knowing that, you know, you had spent some quality time with him, and is there a fond memory that comes up for you that you'd be open to sharing?
Well, yeah, there's a couple of things. Like by the way, in my office right now, my office is surrounded by pictures of Nelson. So obviously I think of Nelson every day. And every time I look at one of them, I can't help but smile, because Nelson's smile was contagious. I mean, it was just contagious. And so when I think of Nelson, I think of how he smiles. When I think of Nelson, I think of the stories he tells. And, you know, whether it was in a presentation, whether it was during breakfast before the seminar, whether it was at dinner after the seminar, Nelson was always telling stories. And what a wonderful way to learn, right? Nelson was never preachy in any way. He was always a calm, cool, collective individual. But boy, what a great way to learn through his stories. So I have a couple that I will share with you. So when Nelson would come to Red Deer and do the seminars, he would fly into Calgary and I would drive down and pick him up. So the drive is about an hour between Calgary and Red Deer. And we would talk about everything. And none of it per se was about IBC. It was just all about life. And what a teacher when it comes to life. There's no better, as far as I'm concerned, than Nelson. And then I got to do it again, driving him back the next day after the presentation, back to the Calgary airport. So those times you can't replicate. They were unbelievable, unbelievably wonderful. And, you know, speaking of presentations and seminars, as we all know, Nelson has the Becoming Your Own Banker book memorized and did a long but wonderful presentations and seminars. So there's the odd time when Nelson would get distracted. He'd get a little off base, and he would look over to Mary, and just like that, he'd be back on track. And it's amazing, like the relationship that he and Mary had, the love that they had for each other, and it was just so steadfast. It was just so inspiring. I mean, it's just amazing to see something like that in this day and age, right? And I guess I'll share, the last time I saw Nelson was in Think Tank 2019. and that would have been February, right?
Yep.
And so this was Saturday morning after Think Tank was over, and myself and someone else, and I can't remember who it was right now, it doesn't matter, I guess. We were going to breakfast early in the morning. And so we round the corner heading towards the restaurant, and lo and behold, Nelson is sitting there all by himself in a chair. And he was actually waiting for Mary to come down, and then David was going to take them home. And oh my gosh, we got to spend 45 minutes with Nelson before they wanted to take him home. And what a wonderful, wonderful way. I mean, that's the last time I saw him. What a wonderful memory. He talked about everything, including Austrian economics and everything else, but it was wonderful. He was still, as far as I'm concerned, sharp as could be. You know, the last time he was in Red Deer, we all know how much Nelson loves to read. He had a book here in Red Deer that had to be 4 inches thick. It was over 3 inches thick anyway. And every day and throughout the day, like he wanted to fire through this book so quick so that he could read yet another book. And it's just amazing. And I believe that's how he kept his mind so sharp, is he was always reading. And so those are some things that I will take with me. And when I think about Nelson, I smile. It's because his smile is contagious, and I think it's our duty and task now to smile and keep everybody else smiling.
That's really powerful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Dale.
Oh,
That's great stuff.
My absolute pleasure. Yeah.
So good.
You know what? I have one other thing that I want. It's kind of, I don't know how special I am in regards to this, but
we think you're pretty special, Dale.
Well, thank you, guys. But last time that Nelson was here in Red Deer, he was super excited because he was working on his future book, and he wanted me to have the first chapter of his book. And so I still have it today. It's right here. And I don't know how far along in the book he got, but I have a copy of the first chapter. So that stays inside my signed and autographed Becoming Your Own Banker book.
Man, does the Institute have a copy of that? They need to post that in the practitioner resources.
Well, I did send a copy to David, a while ago. Yeah, and I'm not sure what he wants to do with it or whatnot, but I'm pretty happy I have my copy.
And how was it? Like what?
Well, I don't know if I should be sharing it.
Oh no, like just kind of like the context of it. Like what?
Well, no, here the name. It's the first chapter is, and I don't know if it's the book name, but it's all about how you think by R. Nelson Nash, and it's 14 pages long. Some pretty good, thoughtful content in it, and he was pretty excited to be working on this. Yeah,
that is awesome.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Well, I know that we heard. I think we heard from David that he's found a number of things that I think he was surprised even going through some of Nelson's things and what have you. So I suspect that there's probably many lessons tucked away in a box that we don't even know and haven't heard yet that will still find. I hope and think that they will find their way to us, and vicariously we can then reach out to others through mediums like what we're doing here to continue the extension of Nelson's work. And Nelson's work isn't just a book. It's not the books that he's written. It's not the articles he's written, going all the way back to 1961 when he was first published in Nation's Business magazine. Yes. I still have a picture of a clip of this where there's a young Nelson getting off of an aircraft to be at some kind of a government thing about, I don't know, something to do with socializing how they plant trees or whatever. And, so there's so many things that he was able to teach us. And I'm really glad you share with us, Dale, is that the importance of how you think. And that's been a theme with everyone we've talked to so far. But, it's easy for us to go and say, well, what did Nelson help us do? Well, he taught us about IBC. He brought IBC into our life. But really, IBC was just it was like the carrot. It was like the marketing carrot to get us interested or involved in this idea. But all the things that Nelson brought was everything that preceded and led up to the genesis of the creation of the idea in the first place. And so I like how you kind of shared that. I think that's a really impactful
story that people will recognize and take heed of?
Well, you know what, Richard, there's Nelson, the message, and there's Nelson, the person and the individual. And Nelson, as you know, was all about mindset, right? Did you ever see Nelson out of character or like, I never ever saw him out of character. I never saw him upset, disturbed. He had this, I don't know what you call it, but he had this calmness about him that just reassured everybody else. Yeah.
Wow. Dale, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Is there anything else that you'd like to share to help keep Nelson's memory alive, and anything that comes up for you that you wanted to talk about?
No, I think it's just, obviously he's going to be on all of our minds on a daily basis, and so he should. And, it's all about mindset, and mindset is first and foremost, and then the IBC, the concept, the becoming your own banker, I think follows after the proper mindset.
Very well put.
Well said, man. Thank you.
I appreciate it, guys. I really appreciate you doing this because, like I said, this is a legacy and something that can be repeated annually.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dale. We appreciate you so much.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Continuing our incredible day of joy and celebration for the late, great R. Nelson Nash. We are with a friend of ours, a CPA friend of ours. Say that 3 times fast. Alan Blecker. And Alan's a firecracker, a character, always a gentleman I love to hang around with. And we appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your day to join us on this day of memorial as we celebrate the life of Nelson Nash. Alan, when you think about Nelson, I'm sure many things come to mind, but maybe would you start with, if you can recollect, what was it? Do you remember the first time that you maybe met Nelson in person?
Well, I would imagine the first time I met Nelson was at a think tank. Maybe a 2015 probably think tank in Birmingham, and I was new. He didn't know me. I just listened, and I was just in awe with his focus, his narrowness on delivering his message to average Americans, 330 million average Americans. And one of the things that later struck me was his climb. So he had his climb in his personal life, and certainly had his ups and downs, and his brother and his granddaughter, etc. But now that it's almost 2 years since he's passed, I really understand the remarkableness of this man who has fought up every aspect of society to get his point across about becoming your own banker, taking charge of your life, having access to your own money. Nobody, no part of society does that resonate with. Every part of society wants to separate people from their money. Nelson wanted people to accumulate money so they would have access to their own money, not transfer money to other people, not transfer wealth, so that ultimately they had to go and borrow the money from the very same people that they transferred it to. The other thing is Nelson always walked around with like a manila folder. You guys ever look into his manila folder?
He always had articles in there.
Well, he had more than articles. What he had was a 1-page executive summary that delineated how financially fit and secure Mary would be when he graduated, to use Nelson's term. And he was so proud of his pensions, his renewals. you just saw the glee in his eye, and the happiness based on the preparation that Mary would be well taken care of financially. And every year he showed that to me. He showed it to me, probably not when I met him in 15, but 16, 17, 18, and then 19. That's right. I saw it in 19, just before his passing on March 27th. So I'll stop here so you could ask me questions, but I can certainly talk to you about the 2 trips to the northeast.
Yeah, let's hear about that. You know, we love all of the compilation of stories that people have been sharing with us. Everything from how they first met Nelson, their fondest memory of Nelson, some of the excursions that people have gone on with Nelson, just completely unrelated to the process or what he pioneered, but more so just kind of nurturing the friendship and the mentor relationship. And so, yeah, please share. Do you have a few stories that come to mind that you'd love to open up with?
Well, Nelson came to share with my clients and prospects on 2 different occasions. And the story is from when I picked him up at the airport to when I dropped him off at the airport. Mm-hmm. That's the story timeline. And I remember, I don't remember when there was 1 or 2, but so I get to the airport and I go to baggage, and there's Nelson, as still as can be, as calm as can be, and he's waiting for his luggage. It's like there's like a normalness in a giant. There's this human person. He's there waiting. So I approached him, and then I remember one time when I dropped him at the airport, and so it's him and me. It's early in the morning, and he I mean, he knew what to do. He was okay to do it, but I was there, probably more so for me than for him. But then he gets his ticket, his boarding ticket, and then he just walks away. He walked to I couldn't go much further. I mean, it was only 100 feet, but he walked away, and there he goes. He's back to Birmingham or whatever. But
he was a man of action.
That's for sure.
He knew. One of the trips, the Long Island trip, which was the first trip. So the workshop is only so long, and the man needs to eat.
Yeah.
So I had already invited a couple of people, clients, and I'd already made reservations at what I thought was some of the finer restaurants on Long Island, New York. And wow, he couldn't get over the food. He couldn't get over the deliciousness, He says, I've never eaten like this, And so just terrific. I remember, so we would have a meeting time, Well, Nelson really didn't relate to meeting times. He was always early. He was down in the hotel early in the morning, sitting there, just waiting for me to come to take him into the room where we were going to do the presentation. But I'll tell you, the people the people's reaction to a man that they never met.
Yeah.
The credibility that he exuded in person preceded him.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the people there had already read BYOB, Becoming Your Own Banker. They had already basically heard me, which is a mini Nelson. I mean, I don't have an original thought, but boy, they were in awe. They were in awe to listen to Nelson, to see Nelson, and boy, I tell you, that is a legacy, to graduate, to leave this earth, and all these hundreds of thousands of people or more still to this day talk about Nelson. Me, I keep it alive. I go from one call to another, but then every call I do, I schedule another. I always ask, Jayson, when would you like to talk next? And I give them a parameter depending upon what's going on.
Right.
If we have a life insurance pending, I don't say, would you like to talk in 3 months? But if you're a 30-year-old, and things seem pretty copacetic, I say, well, do you like to talk 2 months or 3 months or 4, But now, and most recently this past year, I always have my black book with me, and there's always pages that I want them to keep alive. They don't do it on their own, So I'll suggest to them, do me a favor, there it is. Do me a favor in the black book, and I refer to it as the black book as compared to BYOB. And I say, do me a favor, read pages 48 and 49 in advance of our conversation. I'd like to share some thoughts with you. And that's a very subtle way of keeping the system, the process, the procedures, the practical applications alive. But I'm reading a book that was printed in 1939 written by Napoleon Hill, called How to Sell Your Way Through Life. And he talks about perseverance. And if there was a word that would resonate with me about Nelson, is that perseverance. Failure was not an option, and he was going to prevail. The message had to get out. The system had to get out the knowledge, the information, the corruption, the confiscation. So I just admire him for this, for persevering and ultimately making it available to me so I could continue to make it available to other people.
I love that perseverance. Very well said, Alan. Thank you. And he was a big fan of Napoleon Hill also. So yeah. I think that's a prudent thing that you brought that up. And I think that's a great message, because that's a good word to sum up Nelson. Many descriptors I think can be utilized, and I do like that one. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, as you guys know, what we do is simple. Our message is simple.
Ridiculously simple.
Ridiculously simple, but not easy. Not easy. Overcoming life as we know it for average Canadians and average Americans, it's a struggle. It's a fight. the opportunity that we have to stay connected to both Nelson, BYOB, the Institute, and the people, it's not about the policies. The policies is merely a funding mechanism. It's a safe and secure storage system. But the financial system, finding the money, the updates, the 6-month reviews, the constant and never-ending improvement, that's going to be part of Nelson's legacy. If we have enough commitment to Nelson, to the system, to Mary, to stick with our clients, stick with the policy owners, not permit them to just put it in a drawer.
Mm-hmm.
There are term conversions out there. Somebody's got to call the people. And every time that call is made, there's Nelson's legacy, that we are keeping his legacy alive because we are providing for generations to come, not just letting it fall off. But once again, if the advisors don't persevere the way Nelson did, we're not going to catch those term conversions,
Very good point.
Anything more, that is the word that I think, I never spoke to Nelson about the word more, but certainly if I did, he would resonate with that. We have to do more. We have to create more. People need to want more, So that word more is something everybody can resonate with. And that's where Nelson, you got to get a system of policies.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nelson, how many policies did you have at your peak? Well, I guess, Alan, about 49. Now, what a legacy. Just that concept alone. What is a man, what is a family doing with 49 policies? Jayson, you talk about a story. There's a story. Why would anybody in their right mind have 49 or 48 or 47? Maybe David knows the answer to that. Wow. When you understand what it takes, you'll understand why the necessity for 49 policies.
Love it.
Yeah.
Alan.
Great stuff, Alan.
Alan, thank you. Thank you for spending some time with us to share, your memory of Nelson and to reemphasize the message and just how important it is. And we really appreciate being with you today. Thank you.
God our Father, again, we bow before your throne of grace to praise your holy name. Thank you for all that you are and all that you do. Thank you for these dear friends, and thank you for this opportunity to serve you in this manner. Bless our efforts and be with us as we go about the project. In Christ's name I pray.
Nelson would give his whole seminar to one person, and he wouldn't be doing it grudgingly. He would be excited that this one person is now learning the truth about what those bankers are doing and how he can free himself from their grip. There's really, I don't know anyone else like him. Like he's a character, he's Nelson. And once you know him, you say, okay, that's possible. That sort of person can exist now, but you didn't know that before you met the guy.
Any questions, Nelson, before we?
Yeah, where do we start? I'm like a mosquito in a nudist colony. I know what to do. Well, where do you start?
The men and the women that would change things are people with common sense and character and courage. Courage to be able to tell the truth, in front of anybody. And to me, that described Nelson Nash to me.
All right. Good and ready. Let's do it.
We go over to Nelson's house, and he'd be in the office, on the computer typing. And what he was doing is receipts for orders. He'd get a phone order. So he'd order one book, he'd process the order, he'd type a Word document, a receipt, thanking him for the order and, kind of like sharing a little bit of wisdom with him. And so it took him about an hour to process one order.
Yeah.
Approximately. And, but it was definitely a personal message for every single one of them, though.
Please welcome Fee President Larry Reed. Thank you very much, Roger. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's my privilege tonight to bestow our Blinking Lights Award upon an extraordinary gentleman. I love this guy. His name is R. Nelson Nash. Nelson Nash is the discoverer and the developer of the infinite banking concept and the author of the book, Becoming Your Own Banker. In that book, he describes the power of dividend-paying whole life insurance and the financing capabilities that it presents for policy owners. But that description doesn't do full justice to this extraordinary idea that Nelson has developed and promoted. It truly is one of the most personally liberating tools of the last half century. But more than a financial innovator and educator, Nelson is nearly a lifelong advocate of the Austrian School of Economics, so important to Fee in our history, free markets and sound banking. It was more than half a century ago that Nelson became acquainted with Leonard Reed and Fee. He's been one of our most faithful cheerleaders and supporters ever since. Untold thousands of people have been introduced to Fee and these principles by Nelson, the books he's written, and the events and programs that he has sponsored, always with the help and support of his lovely wife, Mary, at his side. Nelson and Mary, will you please come forward?
Periods of introspection are extremely important. 30 years ago today, I was in Brookwood Hospital over here, getting replumbed in the heart 4 times. Went to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up with a rumbling in here. There was no chest pain. There was no pain shooting down my arm that people talk about, stuff like that. But there was nausea. Yeah. You ever picked up a sack with a cat or a snake or something like that and feel it moving around in there? Wow. That's what it felt like. Anyway, it was so incidental, I just laid there for a while. And finally said to myself, hey boy, something wrong. Yeah. Got me down to Brookwood Hospital, couldn't find anything wrong with me. Found a cardiologist on duty that afternoon about 5 or 6 o'clock. Gave me the heart cath and said you have 4 blocked 90% and you're right on the verge of a massive one. Next thing I know, I'm coming out of anesthesia. Well, you see, the inspiration for the concept had begun at least 5 years before that. And I tried to suppress it. How do you explain this sort of stuff to the mindset that prevails out there? And I tried to suppress it. But when I had that bypass and so forth, it's about like a 2 or 4 across the eyes. Look, boy, I planted something in your head bone and it needs to be revealed. Get your tail up and go to work. Now, I have to admit that first 10 years was a monster. Yeah. It wasn't fun at all. Yeah. You know, I was trying to get the message done through seminars with local people and so forth. And you get about 40 people that are good suspects here, and let's say 30 of them, whatnot's going to be promising they're going to be there. All right, 6 o'clock on Thursday night. 4 o'clock, I start calling them all to remind them. Every last one of them said they're going to be there. And there were several occasions where no one showed up. I'm trying to think of a word. Disheartened is not one of them. It's not strong enough. Yeah. It's why are you doing this, boy, I guess. Something like that, yeah. No, I was teaching, quote, the book years before the book ever came out. Mm-hmm. I was using overhead projectors and slides and handouts and stuff like that. Back in my equitable days, the big meeting was always spring of the year. And invariably, I got to be on a panel. I always have these panels. Well, there's 3 people in the panel always, and a moderator. Mm-hmm. Well, you've got a maximum of 15 minutes to talk. Well, by the time you get through with the trivia stuff that goes on, just in those gatherings, you probably got 12 minutes max to try to make a point. Now, you go ahead and try to explain infinite banking concepts in 12 minutes, yeah? There's no way. Yeah, how do you even explain the word infinite? Yeah, so was my frustration. And so I was trying to get the message done as I saw it over a 2.5 hour period of time. It went right over everybody's heads. No response at all to speak of. Anyway, that was the experience that led me to realize that I was trying to get too much done in too short a period of time.
It didn't give people a chance to digest the information.
No way. Coupled with the fact that this is different from the way people think. Well, how do you change the way people think when they've been fully indoctrinated all their life with a pattern? Right. So getting that whole thing changed is a very, very difficult thing. You got to go back and get totally reprogrammed or whatever. So I saw that I had to rework the course, rewrite it. Let's talk about introspection a little bit more. Mm-hmm. All right? How important that is. Remember that I'm a forester, and during those 9 years of work, I spent lots of time in the woods by myself. Now, I'm an airplane driver. I've got about 8,000 hours of flying time, about 4 each, military, 4 civilian. Of this military, at least 1/4 of that time was by myself in an airplane. Have we ever discussed what flying an airplane is like? Hours and hours of boredom, punctuated by a few seconds of stark terror.
Right.
You sit there, and there's the world. And you get you a place to think. Yeah. And so you correlate all these things. That's what led to me to see so very vividly that people are looking at this thing of what goes on with life insurance entirely backward. Right. That I could see easily your need for finance is way bigger than your need for death benefit. It should never have been called life insurance because that is not the major characteristic. It's obvious. You got to have a lot more of that in order to produce the death benefit. But the magnitude of it had never been examined. The problem out there, again, is right back to how people think and the fact that there is not all that introspection. One more example, and we'll get off that subject, okay? We've got to go back to the Bible again. You know the story of old Paul, used to be Saul, persecuting the Christians and so forth. The Pharisee of the Pharisees. Yeah. Wasn't nobody higher than him. He studied under Gamaliel. He had a Ph.D. under Gamaliel. On the road to Damascus, he got the living daylight slapped out of him there and whatnot. But it took him 10 years of introspection to get his head screwed on right. 10 years. Now, consider what's going on out there in the minds of people about the banking business. They've got to go through, they've got to get inspired, they've got to go through the period of introspection and get their head screwed on right.
I'm Robert Murphy. I'm an economist of the Austrian School of Economics. I am a member of the Nelson Nash Institute board. I've helped design the IBC practitioner program. With Carlos Lara, I wrote How Privatized Banking Really Works. And with Nelson and Carlos, I'm co-author of The Case for IBC. I'm also a senior fellow with the Mises Institute and research assistant professor with the Free Market Institute at Texas Tech. I was in Nashville. I was there for 9 years. And at the time, I just get this email out of the blue from this guy, Carlos Lara, and he says he's using a study guide that I had written to a big fat economics book that Murray Rothbard had written. And he was working on a presentation that he was giving to commercial bankers on how fractional reserve banking works. And Carlos just really wanted to make sure he, had his ducks in a row. And he saw on the back of this study guide that I had written that I also was from Nashville. So he invited me over, and I get over there. And then at some point, as we got to know each other better, he hands me Nelson's book. And he says, "Hey, Bob, I want you to look at this thing. Tell me what you think, because this really made an impact on me." But he didn't say too much more about that. It was more of an open-ended question. So I took it, and I went home with it. And my initial reaction was along the lines of, this guy, Nelson Nash, sounds like a great guy. Like, you want to go have a beer with him. He's got a lot of wisdom. I love him as a character. But sorry, there's like 5 things wrong with this book. Like, seriously, serious fundamental problems. And I'll be honest, if I didn't know who Carlos was and I didn't know who Nelson was, like if somebody had just mailed me that book, I would have put it aside and I never would have come back to it. I just would have thought, nah, there's something weird there. But it was because I knew Carlos well at that point and trusted his judgment, and he thought so highly of this guy, Nelson Nash, and this concept that I stuck with it. I didn't just reject it. And the more I got to learn about how whole life insurance worked and more about what Nelson actually meant, it was like, okay, actually there's only 4 things wrong with this concept. And then a lot more I learned, I was like, you know what, 3 things, right? I misunderstood that other piece. And of course you can see where this is going. It got whittled down to finally, I was sold, and I was thinking, how come not everyone's doing this? This is obvious. So it was that sort of thing. And I think the fundamental thing was that I didn't know how whole life worked, and then also that I misunderstood a lot of what Nelson was saying. And as Nelson would probably put it, like my training, my Ph.D. in conventional economics, it sort of made me think of it a certain way. And so there was a paradigm shift that was necessary. The first few times you're reading Becoming Your Own Banker, it seems like a hodgepodge of ideas. Like, what we're talking about flying an airplane, what we're talking about these bankers in Texas taking out money and bilking their shareholder. And at first it just seems like these weird string of anecdotes but I realized the more I studied it, and especially hearing him give lectures, and the function of that story is to teach this principle. And so just the more I got to understand it, it's like, okay, there really is a method here, and he knows what he's doing. Some of the things that in Becoming Your Own Banker at first I didn't understand, and why it was hard for me to grasp. Because, that's not the way I would have presented it. But he's not writing a textbook. He's certainly not writing something for an actuary. He's writing something to tell the general public, this is important. You need to look into this. This can change your life. And that's why the book was written the right way it was. The first time I met him, I was invited to be a speaker at what was called the think tank, the IBC think tank. And so I went down under those auspices. And the first time I was in a room with him is he was in the middle of giving his seminar, and I was just really blown away. Like I said, because I'm a professor and I've seen people lecturing. I feel bad for people who are never going to see him in action, and they're just going to be able to read about or hear people tell stories, because it really is something amazing to go. I mean, he just takes over a room and he's in charge. It's a mixture. He's telling stories, but you understand, like, oh yeah, he could give a seminar for 8 hours and people are going to be sitting there and they're not going to be twiddling their thumbs or saying, when's this thing going to be over? It was really impressive, just a mixture of teaching principles that are kind of dry. I mean, he's sitting there telling people this is how you could use a life insurance policy that doesn't sound like it's a very interesting thing, and yet he would intersperse it with personal anecdotes and such, but be quizzing the audience, and he would go around and, now Mary, love, what would you say about this? And then he just would bounce around and just make sure he's not losing people and get everyone involved. And it was impressive to watch, just in terms of him commanding the room, just as a public speaker. And it was just a very unique style. Like I say, there's really no one else like him in that respect.
I'm Carlos Lara. I'm a businessman. I'm also a co-director, sitting on the board of the Nelson Nash Institute. I'm the author of 2 books, How Privatized Banking Really Works with Robert Murphy, and also co-author with our latest book, The Case for IBC, with Nelson Nash and Robert Murphy. I'm also a co-creator of the Authorized IBC Practitioner Program. I was actually, I was in someone's office. We were having a discussion. I can't remember what it was about, but I noticed the book sitting on this individual's desk. And it was the original book that Nelson had written. Doesn't look anything like what it does today, but the title of it is what caught my attention: Becoming Your Own Banker. Now, I didn't know anything about this, but that title it wouldn't go away. So I asked the individual, what's that book about? He said, I have no idea, I haven't read it. He said, if you want it, go ahead and take it. And so he said, somebody gave it to me. And so I took it home, began to read the book, and naturally, like most people, I was intrigued. There was a lot of things in there that it just intrigued me, it puzzled me. So you have to remember that I've spent basically 4 decades working with businesses that get in serious financial trouble. I do what is known as informal reorganizations, which is when a business falls in a situation where they run out of credit, they run out of cash, they're thinking very seriously about filing for bankruptcy, and I try to reorganize their company outside of bankruptcy. And along the way, in order to help businesses raise capital, I actually became a broker-dealer, which is it's a securities specialist. I was a member of the National Association of Securities Dealers. And so I've gone through all of those licenses that you have to go through and whatever. So I understood Wall Street and its financial products. That was my background. And so the idea that you become your own banker really struck with me, because anytime you're dealing with a financial crisis with businesses, there's a commercial bank involved. And they're generally the secured creditor. And everybody else is fighting to just be able to come out with their shirts on their back. But when I picked up the book, I couldn't figure out, he's talking about banking, but at the same time, he's talking about life insurance. So I just, was wanting to know more. And, Nelson had his address and telephone number on the back of the book. And so I called Nelson and realized he lived just about 3 hours from me, and so set up an appointment, to visit with him, just to find out a little bit more about his concept.
One reading of this book won't do the job. It's got to pique the imagination of a person, and they've got to go over and over and over it, because there are things that you don't see at first, because the more you see you didn't see. In essence, infinite banking concept is ridiculously simple, but it's complicated by the fact of the mindset that the general public has. They think that this can't be true because it is so simple. The forces out there that cause all this sort of stuff deliberately make it that way. They intimidate you is what it amounts to. Well, you got to realize what evil looks like, and that is evil that's going on out there. Don't participate, that's all. You got to learn to secede from the way that the world thinks, is what this amounts to. And when you do, you've created a microcosm that's all yours. You've created an aquarium. Well, the most important word really is probably concept. The others are modifiers. Now, it involves the flow of money. It involves the warehousing of money. But the more you see again, the more you see you didn't see. And so that's the reason for the word infinite. How do you describe infinite? You can't. When you define something, you put limits on something. Well, there's no way you can put limits on this. See, the idea that the banking function should be totally controlled at the individual level is a totally foreign idea to 99.9% of the world. Yeah, I point out that there's only one pool of money out there in the world. The fact that various and so did banks, insurance companies, corporations, and individuals are managing a portion of that pool is incidental. It's just like an analogy of water. This earth is covered by over 75% of it is water. And the sun heats that stuff up. That causes some of it to evaporate in the atmosphere. That causes wind currents because moist air is lighter than dry air. And it precipitates out in rain, sleet, snow, and hail. And somewhere or another, some of it's going to flow through you and me, otherwise we're dead. About 75 to 80% of you is water. We can't live without that. And it's got to flow. Well, the same sort of thing happens with money out there. It's got to flow. Otherwise, it's absolutely worthless. See, people, they understand that, but yet when it comes down to a little simple thing like banking, they lose all perspective. And it's all because of a mindset. And that mindset predominates out there. Fish are the last to notice the water. It's been going on for something like 5,000 to 6,000 years, and you cannot break that cycle easily. You got to learn how to secede from it and realize that you do not have to play their game at all. All right, now when you don't play their game out there, it's a simple life, really. And it's very profitable compared with everything else because you see, so much of what we do in life out there has absolutely no function at all. It's just excess baggage that we have to put up with because of the way that we don't think. And one of the easiest things to do is get rid of the bankers out there. Don't be paying interest. It doesn't take all that long to really get started. When you get to my stage of life, that it's the best way in the world to pass the medium of exchange on to next generation. We had 49 policies at one time. We're down to 24 now.
I've heard you say that at this stage in your life that you're in the process of giving things away.
Yes, you can't take this stuff with you. Good grief. Since I developed this concept and so forth and got rid of the banks and the indebtedness I owed them, Mary and I and Kim and Dave and their family, we haven't seen a bank in over 30 years. Everything is done within the family. There's no mortgages, no car notes. There's no more financing of any kind. And that is a very peaceful, stress-free way of life. Well, it all begins with solving the banking equation at the you and me level, to the point where you do not participate in anything that goes on out there that involves loans from any type of banking organization, including mortgages. Yeah. There's no mortgage here. There's no mortgage over there or there. There's no mortgage with my other two children at all. Dave's 4 kids and so forth. That's 4 kids, that's 8 automobiles, isn't it? Nothing is financed outside the system. It's an aquarium again. Kim and Dave have been married, let's see, 79 was when they got married. First thing Dave had to do was buy a significant life insurance policy.
I actually met Nelson at the airport in Honolulu, Hawaii, 2 days before the wedding.
Yep.
For the first time. I was an Army lieutenant, so I was not interested in any Southern marriage rituals, with the father venting the son-in-law and all that stuff like that. I just wanted to get it over with. And so I proposed to Kim and never asked for her hand in marriage like I should have, unfortunately, because that wasn't part of the culture in Hawaii for second lieutenants. But anyway, I met Nelson and his wife Mary and Kim's grandparents and sister and brother-in-law at the airport. We picked them up at the airport a couple days prior to the wedding. And after shaking hands and getting formal introductions out of the way, the first thing I remember was me signing a piece of paper. And lo and behold, it was a whole life insurance policy. I think it was $100.
First things first.
First things. I think it was a $100,000 death benefit, and I was like, at that point I would sign to anything, okay. But that was the first thing I did was fill out my name and sign it, and I'm sure he submitted it as soon as he got back to the States.
Yeah.
But that was the first thing on his mind, I think. So I had no idea, what that would lead to. But it was still, it was just the first of many, so here we are. Never knew I'd be here today doing what I'm doing with Nelson. But my first time when I got the message was we lived in Montgomery, Kim and I, and that we had 4 kids by then. And we were getting ready to move to Savannah, Georgia. And we were getting a conventional loan, so I needed to put down 20%. And of course, I didn't have any money because I was in the Army and all my disposable income was going to premiums. But anyway, so we had to come up with some cash. And so we asked Nelson if how much cash surrender value we had. We had enough for, I think it was a $20,000 down payment. He said, "Hey, no problem. We'll get you a check in the mail immediately." And then, so I filled out the paperwork for the mortgage, and it was like, okay, where did you get the $20,000 down payment for the house? And I was afraid to tell him where I got it, because my thought was that if I was borrowing money for a down payment, then they disqualify me for a loan. Okay, so I was like, how do I get around this and not tell them that this is a loan that I'm using for a down payment? And so finally it came down to, well, it was a policy loan. He said, "Oh, that doesn't count. That's an asset you own, so that's fine." I went, "Really?" So it was like, it was a check the block. It wasn't like going down to the bank and getting a loan, I'm talking about. Right. So I was like, wait a minute, this is different. Okay. And this mortgage company, they treat it as a different asset than a loan. And so that was 1992. And that was the first time I really started looking at it differently, thinking about it differently after that. The longer I'm doing this, the IBC, the more I see it from a personal perspective. 90% of the people still don't understand what it's all about. They think it's about insurance. All we're talking about is creating a cash flow management system where you don't lose control of that cash flow. You buy policies as you can. You buy policies for reasons that you need to buy them for. Okay, if you have increased cash flow, then you can buy a policy. Okay, because you can afford it. Okay, if you have a new grandson or granddaughter, there's an opportunity to buy a new policy. Okay, to me it's a lifestyle. Okay, it's not a financial plan. It's just a lifestyle. It's just part of living. Okay, just like everything else. I also shared that, we've talked about, that Kim and I bought Nelson and Mary's house back in 2010, and we tore it down and rebuilt it up. But that house was completely remodeled through policy loans, 100%. Okay, and the way we designed the policy loans was we designed them like construction loans, because every 2 weeks I get an invoice from the builder for about $20,000. They'd invoice me for for materials and labor, because it was a cost plus contract we did. So it was about a $20,000 invoice every 2 weeks. And so every 2 weeks, $20,000 policy loan. And it would take 2 or 3 days to cycle it and get it in the bank account. So we had that set up. And so it was just a cash flow, from the policies to me to the construction company and back around again. So it was all over with. We had that audit trail. And it's still, unfortunately, the house is still not paid for, but guess what? The deed is in my possession. Okay, I have a place for windfalls if I ever have an opportunity to get some.
Which will be.
And we pay it as we can or want to. So that's perfect peace of mind.
So there's these two Auburn guys in school. They're discussing what they're going to take next session in school. One said, I just signed up for this new course that Auburn's offering in logic. His friend said, what's that? He said, look, I can learn a great deal about you in a relatively short period of time with just a few questions and the use of logic. For instance, do you own a weed eater? And he says, yes. Well, logic tell me you're a homeowner. Yes. Well, logic tell me you might be married then. Yes. Well, logic tell me you might even have children. Yes, we have 2. He said, well, logic tells me that you're heterosexual. Yes. You see how it works now? Yes, I'm going to take that course too. He signed up. Talking with somebody a couple of days later, he says, I just signed up for that new course Auburn's offering in logic. The other party says, well, what's that? He said, look, I can learn a great deal about you in just a few minutes with just a few basic questions and the use of logic. For instance, do you own a weed eater? No. Logic tell me you're probably homosexual. You see, he took a little bit of information and he reached an absurd conclusion. Well, if there was ever a business out there that's treated that way, it's life insurance. People take a little bit of information and they reach absurd conclusions. People keep thinking that life insurance is a product of the IRS code, and it is not. In the USA, the IRS code's only been around since 1913, and the country is about 230 years old, something like that. Life insurance is older than the United States. Quite often, people with, quote, a large amount of monetary value have a more difficult time catching on this than the everyday person. The everyday person can see the value of it and start on a scale that's appropriate for them. And it doesn't take long to get rid of one of those indebtedness out there. And once you get that done, it snowballs in a hurry. Like I said, it took me 13 years to get rid of the banks, but so what? 13 years is going to go by anyway. But once you get rid of this, it's such a different life. Shakespeare gave us a clue years ago. He said, all the world is a stage, and all the people are actors thereon. But my observation in the financial world, when it comes to the subject of finance, they don't even know what the play is about. But worse than that, they get the characters in the play mixed up. All right, now somebody's got to be the banker out there. What's happening with dividend paying whole life insurance? You got to pay a premium. The life insurance company has got to put that money to work. They put it to work in various and sundry places. And in my book, I point out that one of the places they put it is shopping centers and real estate developments and so forth. Another place they might put it to work is mortgages, like house mortgages, residential mortgages, things of that nature. And another one is that they do make it possible to lend money to you. In fact, if you read the contract, it tells you that you have available 100% of what can be lent from your policy at any one time. Well, if that's true, which it is, it's total control. Well, the life insurance company really is your trustee. This is just like a trust agreement. A trust has a grantor. It has a trustee. It has a beneficiary. The grantor creates the trust. Up until that time, it did not exist. When you buy a life insurance policy, you're creating a new business from scratch that never existed. You put property into the trust, the trustee becomes the owner of that property. The trustee becomes the owner of that property. The trustee has got to put it to work to carry out the provisions of the trust. Well, he can put it to work in any number of places, but one of the places he can put it to work is with the grantor. Look at the financial statement of any life insurance company, and it will show you very plainly that it's an instrument that have a guaranteed payback schedule. I said guaranteed payback schedule. Now, that's not true of things called universal life. That's not true of things called variable life. But these are products of the brains of Harvard MBAs that it won't hold up over a period of time. Well, you got to meet people where they are. You can't force feed this stuff at all. It's not an intellectual argument. It is not a statistical argument. The concept of banking is. Banking is. It's just that the people have taken over the banking equation, have polluted it all. And the banking function should be at the you and me level totally. But that is a foreign idea to most people. They can't conceive of it at this particular time. You're going to have to ask them to think, and that's painful. There's conditions out there where there's any number of people with college diplomas. They had never cracked a book since they got out of college other than some trash novel of some sort. You know, I've arrived, and so what do I need to learn more? And so when you've arrived, you quit thinking, and everything that you do is downhill. Learning should be a continuous process all of your life. Otherwise, it's just not all that much of a life. And of course, there's my mentor, Leonard Reed, most educated man I ever met in my life. He had no degrees from anywhere. Neither did Henry Hazlitt, his co-founder of the Foundation for Economic Education. Neither did Herbert Spencer in England years before that. And that was a time when they had nowhere near the resources that we have out there today. So people have really no excuse, but they have some erroneous ideas put into their minds, and that's the problem. It just doesn't have to be that way. And that's why they've got to learn to secede from the way the world thinks. So that's the real message of the arrival syndrome is when you quit searching out there, that's just not good. That's all there is to it.
Nelson, as of today, is 87 years old. Nelson's persona, I think, is what really got infinite banking where it is. You could tell his genuine passion for what he did and how he did it and why he did it. Both the insurance side of him, the Forester side of him, and the Austrian side of him. Okay, so that persona, we think it's incredibly important to keep that whole package moving forward for the next generation. Okay, so instead of selecting individuals to do that, we're trying to create this entity that under the guidance of passionate direction will keep it going, for your children, your grandchildren, and the next generation of insurance agents also. Because without a mutual insurance company or mutual holding company and trained life insurance agents, then how can you implement IBC without those resources? So that's what the NII is all about. We're trying to get it up and going and get the momentum, create that critical 10% tipping point, as Malcolm Gladwell talks about, to keep it going and get the crest of the wave going.
Well, when I figured all this out about 35 years plus ago, I saw that this had to be taught out there, and it can't be taught top down. I tried that tack, and it was a miserable failure. And I thought academia was the way to get it taught, and that was even worse. And so I saw that it had to be done down at the UNB level. And I also saw that I'm not going to live forever, that I needed to find people that would grasp this and take the baton and go. As time went by, here was this guy named Carlos Lara that got interested in this, and he didn't catch on immediately. It took a while, in which he readily admits. But I guess he's got the most thorough understanding of this of anybody I know. And I've always tried to get this across to my Austrian friends, but they're too busy with whatever they were pursuing, and I never could get their attention at all. And Carlos Lara, somehow or another, got up with a guy named Bob Murphy that lived there in Nashville, Tennessee.
I'm an academic economist. I wasn't from the financial sector per se. I immediately took to Nelson because he was into Austrian economics. Leonard Reed had been his mentor, so we had that bond in that respect. And the crucial link was I was in Carlos Lara's kitchen, and he was telling me that, hey, Bob, the Austrians, what you guys are doing, going around warning the public about Federal Reserve policy and how we really need to return to sound money, and this is what causes the business cycle. That's all great, but there's nothing the public can do about it except maybe buy some gold and try to pass books around to your friends and neighbors, and we got to change public opinion, which I still believe in. Ultimately, changing public opinion is crucial, but that's a very long-term project. And what Carlos was telling me is then we got what Nelson's teaching people, IBC, becoming your own banker, and I was, yep. And so at that moment, I still thought those were two separate things.
I was able to tell Bob that what the Austrians had always wanted was to, bring money and banking back to the private sector, that Nelson's IBC was a way to actually do privatized banking, and that based on Nelson's idea, anyone can do this. There was nothing holding them back. We didn't have to wait until government changed laws and all of this that the Austrians knew would take a long time to do. Nelson had a way with his idea to bring privatized banking to the individual immediately and sort of secede from the system.
And it really hit me. I was like, whoa. Every household or business that implements IBC is in effect, that's a form of privatized banking, that they're moving towards a private banking system that the Austrians are painting as the vision for society. And in retrospect, that's made sense, that Nelson always talked about how, that Austrian economics was the backbone of what he was doing. And so then Carlos and I wrote our book, How Privatized Banking Really Works, where we're trying to integrate Austrian economics and IBC.
Bob and I continued to work. We were making presentations to audiences, and we were not yet formally connected with Nelson. And we had begun trying to bring the book alive by having a conference in which we would join together Austrian speakers from the Austrian school on one day, and then on the second day, we would talk to audiences about the infinite banking concept. And we called that event the Night of Clarity. We also put Nelson on the stage because Nelson's been an Austrian for 60 plus years. Nelson, Nash, and his son-in-law David Stearns really liked the Night of Clarity, and that it was truly now integrating, the infinite banking concept with the Austrians, and they liked that marriage very much.
Because of that, so there were financial professionals who were setting their clients up with IBC-type policies, and Carlos and I started getting invited out to these events to speak. But the problem was, once we moved beyond, once we started getting more popular on the speaking circuit, if you want to describe it like that, we started moving beyond financial professionals that Nelson knew personally or David Stearns knew personally and could tell us, yeah, those are good guys and they know what they're doing.
What we realized is that we'd get on a plane, do a presentation, we'd leave, and we really didn't know these financial professionals well. We didn't know what they were selling the audience there. And so as IBC was growing in popularity, we were also seeing that there was a lot of life insurance policies that were not working well because they were the wrong kind of life insurance policies. And so if you went to the internet, you saw a lot of information there that was calling IBC a scam. People shouldn't get involved with it. We became concerned that because we were seeing there was a lot of people that claim to understand what IBC is and how it works, and we had no way of knowing that. And so we began thinking very seriously with Nelson and David about how to fix that.
And so that was one of the main reasons for coming together and forming what's now called the Nelson Nash Institute and establishing the practitioner program, where we design a course for financial professionals to go through. And one of the elements of that, or one of the goals, was that now I can, with comfort and confidence, continue teaching the public about IBC. And then when someone says, okay, so what do I do now? I can point them and say, go to the graduates of our practitioner program.
Well, one thing that comes out is that whenever you speak to people and you see that they're beginning to understand IBC and what it's about, and they'll say, I wish I had started doing this years ago. And that is the way we all feel. Wish that we had started doing this years ago. And so Nelson was, in his bright mind, was able to look beyond life insurance to see what was there and how important it was, and that it needed to be passed on to the next generation. And that's why he had so many dividend-paying whole life policies, up to 47, I believe, and he bought them on every time a child was born. He would buy them because he wanted those children to know what the infinite banking was about, with the idea that should learn what it is and continue to use it. And as he, often says, they'll never see a bank in their life. And so this is very important, to be able to pass it on to the next generation. And each one of us that do this, that take this process on for ourselves, almost have that obligation to make sure that our children and our grandchildren know about it.
We'll never get the mission done without the intellectual community. That's all there is to it. And Bob Murphy is the key to it. If there's anybody that understands it totally, it's Bob Murphy out there. And he's the key to the intellectual community. Well, fortunately, my youngest daughter married well, a guy named David Stearns. And of course, he wasn't all that enthused about buying life insurance when he first married my daughter, but that was the only way we get done. So he was a slow learner too, but there's no better practitioner of the concept out there than David Stearns. And so if there's anything that gives me real joy at this late stage in life today, is that those three guys are everything I ever dreamed of. At one time, I was president of the Chamber of Commerce. Well, that meant that I got to select the speaker for the annual meeting. Well, being an airplane driver, I picked William Piper Aircraft Company. One of the messages he got across to our group was, he says, you have a telephone. Big deal. If somebody else doesn't have a telephone, you don't have a thing. You may have the best message in the world. You may have the best delivery system in the world. You may have the best technique in the world. But if you don't have a receptive listener, you don't have a thing. Well, the book's done rather well. It's in 31 countries and changed the lives of lots and lots of people. So it's pretty gratifying to have them call and say, "You changed my life." I said, "No, I didn't change your life. You saw something of value and you changed." So the magic out there is that people see this vision and catch on.
The Blinking Lights Award takes its name from a moment that I will never forget, a very personal moment in November of 1986. I was in Poland at the time and spending time with people who were active at that time in the anti-communist underground. And one evening, a couple was introduced to me. They had run an underground radio during martial law in Poland that was broadcasting a message of freedom for their country. And I asked them at one point, I said, "How did you know when you were broadcasting if people were listening?" And Sophia answered, and she said, "We wondered that ourselves. We could only broadcast for 8 or 10 minutes at a time. And then we had to go off the air, tear down the radio, go someplace else, set it up again, broadcast another 8 or 10 minutes, hoping to stay a step ahead of the government." And she said, "But one night, we asked people while we were broadcasting, if you believe in liberty for Poland, the message of this radio, will you please blink your lights?" And she then told me, we went to the window and for hours, all of Warsaw was blinking. And the Blinking Lights Award for Nelson Nash reads as follows. The Blinking Lights Award from the Foundation for Economic Education recognizes R. Nelson Nash with deep appreciation for a lifetime of advocacy, inspiration, and achievement on behalf of liberty and sound banking. Congratulations, Nelson and Mary.
Asked me to say a very few words. For those who know me, I usually talk 8 hours at a time. I would try to restrict myself, but folks, you have no idea what a joy it was to know Lyndon Reed as your personal friend and mentor. I first got acquainted with FEE in 1957. I started telling everybody about the organization everywhere I went. I first met him personally in 1966, I believe it was. And so it has been a passion since that time. You have no idea how valuable an instrument you have in FEE. Folks, Leonard wrote for busy people. You could pick up any one of his books. It doesn't matter which one. You could read any chapter in about 15 minutes. Now, once you got through that, you could chew on that information for at least a week because it was that valuable and that intense. So please take my advice there. Get that stuff and study it. It will bless your life. You see, if it weren't for Leonard, we wouldn't be here. That's my candid appraisal. See, I've known lots of economists all down through the last 61 years. And working with economists is about like trying to herd cats. Leonard had that ability to work with these people and to form such an organization as FEE. That took special talent. So you have a heritage that you wouldn't believe from this great man. Thank you for your intense interest in the mission of FEE, and let's spread the word. Let's blink lights.
I remember the first time that I actually was talking to an audience about Nelson Nash, I said, I held up his book and I said, only an Austrian could have written this book. The day I was reading it, I knew it, that there was something Austrian about it. And of course, Nelson's been an Austrian economist for many, many years, so I love that about him. I love the fact he's an Austrian. He has a lot of courage to speak his mind. And so I respect that about him. He's been a great person to follow. I'm amazed that at age 88, his mind is still as sharp as it can be. And he still wants to be in the middle of this movement. It's amazing. I mean, he's just a great role model to have. I don't mind saying that I adore the man. He's just a great man.
Nelson's definitely served as a role model for me, and things I've tried to copy his example. One element is his willingness to speak about his Christian faith, even in a financial setting. That permeates who he is. That's something I've definitely learned from him is that you really don't hide who you are, and if you believe something, and that's of course the most important thing in what we believe, and to share that. And Nelson, he's still always learning. And I've even seen him incorporate things over time such that when others would hear him saying it, they might have thought, oh yeah, that's probably some principle or aphorism he's been repeating since 1967. But I know, oh no, that one, he just started doing that 3 months ago. And so it's interesting that it's not that he was who he was back in 1985 and now he's just repeating the same old things. He is still learning to this day. We have video conferences to keep in touch. And he'll hold up a new book and talk about, I'm reading this, and he's reading more books than I am. And it's really impressive just to see what a scholar he is. And so that also just inspires me that you don't want to get a rival syndrome, as he would say. You want to just always be learning. In terms of me knowing other academics and intellectuals, there's really no one I've ever met like him. And once you get to meet him and you take it for granted, but occasionally I'll remind myself and say, there's this guy Nelson Nash out there, and look at all these things he did, and he wrote this book that is being translated in other languages, and all these people are just changing their lives, and it's so he really has had a huge impact because he discovered something that really it's true and it's important, and it also can change things. And so there's a lot of academics who come up with a great idea that's interesting, and people might tell others just because, oh, look at this is a nice way to look at the world, but it doesn't lead to anything. And then there's also a lot of people who are doers, men of action, but they're not very thoughtful or intellectual, and Nelson's both, that he's a scholar, but he also gets things done. So I would say that that's a fairly unique combination.
What do you want the world to know about your husband, R. Nelson Nash?
Well, I think first and foremost that he's a Christian and that he loves the Lord with all his heart, mind, and soul. And he loves his wife and his children and all of his family, and that he's a man of honor and grace.
So over the last 17 years, I probably spent more time with Nelson than anybody, right?
Yeah, true.
I guess I know him better even than my own father. So I've probably learned more about life from you than anybody else. I think our relationship is somewhere between a father and son and best friends than anything else. How do you feel about that?
Totally. Thank you.
You're welcome. So,
you have no idea. Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you.
Love you, son.
And we'll miss you.
Yeah.
In his book, he quotes the statement that says, plan as if you're going to live forever and live as if you're going to die today. And so I like to think of that when I think of him.